around the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council with Successor Agency, Housing Authority, Parking Authority, Public Financing Authority, and Youth Endowment Services Fund Board, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023. Before we begin, join us for a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us, and let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Please rise for the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Meredith, hello.
Hi.
Please conduct the roll.
Councilmember Mullins,
Present.
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Takahashi,
Here.
Vice Mayor Schultz,
Present.
Mayor Anthony.
Yes. We would like to advise the community that there will be 5 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period, and public comment for the reports to council will be taken in person only. If you would like to participate in the general public comment over the phone, please call now, 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Additional in-person only public comment period will be available after each report to council. Up first, we have 6 announcements on a video here.
Following are announcements for September 12th, 2023. If you lived in Burbank for more than 1 year and received a no-fault notice to vacate, the new Renters Relocation Program may be able to assist you. This program provides financial assistance for relocation expenses to lower-income households from extremely low to moderate income who have received a notice to vacate on or after April 1st, 2023 due to no fault of the tenant. For complete program information and eligibility requirements, please visit the city's website at burbankca.gov/renter-relocation. For questions, application, and to schedule an appointment, please call the program administrator, Home Again Los Angeles, at 818-847-1547 or email support@homeagainla.org. City of Burbank has launched an online public records portal which allows members of the public to access city documents electronically, such as city council resolutions, ordinances, and minutes, in addition to building documents, such as permits, inspection records, certificates of occupancies, and more. To access the public records portal, visit burbankca.gov/city burbank-clerks-office. The volunteers of the Burbank Animal Shelter invite you to participate in the 4th annual online auction for animals fundraiser beginning Friday, September 15th through Sunday, September 17th. The fundraiser will feature over 200 items from Southwest Airlines, Disneyland, Universal Studios, and others, as well as items from businesses in Burbank. Join in the fun and support the Burbank Animal Shelter. Please visit burbankanimalshelter.org to start bidding on your favorite items. The City Clerk's Office would like to remind everyone that National Voter Registration Day is Tuesday, September 19th. You can register online at www.lavote.gov or pick up a voter registration card in the City Clerk's office or at any Burbank library. Registration forms will also be available at the Burbank Farmers Market this Saturday, September 16th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. The City of Burbank and the Burbank Unified School District will hold the Clerk's Cup voter registration contest, in which high school students from John Burroughs High School and Burbank High School compete to see which school can register the most voters. The contest runs through September 29th. For more information, please contact the City Clerk's office at 818-238-5851. Sustainable Burbank Commission invites you to the next Go Green Burbank educational series event, Electrify Everything. Join us on September 30th from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. in the Community Services Building. Discuss the health and economics of new buildings going all electric and the crucial need to move away from fossil fuels. Learn more on how to electrify our homes and businesses using BWP rebate program incentives. Email gogreenburbank@gmail.com for more information. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one scheduled vacancy on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors for a 2-year term ending October 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Monday, October 2nd at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at www.burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov.
This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right. We have 3 council presentations this evening. The first part of our evening is recognizing the esteemed members of the City of Burbank boards, commissions, and committees. Members, you are truly essential components of our community's very fabric, working hand in hand with our City Council and our dedicated staff and our fellow residents. You play a pivotal role in the ongoing mission to build a better Burbank, and we appreciate you. So I'm going to invite the Vice Mayor to join me at the front. He's going to assist me in the presentation. Vice Mayor Schultz will invite each board member and commission to come forward. We'll take a group picture, and we'll highlight those members celebrating the 5, 10, 15, 20, and 30 years of service. So, Mr. Vice Mayor, please take it away.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you all for being here. We're all really excited to recognize your contributions to the community. Our first group of recognees will be our Arts and Public Places Commission, so if you can come on up. Yeah, and give them thank you, round of applause.
Yes. This is.
I got you there, Mr. Mayor. You got to look pretty for the photos. In particular, we'd also like to recognize Miss Kat Olson for completing 5 years of service to the City of Burbank. Thank you, Kat. Great work, everyone. Next, we have our Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals. Everyone make their way on up. Now, for this one, we actually have 2 special recognitions. First, we have Mr. Steve Bagumian completing 5 years of service with the City of Burbank. I don't believe he's here. Thank you. And, of course, we have Mr. Ernest Dellinger celebrating 10 years of contributions to the City of Burbank. Up next, we have the Board of Library Trustees. And let me just mention that we have Miss Melanie Renfro here celebrating 5 years of service. Thank you, Melanie. And I don't believe she's with us, Mr. Mayor, but Dr. Emily Weisberg, also school board member, celebrating 5 years of service as well. So we'll give it up for Dr. Weisberg. The next group we're going to call up is our Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena Airport Authority Commissioners. Do we have them in the house? Oh, no. Anybody? We'll put that on second call then. Great. And next up, we need our folks who help us keep the lights on and the water running. Burbank Water and Power Board, come on up. And unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, I don't see Miss Laura Tenenbaum here, but she too is celebrating 5 years of service. So thank you, Laura, if you're listening. Good job. All right, and next we would like members of the City of Burbank Charter Review Committee to join us up here.
All over some.
Thank you, everyone. And next, if we can get our Civil Service Board. And we'd like to recognize Ms. Iveta Sepian for 5 years of service to the City of Burbank. Thank you. And now we welcome members of our Community Development Goals Committee. Thank you to all of the committee members. Oh, there we go. Congrats. Small but mighty committee, I tell you. And now if we can have the real fun bunch, Cultural Arts Commission. I know they're well represented, yeah. And I don't believe our recipient of the 5-year award is present, so we'll make sure that we get that to her. Thank you, Cultural Arts. And at this time, we welcome Dr. Jeff Wassam of the Greater Los Angeles Vector Control. There he is, Dr. Wassam. And now we will be joined by our Heritage Commission. Great work, everybody. And now we welcome the Infrastructure Oversight Board. There we go, a couple members. And it looks like we don't have Vanessa with us, but we'll make sure she gets that recognition plaque as well.
How many years for Vanessa?
5 years. I'm sorry, 10 years. 10.
Okay. Demoting our commissioners, Mr. President.
She just gets 2 plaques, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And now if we can have our Landlord Tenant Commission come on up. There we are. And Mr. Chris Toth, 5 years of service. Thank you very much, sir. And now if we can have our Park, Recreation, and Community Service Board come on up. I'll let you take your photo first there, Barry. And I want to give a very special congratulations and thank you to Barry Gusso, 15 years of service to the city of Burbank. And now if we can have our challenged, what should I say? The group that probably has the most hardship, that faces the most adversity at times, our Planning Commission. Land use, there we go, come on up. And we got 2 recipients. I'm gonna let them take the picture, but I wanna note Samantha Wick, 5 years of service to the city of Burbank. Thank you, Samantha. And take your photo. You guys take your photo first, and then I'll hand that over to you. And I also want to acknowledge, so Mr. Rosati here actually wears 2 hats. You saw him a few minutes ago on our Charter Review Committee. 10 years of service to the city of Burbank. Chris, congratulations.
Thank you.
And now if we can get Burbank Police Commission. There we go. And while they're staging for their photo, I want to congratulate Paul McKenna on 20 years of service to Burbank. Sure. Thank you, commissioners. And next, if I can have Mr. Garen Yakparian of the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy Advisory Committee. Good to see you. And next, if we can get our Senior Citizen Board. All right. Thank you, Senior Citizen Board. And next we have Sustainable Burbank Commission. I think we have some commissioners in the house.
We made it.
Thank you, commissioners. Next up, we have Transportation Commission. And a very special recognition to Mark Earhart, 10 years of service to Burbank. Thank you, Transportation Commission. Congratulations. Next, if we can have Burbank Youth Board 2022-2023. Anyone here from the Youth Board? Anyone want to feel younger? Come on up. Well, thank you to our Youth Board members. I'm going to do one more call out. Do we have our Airport Authority members here? I don't think so. Well, we do? Well, I think we had former Mayor and Commissioner Gable Luddy. I don't think she's still here, but I just wanted the community, perhaps you can hold this, Mr. Mayor. Former Mayor Jess Talamontes, 30 years of service to the city of Burbank. Jess, thank you. 30 years looks good on you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'll get there someday.
Also, just wanted to mention that while they aren't able to be here tonight, we did want to acknowledge and thank members of the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors and Marcia Ramos, Metropolitan Water District Directors. If you could give it up to them as well, that'd be great. Before I go back to the dais, I just wanted to convey again on behalf of the council, on behalf of the mayor, a special thank you to all of you that make Burbank such a special place to live, to work, to play. Look, all of us on the city council work hard to try to make this community the best it can be, but it's really each and every one of you who are out there talking to constituents, raising concerns and solutions to the council level. Simply put, the staff, the council, we couldn't do what we do successfully without each and every one of you. So thank you for all of your contributions to Burbank.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Traditionally, for those of you who don't know, when we do boards and commissions, it's always the Vice Mayor's show. And so we had a little bit of different schedule tonight, but he did great. He did great. Okay, next up, we have the presentation of a proclamation declaring September 15th. Oh, yes. Oh, we need to pause. We need to pause for two. Do we need to take a break? Oh, I see. All right, so I'm going to vamp for about 2 minutes because we got people coming in for the next presentation. I'll talk about it real slow. So we're going to be declaring September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month. So we got, there you go. There you go. So we got some folks coming in for this. Don't worry, it's worth the wait. It's worth the wait.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
as people are walking out, I just wanted to thank, also on behalf of the council, I'd like to thank you all for your service. Proud to have you part of our city. Thank you so much for everything you do. Looking forward to seeing you all on Thursday on the Parks and Rec and other boards, so thank you so much.
There you go. Good job.
I was going to say it.
That's true.
So.
It's been. I'm going to talk. You know you're going to be on camera. Joe, we don't want to close the meeting, do we? Just, we don't want to close the meeting, do we? Pause or break?
Okay, that'd be cool.
No? Okay. All right. All right.
What?
I didn't bend that. Oh. See, I didn't bend
How are you? How are you? Good to see you.
How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Hey, good to see you. Well, I'll stay here.
Oh, yes. See, man. Oh, yeah? I mean, we built it up too much now. I know. It's going to be a good show.
So, we're all putting in public comment cards.
Oh,
and
God.
we're debating on what the topic's going to be. We think we're going to talk about
Is it on the agenda or not on the agenda? Okay. But all of them heels, right? Is that Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know. All right. Yeah? Okay. All right. So, Yeah. All right. Hello, welcome. Okay, yeah, go ahead. That's all right. Accepting the proclamation this evening is United States Petty Officer and Sailor of the Quarter Miguel Escobar and Burbank Assistant City Attorney Rodolfo Aguado III. I want to invite them up both right now. And we also have a number of employees of Hispanic Heritage who are here this evening, and you can come up as well. We'd like to get everybody up. Please join us up here. Yeah, come on. Go get everybody. Here, come on up. Who wants to speak first? Oh, wait, actually, let's do this first. Let me grab the proclamation. Okay. All right, I got 2 copies. So, this is a proclamation, National Hispanic Heritage Month, whereas each year Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of Americans whose ancestors come from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas what began with the celebration of Hispanic Heritage Week in 1968 was expanded in 1988 by President Ronald Reagan to cover a 30-day period from the September 15th to October 15th. And whereas the beginning of Hispanic Heritage Month coincides with the anniversary of independence for many Hispanic and Latin American countries such as Mexico, Belize, Chile, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. And whereas Hispanic Americans are the largest minority group in the United States today, with a population of more than 60 million and 15 million in the state of California alone. And whereas Hispanic Americans have made countless contributions to American culture and embody the best of our American values, including commitment to faith, family, and country, and whereas generations of Hispanic Americans have consistently helped make our country strong and prosperous and have served in critical sectors of the American economy and American life, from skilled trades and professional occupations to the military and law enforcement, and whereas the city of Burbank celebrates its diversity, embracing the Hispanic Americans that are part of the city workforce and grateful for their contributions, and whereas Hispanic Americans are an integral part of Burbank's residential, school, and business community. Now, therefore, I, Constantine Anthony, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim September 15th, 2023 to October 15th, 2023 as National Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Burbank to commemorate the influence and contributions of Hispanic Americans on our community, signed this 12th day of September, 2023.
Good evening. I'm Rodolfo Aguado. I'm Assistant City Attorney for the City of Burbank. On behalf of the Hispanics in attendance and in the city, I'd like to thank the Mayor, the City Council, and the members and residents of Burbank for observing Hispanic Heritage Month. Growing up, my parents emphasized that my sisters and I should be proud of our Spanish, Mexican, and Puerto Rican heritage. In our house, we learned about Zapata and Clemente. We listened to Linda Ronstadt and Jose Feliciano. But outside of the home, it felt like the contributions and the stories of Hispanics were often not well known or not well understood. For instance, we all learned about Brown v. Board of Education, but it wasn't until recently that we learned a little bit more about Mendez v. Westminster School District, which is a case in which Mexican-American families challenged successfully school segregation in California. As a Hispanic attorney and a father, it really makes an impact on me to see awareness of such an important legal precedent be spread to all people. It's really important to me to see that Hispanic families were at the heart of that effort. So to me, observing Hispanic Heritage Month is not just an opportunity to celebrate and learn more about Hispanic cultures and contributions, but also an opportunity for all of us to reaffirm our commitment to a more just society for all people and for all generations. And for that, I thank the mayor, the council, and the city for observing Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you.
Buenas noches. Good evening, everybody. My name is Miguel Escobar. I'm in the United States Navy, as you can tell. I was born and raised in Mexico City. I migrated to Pomona, California, and lived in the area until I joined the Navy. Growing up, my dream was to accomplish something, and especially in the U.S., right? Everything, all my hard work, everything can be dedicated to 3 people: my mom, my wife, and my dad. And especially the people that supported me all the way through here. It was kind of hard at first, learning the language and everything. But there's something that my mom always told me: if you do something, be the best at it, right? So joining the military, that was my goal. Accomplished everything, and seeing how many Hispanics are in the military, how many people. Sometimes I feel like I'm just home because everybody we all have different backgrounds, but we all going for the same mission, right? Thank you for City of Burbank. I'm really happy to be here. It's an honor, a pleasure to receive this award, and thank you for everything you do for us.
Can I get everybody to come up and take a photo? Can we get everybody to come up and take a photo? Let's get in here. Yeah, come on in. Come on in. Come on in. 2 rows here. Squeeze in front. Squeeze in front. There you go. No, you don't need to kneel. You're fine. You're fine. Just stand up. Stand up. You're fine. You're good. You're good. That's right there. Perfect. Perfect. You want to stand in the back? Come in the back. Yeah. Squeeze in behind. There you go. There you go. Come right back. No, step right back here. There you go. Perfect. Nikki! Gotta get down.
All right.
Okay, right here, big smiles. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. Our final presentation is the proclamation declaring September 17th to the 23rd National Forensic Week in the city of Burbank. I want to invite Chief Albanese and Captain Puglisi. Where you go? Oh, there you are. All right. Along with the Burbank Police Department's Forensic Unit team. Join me at the podium. Come on up. Okay. Forensic Science Week, September 17th to the 23rd. Whereas forensic science is a vital public service, and whereas access to quality forensic analysis greatly improves the investigation of criminal activity and can lead to the exoneration of the innocent as well as the prosecution of the guilty. And whereas forensic science plays a critical role in public safety and crime prevention and continues to evolve in its role as an important component of the criminal justice system. And whereas forensic practitioners provide unbiased, accurate, and reliable analysis of evidence, and whereas the forensic personnel of the Burbank Police Department perform their duties with professionalism and dedication, providing a vital public service to our community. Now, therefore, I, Constantine Anthony, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th to the 23rd, 2023 as Forensic Science Week in the City of Burbank. The City Council of the City of Burbank recognizes and honors the outstanding service of the city's forensic personnel, how they provide for safety and welfare for our community. Signed the 12th day of September, 2023. Give them a round of applause.
So recognition and reward of employees that work hard to ensure the safety of the city and the citizens that live in it is important, and I'm happy to see that the council's chosen to do that tonight. Tonight we have with us our forensic supervisor, Carly Lott. One of our forensic services techs, Reza Ortega. And then also another forensic services tech, Diana Cerda, with us tonight. So they do great work. They have a great deal of dedication and compassion for the victims that they interact with when they're out there at crime scenes. Over the years, our forensics team has solved and helped us solve thousands of crimes and bring justice to victims, and we're greatly appreciative for the work they do. And just another shout out that Carly is actually our Civilian Employee of the Year this year as well. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, City Manager Justin Hess, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do. I would like to formally introduce our new Burbank Fire Chief, Danny Alvarez. Chief Alvarez, yeah. Chief Alvarez was recently the fire chief for the city of Santa Monica. Prior to that, he dedicated 25 years of service right here in the city of Burbank. So we are excited to have him back home here in Burbank. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our new Burbank Fire Chief, Danny Alvarez.
Thank you. Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, City Council, I'm Danny Alvarez, your newly appointed Fire Chief. I know that you have a full agenda for tonight, so I'll be brief. I just want to take a moment to thank all of you and our City Manager, Justin Hess, for this opportunity and for entrusting me with carrying out the mission and the vision of the Burbank Fire Department. It is a tremendous honor to be appointed as the next Fire Chief for the City of Burbank. I look forward to working with all of you, members of the Fire Department, the rest of the city's leadership team, and members of our community as we continue to find new and innovative approaches to our service delivery. The Burbank Fire Department has earned a reputation as a world-class fire agency that delivers top-tier service to a world-class city. And I'm eager, excited, and honored to work alongside the dedicated staff of the Burbank Fire Department who provide unparalleled service to this amazing community. This is a responsibility that I do not take lightly, and I will work tirelessly for all of you, members of our fire department, and for our community to ensure that the Burbank Fire Department remains as a premier fire agency, not only within the region, but throughout the nation. Again, thank you for this opportunity. It is truly an honor to serve as your fire chief and to be part of this incredible organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, and for the benefit of the viewing and attending public, City Council met this afternoon at 3:45 p.m. to discuss one matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The case was Mid-Century Insurance versus the City of Burbank. This was a property damage case. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you. Now is the time for joint general public comment. For members of the public who are here in person and wish to speak, please present a completed yellow general public comment card to Ms. Meredith. You can talk about anything on the agenda or anything off of the agenda. If you do talk about something that is later on the agenda, you won't be able to talk about it when that agenda item comes up. Comments are limited to 3 minutes, and if you want to call in right now, you can use the number 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Before we go to public comment, I'm going to take a little bit of personal privilege here as the mayor. I want to talk about something very quickly that happened and hopefully cut off any public comment that may come this way. Over the weekend, I attended a private adults-only event. There was some shenanigans, some silly stuff happened. It was all fun and games. Unbeknownst to the people in attendance, there was a secret video that was made and then subsequently shared to a very prominent hate group. that has now seen fit to inundate the four members here, the city staff, and many members of our community with some of the most vile hate speech I have ever seen. It is relentless. It has made it very difficult to do the business of the city. I am shocked at how inappropriate people feel if people think they can just be to public servants. None of them who were at this event, and yet they're the ones being CC'd on emails and targeted and directed their comments to. My email is kanthony@burbankca.gov. If you want to talk to me about what happened over the weekend, send me an email. Send me an email. I will talk to you about it. There is no reason to involve all the other people who were not at a public event, not at a government-sponsored event. It wasn't even in the city of Burbank. I'll talk to you about what I do in my free time. Sure. But leave these people out of it, please. Like I said, the most inappropriate stuff. All right, we're moving on to public comment. Sorry, public comment. I have Eric Connor, followed by Scott Myers. Thank you. You can make a public comment if you'd like. Yellow comment card.
We'll be glad to talk to you outside after the meeting.
Fair enough.
Well, Channel 11, you should probably keep filming because I have an important announcement about the Burbank Fall Festival. I'll even turn to you. So first of all, thank you again to the City Council, to the previous City Councils, to the Parks and Recreation Department, to the Valley Cultural Foundation, to GAIN, one of our sponsors, to the Musicians Guild, AFM 47, because thanks to all of them, we can do this free. Saturday, September 30th, Johnny Carson Park. This is going to be a fall festival featuring a special 30th anniversary screening of The Nightmare Before Christmas from our own, of course, Burbank's own Tim Burton, and I believe the week before that, there is in fact a Tim Burton Day. So what better way to celebrate Tim Burton Day than a free fall festival? You get to screen his movie, but also you get to see some fabulous groups as well, including the Guitar Ninja All-Stars, who all combined, I think, add up to my age, and they are fantastic. To Christine Hoven and Vahe, who are going to be also performing, and Angela and the Outrageous Eight will be headlining. There will be food trucks, there will be vendors, art vendors. It will be a fabulous event. And again, if the news wants to interview me about this, the cameraman is looking at his phone, so that might not happen. Please do, because this is a wonderful event for our community, bringing lots of creative groups together. We'll have booths there representing a number of our dance groups, theater groups, etc. So it will be a terrific event. Again, September 30th. It's going to start at 4 p.m. with the screening starting then at 7. So I do hope to see all of you there. And on a personal note, to my left is a fellow Leadership Burbank classmate, Chief Alvarez. Congratulations. We're all very proud of you. And I think that is all for now. I'm ceding the rest of my time. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. I have Scott Myers, followed by Ron Bax.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anthony and members of the City Council. Mr. Anthony, a few moments ago, you were praising your Burbank police, the Burbank police. Little does anybody in this room know that just an hour ago you taped something for online indicating that your goal is a world without police. So the problem with Mr. Anthony is not the City Council. The problem that online opinion makers, the problem is with you, not any of the other four. Your sincerity is constantly being called into question for good reason, and you're the one that's causing that. You were not elected mayor, you were rotated into mayor this year. You said you wanted to set a good example for young people everywhere. As a mayor, decorum and propriety are some of those examples befitting of mayors in America. You, sir, have set another bad example in a long line of examples. Your comment about 9/11, indicating or inferring that we deserved it. How you took joy in aggravating your neighbors up in Northern California, where you come from. We've seen people like you. You think you exist to educate us plebeians. You're not. The spank seen around the world occurred with you bending over at a Democratic fundraiser, swatted by a man in nothing but lipstick and high heels and a wig. No, sir. Your response was, are you jealous? No, sir. We are not jealous. And you somehow claim you're a Democrat. Yet in the same breath, which you failed to disclose in your campaign, take the smirk off your face, sir. You failed to disclose that you were a Marxist. It was I that brought out from you that you were a follower of Leon Trotsky, the leader of the Bolshevik Revolution. You cannot be a Democrat and a Bolshevik at the same time. So yes, sir, the sincerity problem is because of you and your behavior. This was unbefitting of a mayor, and you embarrassed your colleagues and everybody in this city and in Southern California, and you do it only to promote your campaign for supervisor so that you can finally have a salary. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Bax, followed by David Holtman. Sorry, not David Holtman. Mark Scroggs is next. I'm sorry. Ron Bax, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Rental property as an investment. Rental property is an investment. When one purchases a property, monies are transformed into real property. Most property owners view their property, even their personal residence, as an investment, not a place to live for 6 months, a year, 10 years, or etc., as is the case when renting. As Ms. Mullins noted at the January 31st meeting, rental properties are thought of as an alternative and complement to 401ks, IRAs, rollover IRAs, retirement income, long-term health insurance, and more. Providing rental housing is a business. When one's portfolio grows large enough, it should be managed as a business. Let's do a little analysis on a rental property as an investment. The average value of an apartment in September 2022 was $450,000. 1% of that is $4,500. You can easily get 4% in the bank, but you need 5% because your property tax is 1%. Not counting repairs, maintenance, capital improvements, hazard insurance, utilities, voter indebtedness, and etc., the rental income needs to be $22,500 to be equivalent. That's $1,875 a month. I previously estimated many, but not all, of my aforementioned miscellaneous costs at $158, which did not include LOC taxes, fees, income tax preparation, capital expenses, roughly $100 conservative estimate, for an adjusted required total of $2,133 per month to be equivalent. That does not consider a housing provider's time and effort. On July 14th, 2023, the median rent for a one-bedroom, one-bath apartment in Burbank per rentometer.com, which scrapes together a lot of the sites, was $2,150, a theoretical net income of $17. It hardly seems that housing providers are receiving excessive profits, gouging tenants, especially when you consider that existing rents are undoubtedly below the value obtained from rentometer.com. I'm certain the apartment values have increased in the last year. My miscellaneous values are based on the fact that I handle many of the simple repairs myself. Hence, for many, if not all, most owners, they are more, especially if the property is managed by a property management company, which charges 5 to 10% gross rents as a fee. An analysis of SFR yields similar results. Don't penalize People have been good stewards of their financial portfolio. If you want to help renters, don't penalize housing providers with across-the-board actions which benefit both affluent and struggling tenants while burdening housing providers. Help renters with aid, which is based on need. Any program should be funded by the entire community, not a specific group. More on that next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bax. Mark Scroggs, followed by David Holtzman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, City Council, everybody who's watching. My name is Mark Scroggs. I'm a Burbank resident. I'm also a talent agent representing actors and actresses. I'm one of tons of people in the area who've been affected by the SAG-AFTRA, the Writers Guild strikes. And it's not our fault. We're not members of those guilds. We just want to get our people to work. And I can tell you that if you drive around right now, you talk to people, like this morning I was at my gym, I was my dentist, in my apartment complex. A lot of people are hurting. I've heard all sorts of horror stories just today. And well, the problem is they don't want to negotiate, they don't want to talk. So a group of us have started, representatives have started like coordinating, conversations with state reps, with businesses, with people at studios that we know to see what we can do. If you know people who are members of SAG-AFTRA, WGA, or the producers, AMPT, whatever, reach out to them. Tell them they're terrible at negotiating, they hate each other, but they have to get this over with because this isn't COVID. This is self-inflicted, it's hurting a lot of people. So we've been reaching out to people. I just want to share that also it's not about boycotting and cutting the cable and all that because people are doing that anyway because you can only watch so many shows from 2007 and that's all they seem to be providing right now. But we're reaching out to people, reaching out to more people, going to create a change.org petition to reach out because the state representatives have been fine, but Gavin Newsom seems to be more interested in Ron DeSantis than the people of Los Angeles County. And I think that's time to change. There's a lot of other strikes going on here, a lot of other people. He doesn't seem to care. Other people in Sacramento do, but he needs to know. So I cede my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scruggs. David Holtzman, followed by Joel Schlossman.
Hello, council members. I was not going to say anything tonight because it looks like you've taken the election method stuff off the agenda, but now I have an opportunity to share some support for the mayor and mention one of my favorite things in the world to do, and that is drag queen celebrity bingo. I have been, in the past, I was quite the regular at Legendary Bingo, run by a guy named Jeffrey Bowman, who goes by Bingo Boy, and it raises money for a tremendous number of great nonprofits. It was mostly at Dupar's in West Hollywood, Hamburger Mary's, and there was a drag queen there named Belle Air, who was just great, and I may indeed have been spanked by her because they have a bingo paddle. They have a paddle that they use to spank you if you accidentally call a false bingo. It's terrible. But it's great fun, and I highly recommend it to everybody. If you have a nonprofit in Burbank and you want to raise money, it's a great way to do it. I wouldn't even have problems with kids being in the room because really, what's the matter with a little dress up and make-believe? Come on, folks. Not a problem for me. I'm sorry it is for you folks.
Thank you, Mr. Holtzman. I appreciate that. Mr. Joel Schlossman.
Good evening, everybody. I've stayed away from this podium the last few meetings because there's only so much I can take. It's a lot to take in with what's been going on the past few months. And, tonight I didn't plan on speaking, so I want to speak to the four of you, not the mayor. But I want to say something's wrong when the mayor says that if you have an opinion and you disagree, you're a member of a hate group. There are people in this city with morals who care. You cannot be a piece of shit when you go home and then come here and put on a suit and think that you're high and mighty. Many people disagree with the mayor's stance on a lot of things, and he's been ramming his personal agenda down our throats for several years. And the voters are going to see that this stops. Because there are good people in Burbank that have morals, that work hard for what they've got. And you should recognize that. And you should realize the will of the people. There's an item on the agenda tonight that has to do with rent control and tenants' rights. But what about property owners' rights? We've had this vote. It's been decided. We don't want it. But these folks here want to take what's not theirs. And you all want to justify it. And we have somebody sitting at the head of the dais that is the lowest of the low. I read that he got married to Margot Rauter, whom he met on OkCupid, that he trolls for sex partners with Margot Rauter. Ask him if it's true. He won't deny it. He said he's into polyamory. That's his business. Happens in his own time. But there's many people that disagree with it. It's an insult to marriage. And he insults marriage. And, and I could go on and on. I've showed you proof. He has his kids sleeping in a closet as punishment. I gave you his own words where he says 9/11 is our fault. If I said to him, if it's not Al-Qaeda, whose fault is it? And he said it was our fault. You heard him, and then you elevated him to the position of mayor. Shame on you. And there's more embarrassment coming because he thinks he's in the right. So I thank you for your time. I know it won't do any good. I know you're salivating to vote for this rent control thing. So have at it.
Thank you, Mr. Schlossman.
Kiss my ass.
All right, that's the last yellow comment card that I have. We'll go to the phone calls. Yep, we got some calls coming in.
Our first caller is Ben Sheffield.
Hello, Ben. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I want to address the disgraceful behavior of Mr. Anthony, which has resulted in national press coverage of ridicule for our beloved Burbank. Fox News has been promoting the story for their primetime coverage, and that includes Sean Hannity with the video. We have local stations, KABC and KNBC, covering the council hearing tonight. And at the expense of our city, I assume that Mr. Anthony is enjoying all of this attention and this situation. So now I want to address, please, the remaining 4 members of council. To you, I say the residents of Burbank want to hear from each of you individually as to your comment on this situation. A flood of comments are being made demanding that Mr. Anthony resign from the council, or, if he does not, do a recall. The work on the recall is already underway. The residents of Burbank want to hear from each of you individually as to your comment on either action against Mr. Anthony. The issue is clearly, how in the world can this man remain on council? There is a great deal of feeling throughout Burbank that all businesses and organizations should boycott the upcoming State of the City. I would encourage that to happen. Mr. Anthony, you are a disgrace and an embarrassment to our city of Burbank. Shame on you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Catlin Brinsley.
Catlin, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I don't think I'll need that much time. Good evening. I'm a housing provider here in the city of Burbank, and I just wanted to call in and say that I also have an apartment in the city of Los Angeles. I've dealt with rent control for many years, and as a housing provider, I don't have a problem with it. You know, it provides a level playing field for tenants and landlords to interact with each other. My biggest problem with the City of LA program is that the enforcement is spotty and the information provided to both sides is unpredictable. I think if the City of Burbank proceeds with a rent control program, that it's going to be really critical that there be appropriate information sent out to both tenants and landlords so we know what both our rights and our responsibilities are to the other party. I think providing housing is an honorable profession, but also one that carries with it a real responsibility to your tenants. And I think that when you're dealing with landlords who have a strong personal relationship with their tenants, you're not going to see the kind of displacement that investor owners are likely to bring to the city. I'm just commenting specifically about the two agenda items. I'm frankly in support of strengthening the demolition and substantial remodel standards. As a small-time landlord, I would never evict a tenant for purposes of renovation and raising rent, and I think you're only going to see investors who are coming in to make as much money as possible wanting to do that, unless there's some kind of substantial systemic problem in the unit. I also think that enhanced relocation is important as a housing provider. If I'm asking my tenant to find a new home, I think that they're entitled to receive support for the move that they're being forced to undertake. I'm confused by staff's recommendation to dismantle the Home Again program. It seems like it's supported by council and being used by tenants who are being forced to relocate, and I really don't understand why staff wants to take apart something that seems to be providing support for people who need it. I could go on more about rent control, but I'm sure you've got plenty of other people to listen to this evening. Thanks so much for your time and attention to this matter. I think it's really fundamental that we figure out how to balance the relationships between housing providers and the tenants that are their customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Catlin.
Our next caller is Gary Brick.
Gary, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Anthony, and I'm sorry I can no longer refer to you as Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Constantine, council members Takahashi, Perez, and Mullins, and City Manager Justin Hess, and City Attorney Joe McDougall. I sent an email out today, and I hope to God you all got it. I'm sure you did. But before I read it, so the general public can understand it or see what I sent, I have to say that that tear-jerking comment you made before oral communications was really something, okay? You talk about hate speech. No, I don't believe in hate speech. But it's not against you and the council. It's only against you, Anthony. So, with that being said, my email was, I had originally planned on attending for agenda item 14, but I see City Manager Mr. Hess has pulled the item and it will be rescheduled. Now, with the recent disturbing video going around by our Burbank has once again come to the attentions of its viewers. Back in the late 60s and early 70s, Roland and Martin's Laugh-In became a nationwide hit and in a good way put us on the map. Sadly, today, we again find ourselves back in the spotlight because of an embarrassing video that has hit the airways. I'm sure by now everyone has witnessed the video going around, sadly to say, of the mayor being spanked by a transgender male-female Democrat at a fundraiser for a candidate. Claims of children being present has surfaced, although Anthony has said none of them were attendees, but does show a pic of a group of pictures, with a 16-year-old there. His action, in my opinion, is should he resign immediately from both the mayorship and the council. If he does not decide to, I think council should take appropriate steps to have him removed. I'll be watching tonight if I can't make it down. Gary Brick, Burbank resident and former councilman and honorable mayor. So with that being said, I would hope you folks would agendize something for next week in regards to the action of the mayor. And I don't want to hear that, he's only got a few months to go, let him finish his term or anything like that. He still has another year on council. So, I think we ought to go forward with this, and I will look forward to hearing your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Our next caller is Skylar.
Skylar, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, I want to thank you very much for your time and for listening to me. I'm a transgender woman, and I see a lot of people talking about trans people, especially with not very many trans people present. So I figured I'd throw my hat in the ring. I'm also a local. Like, I grew up in Burbank. I've lived there for a majority of my life. So I know the area very well. I wanted to talk more specifically about rent control, however, because one of you people who were talking, somebody slammed his hand against the podium. That's childish behavior. That's like juvenile, this like temper tantrum nonsense. And not to mention, like, Burcal in particular is part of the reason why there's such a huge monopoly in property ownership and such a huge rise of particularly rent. Rent is so out of control, I can't live in Burbank anymore. I've worked hard all my adult life, and even beforehand. I can't live there. It's a gentrifying mess. If anything, this is like the first step to making Burbank more accessible. I was there, actually, not even that long ago. Literally at the end of August. I got to visit for the first time in 3 years. It's so expensive to live there. I can't believe this man would throw a temper tantrum like that on television, even. I'm watching you guys from like the other side of the country, and I can't believe this man is that horrible. That fucking, vampirist. Anyway, my point here is, rent control is a godsend. Also, just real quick, if you hate trans people and you're worried that trans people are going to groom everybody, go to St. Finbar, okay? I was molested when I was 11 years old by the priest there. You want to get a groomer? Take some fucking action, you fucking cowards. You're fucking horrible. Honestly, y'all are a bunch of posers. Go after St. Finbar. You really want to catch some groomer. I can't fucking believe you. I want revenge, and I never got that chance. I cannot believe that there are these people who are doing this in my hometown. Fucking disgraceful. I have no reason to defend the mayor. I am not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. All I want is for the people in my town.
All right, I think we lost Skylar. Do we have any more callers?
Yes, we do. Our next caller is Ron Caruso.
Somebody told me, did you see the news? Did you see the Burbank mayor? Did you see that embarrassment? It was described to me, and I just couldn't believe it. So, yeah, I had to look it up on the internet, and I just shook my head that the national embarrassment that the city of Burbank is experiencing. And then I listen as Mr. Anthony, what he says and what he doesn't say. In his comments, he lambasts people that were critical of him. While I denounce any kind of vile emails or things that were inappropriate that were received by him or the city council, he started by saying, I want to cut off comments. Well, I'm sorry. When you embarrass the entire population of Burbank, you don't get to cut off comments. You get to listen to them. Secondly, it's what you didn't say as well. There was no self-reflection, no consideration for how it may have impacted the people that you're supposed to lead, as well as the people that you're supposed to serve. I'm very interested to see how the city will discuss this and how they intend to deal with it. Thank you.
Our next caller is Chris Anderson.
Chris, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Mr. Mayor and City Council, I'm just saddened that you are all having to listen to the level of vitriol that you've had to. Your patience and stone face for it is remarkable. And Mr. Mayor, that you stood up and owned what happened and pleading to let the rest of City Council be, I think is really brave and is it says a lot. I am saddened by the immature lack of tolerance and behavior of my fellow residents at Burbank, and I wish that we could get to the business at hand and not have to waste this much time over personal attacks. I sympathize and empathize with all five of you having to sit there and listen to this, and I thank you all for your service.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Julie D'Angelo.
Hi, Julie. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Julie D'Angelo. I'm a longtime resident, and I was going to watch tonight just to see what was happening with the districting and mapping, and was surprised to hear about what's going on. And it just really, there's a lot of anger out there, and I just really want to extend a message of peace and love for you all and for your service. It's really disappointing what's going on, and this organized campaign of hate is not going to work in Burbank. We're stronger than that. This is a city of tolerance and love and acceptance, and it breaks my heart. And I just sending a message of love to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay. All right, brief response from City Council, City Manager. Real quick, Mr. City Manager, we pulled something off the agenda. Do you want to address that just briefly so people know what's going on?
Yes, we did amend the agenda. Our outside counsel was not able to make it tonight for the districting item, but we are looking to reschedule as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you. Members, any comment? Do we want to wait? Yeah. We're going to just take a quick second here, wait for Councilmember Perez to come back. All right, we'll do a brief response from council colleagues. Anyone want to? Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. So first, thank you all for speaking tonight. As always, I appreciate folks taking the time to come to the meeting and speak your mind about what's important to you, as well as calling in. I also want to recognize the emails and the phone calls that we receive as well. That's very helpful for us to have this information that how you feel about things going into the meeting. I just wanted to mention Fire Chief Alvarez. Welcome to the team. I'm looking forward to working with you. It's exciting. And I'm excited if Eric Connor's still here. No, but the September 30th Fall Festival, I just want to double check that that's being announced and that the community can, yes? Okay, great, awesome. Okay, so on the item, or the item that's on the elephant in the room, I do want to make some comments, Mr. Mayor. And
Absolutely.
I think I've been struggling with this about how to address it, but I think it's important to address it publicly.
Sure.
So, as a council member and a longtime community member, I've lived in Burbank for 25 years and been a very active member for about 15 of those years. I am aware of the longstanding pattern of provocativeness and performance that our current mayor exhibits as part of his activism and social media presence. While it's not a leadership style that I find to be very productive personally, I believe it is not my place to judge another person's communication practices or ways of interacting with the world. So no judgment from me. I do not judge our mayor's actions or choices in his private life, campaigning, or community activism. However, I do have strong feelings about how our work in the city of Burbank is conducted. From a perspective of what we are doing here on this dais, to me, a line has been crossed. While it may be entertaining to argue or witness banter on social media, the quips and renaming of accounts, it stops being fun and stops being entertaining when that banter affects our city. When it affects our city staff, the other 4 council members in this room, and our community's attention. We have incredibly important issues in our city right now. Tonight we are going to make a decision that may affect dozens or lots more of our Burbank residents on whether they have a roof over their heads. We are going to make decisions about our city's investment policies. We spent most of the afternoon celebrating the many volunteers in our community for their hard work and dedication to the city, which, by the way, for the most part, our mayor was not there. That is what our staff and our colleagues here on the dais were set to work on this weekend and today. But instead, for the past 3 days, we had to field over 50 phone calls coming in, at least 100 emails. I've lost count of how many emails. I have received personal messages on my phone number, on my social media, and I'm sure other council members will share what their experiences were, asking me what I personally will do about this. The city staff has wasted at least 30 hours or more of our taxpayer money on this issue. I personally, while working another job, going to graduate school, and also getting over being sick last week, in addition to doing my normal thorough preparation for these council meetings, have used up over 10 hours of my time on these issues. I have a mantra that says, not my circus, not my monkeys. It's a way to remind myself what is mine and what is others. And normally that's what I would say to videos like this, not my circus, not my monkeys. I would shake my head. But this time, unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, you brought the circus to City Hall. And this is where I feel like the line has been crossed. So I want to really make clear that I have absolutely no problem with participating in the fundraiser. I don't care what quips and sarcasm you want to play with on social media. That's your style. But the way that this was handled was bad judgment. And there were about 100 opportunities to de-escalate, and instead it was escalated. Not only did you bring hours of unneeded work to our staff and parts and directed our community's attention onto this topic, you used your Burbank mayor email to respond to emails about this issue in provocative, escalatory responses without any consideration of how your responses might affect the people around you. In addition, you CC'd all 4 of us on 2 of them, and to send a quip to a community member. You brought this to City Hall tonight in public comment too, and I'm not okay with this. I'm sorry, I'm almost done. I, as a city council member, am responsible to consider what is best for our city. I'm struggling tonight of what's the best for our city. This is not about drag, to me. I have been to Drag Queen Bingo. I'm a fan of drag. I've watched probably all the RuPaul. I want to go to the RuPaul show. It's not about drag to me. This is about leadership and understanding how your actions impact the people you work with and the people you serve. We on the council have been asked to consider removing you from your role. So this is pretty serious. We've been asked to even remove you from council. We've also had the option, if we want, to bring censure to vote. I have to admit, considering whether to continue to allow you to carry the torch as mayor weighed heavily on my mind these past few days. Even more so after hearing that you missed most of our celebration today with our volunteers to do an interview with Fox about this topic. We were here doing the work. Now, I was trying to figure out the best way to move forward, but I would just like to make this request personally, that you keep your personal life personal, your campaign and your supervisor campaign away from the Burbank City Hall, and that you limit yourself to the duties of being mayor of our city in a respectful, honorable way so that we can be proud to call you mayor. And to let me make it clear, I'm not embarrassed by the video, but how you handled it and how you brought this circus to our steps. I don't know what to do next, but I hope that you learn from this and that for the next few months that you serve as our city's leader, that you can rein it in, Mr. Mayor, and at the end of the year, focus on what you were voted in to do, to be the steward and leader of our city. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to say all that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, of course. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Takahashi. Very well said. And I, too, completely in support of everything that was said. I, too, as a council member who was elected to represent the residents of Burbank and to conduct city business, had spent many hours on the phone this weekend when this incident happened, trying to address and deal with phone call, text messages, emails, including some of my own family members who put this in my face saying, what kind of city do you serve? This is not what I ran here in the city of Burbank and spent the last 12 years working for the city, the last 40 years, 42 years of my life being here, living in the city of Burbank, had to endure the embarrassment that I did endure. I have absolutely, like Councilmember Takahashi said, absolutely no problem what you do with your personal life. I have no problem with anyone what they do in their personal life. Just like I don't want anybody to get in my own personal life. But we have a job to do here, and I'm very emotional right now about it because this is the city that I moved here in 1982 and raised my family, the city that I love and respect and will continue to do that. And now I'm serving in the capacity as council. It really pained me to see that our name was televised everywhere, including Australia. I had text messages sent from people out of the country asking me if this is the city I serve. We have 7.5 million hits on our social media. Maybe this is exactly what they intend to do. We were featured on Fox News a couple of times. I was sent all these emails. I was sent all these text messages. And instead of focusing on city business, instead of focusing on what we need to do tonight for our renters, for our landlords, we had to answer phone calls that was unnecessary. And we had to, I turned to our city attorney, our city manager. I don't know who to turn to because everyone is looking at us to do something about it. I hate to be doing this tonight. I hate to be sitting on the dais talking about my colleague. This is not what we do here in Burbank on City Council. It really pains me that I have to sit here. I'm sure it pains Councilmember Takahashi. But we really need to look at how we conduct our business here on council, all of us. We're supposed to be professional. We were giving the oath of office to represent the city in specific matter and policy issues, not to be on social media. And I think I am too very disappointed. The answers that I saw on the responses from the emails, also the responses that were on social media, asking people if they were jealous, asking people, why are you sharing those emails? People have to express how they feel about what happened. And our job is to listen, and our job is to represent them. And also tonight, I was hoping that you started off the meeting, and I was very appreciative that you started off saying, well, let me say a statement, and I was really hoping that I would hear an apology. But instead, I heard, leave my colleagues alone and focus on me and send me emails. Well, that was not what I was hoping that I would hear tonight. I was hoping to hear an apology, that we put the city of Burbank, that we put the whole entire team, the staff, in our community through this really difficult time. It's not fun watching our mayor bent over and in that situation being televised on Fox News. It was not fun watching this and seeing this as the city of Burbank. It was very painful for me to watch. And so, I think what was said, I think you can understand where I'm coming from, Councilmember Takahashi, and let me tell you, we have not even, I had no idea where she's coming from. I think as people should expect that we did not talk to each other. This is our own personal feelings. And also as a professional that I spent 35 years of my life dedicated to public service. I've been held to higher standards since I was in my early 20s working for government, that we have to conduct ourselves in a higher standard because everyone looks at us as individuals who represent our cities. And I'm also regretfully that I'm going to ask council to, I know we can't really get into it tonight, even though we have more than enough, but I want to ask council to place this on the agenda for future discussion, because we need to know how are we going to conduct ourselves moving forward. This must be discussed on the dais. This must be understood about, people are expecting us, like Councilmember Takahashi to say, to take action, to have you step down as a mayor. I don't think we're ready to discuss this tonight. I think it's something that we want to bring and talk about what behavior is expected moving forward from all of us, that we want to understand what the mayor's behavior, because obviously there's been a pattern, Mr. Mayor, and I cannot take one more phone call, one more email where it takes me away from city business to deal with what the mayor is doing in the city. I appreciate you working as a mayor for the people of Burbank that voted you in to focus on city business. Whatever you do on your own time, that's your own time. It's none of my business what you do, nor that I judge you for anything that you do. So I'm asking if council would agree that we place this on a future agenda item.
So this isn't agendized for action.
Okay, so
It's not
I can
agendized
ask-
at all.
I can ask
At
for
the end of
it
the
at the end
agenda.
of the meeting. So I'm sure the city attorney would have jumped in at any point. So thank you for allowing me to speak and voice my concerns and voice my opinion.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyone else? We can move on. You want to talk? What do you want to do?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll get to the last item last, but I want to thank everybody who came in person tonight, those who phoned in. Lots of good comment. I'm really excited about the Fall Festival, by the way. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to say this with all due respect. I'm tired of talking about your personal life. And I don't mean that as a joke. I'm really sick of it, because there's a story to tell about Burbank. And I'm not going to direct these comments at you, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk to those in the room and those watching at home. We have a really wonderful community, vibrant small business corridor, wonderful people that make Burbank what it is. And there are problems facing this community, whether it's the high cost of housing, job insecurity. We have so many folks out of work these days. And I really want to focus on the work that we have at hand, because that is the important thing tonight. So I say this to suggest that all of you who have come and shared your comments, I'm hearing them. And I'm listening to them, and I'm not going to complain about it, because that's my job, is to listen to you. Mr. Mayor, you have some, I guess, some decision-making to do in terms of how you're going to respond to these people and how you're going to take into consideration their comments. But as far as I'm concerned, it's not on the agenda tonight, and I want to focus on what is on the agenda tonight. The last thing I will say is that there have been a lot of calls to remove our mayor, and I just want to mention that there is no provision under the Burbank Municipal Code or the Charter to do that. There is a petition to recall process, and that is your recourse against any elected official, including myself. But I think that the best use of our time on this council is to talk about the real issues that are impacting working people in this city, and I think that any other expenditure of time is frankly disrespectful to those who desperately need us to act. Thank you.
Okay. on the light note, congratulations to our boards and commissions members. They really do the work, and I'm very proud of each and every one of them. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. I wish that's what I was talking about mostly. And we'll get to the housing comments when we get to that agenda item, and I appreciate those of you who have faithfully come every meeting to discuss them. I really appreciate hearing from my colleagues because it helps me hear the different vantage points and perspectives in our community. And I directing my comments at everybody. I really believe one of our duties is to uphold the high standards as public figures. What each of us do as private citizens is up to us, but with the understanding that we're wearing the hat the minute we get elected. There are a lot of parts of our lives that are no longer ours. And I think all of us feel that to an extent and have to make that decision. And I do want to remind folks that that decision is individual, but I hear you and I understand your passion on this issue. And I welcome the invitation that the mayor has made to take it up with him and discuss with him. I gotta say, I feel a little uneasy talking about something political, something at a campaign event on the dais. You all know me, I'm very by the book. I think that belongs outside of here because that was a campaign thing, and I don't like talking about that here. What I will say is, we're here to tackle a heavy agenda. I think all of you mentioned at some point some of the issues that we have on hand. That's what I want to focus on too. And the only last thing I will say, and I will direct one piece to you, Mr. Mayor, and one piece to the public. To the public, I will say, let's not mix this with ongoing trends of hatred, bigotry against the LGBTQ community. I've gotten some nasty emails as a member of the community based on your actions. And to the public, I'll say, let's not mix this. These things are not to be put together, right? To you, Mr. Mayor, I will say we can't control everybody, but as a colleague, I want to ask you to reflect on how your actions affect your colleagues, members of the community who have called in, and folks who have nothing to do with any of that, right? And my only ask for you is to keep campaign and personal life and conduct yourself in the role when you're here. And that would be my only ask. The only other thing I will say is, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, there are several forms that the public can take. I invite you all to take any avenue you would like. And I hope that this is the last time we talk about this and we have to be at this juncture. And the only other thing I will say is that we have a busy agenda. We have a lot of things to do, and I'd like to get to work.
I'll say one last quick thing. I did miss the Boards and Commissions dinner. I was dealing with an issue in Glendale. It was not an interview with Fox. That was done yesterday. I was personally invited to help with a specific issue happening in our neighboring city. There was a comment I made online to a friend of mine who posted the video. I asked him if he was jealous. I didn't think that was inappropriate at the time because I knew him and we were having a discussion back and forth. I do have to remember that all of that is public, and so that is my fault. I do apologize for that. There was the 2 emails earlier. I think at that point I had become very frustrated with what had happened, and I will say there was a loss of decorum in my response. I'm not perfect. I responded in a way that probably did not de-escalate, as you said. It definitely upset the person I was emailing. I've never seen something like this before, and so navigating it has been very difficult. And I'm hoping that what I can learn from this are things that will help me do better, speak better, pause when I need to, instead of reacting immediately, and understand that what I personally see as my role and my duty and my job is not the same as what everybody else sees. And I think that is still hard for any elected official to do, but I'm having a difficult time with it. I come from a very silly performance background. To me, what is goofy and normal to other folks seems inappropriate. And that's not their fault. That's mine. I need to learn that line, and I need to learn when it is being crossed and when to step back. So moving forward, I am going to be paying attention to this. I am realizing now that we are under heavy scrutiny. There are news cameras in the back of the room right now. So I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the feedback. I understand that there is work to do. So let's get to it, and we'll deal with this later. After. Thank you. We have 3 reports to council this evening. After staff's presentation, the city council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Oh, wait. That's consent. We're on consent. Aha. All right. Ms. Meredith, please read the consent item.
We have 12 items on the consent calendar tonight. Number 1, approve the city council minutes of the joint meeting of August 22nd, 2023, the special meeting of August 23rd, 22nd, and then August 23rd, 2023, and the dark minutes of August 29th, 2023, and September 5th, 2023. 2, approve the successor agency minutes of the joint meeting of May 23rd, 2023, and June 13th, 2023. 3, approve the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meetings of May 23rd, 2023, June 6th, and June 13th, 2023, and August 22nd, 2023. 4, approve the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meeting of May 23rd, 2023, June 13th, 2023, and August 22nd, 2023. 5, approve the Public Financing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of May 23rd, 2023. 6, approve the Youth Endowment Services Fund Board minutes of the joint meeting of May 23rd, 2023. 7, adoption of resolution approving the establishment of the salary and conflict of interest code designation for the classification of records technician, and adoption of resolution approving the citywide salary schedule. 8, adoption of resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding between the City of Burbank and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2027, and the adoption of resolution to approve a citywide salary schedule. 9, adoption of resolution of compensation plan for city clerk and city treasurer, appointed officials and department managers, adoption of a resolution of compensation plan for unrepresented mid-managers, adoption of a resolution to approve a citywide salary schedule, and amendment of the fiscal year 2023-24 budget. 10, acceptance of a donation of a rotary clock tower valued at $14,178 for the Rotary Club of Burbank to be installed at Centennial Walkway. 11, acceptance of a grant from California Library Literacy Services in the amount of $20,974 and amendment of the fiscal year 2023-24 budget. And lastly, 12, introduction of an ordinance and adoption of resolution amending city council compensation and benefits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
On item number 10, I will be abstaining. I'm a proud Rotarian. I also serve on the foundation committee, so I'm going to have to abstain from voting on number 10.
Does she need to recuse herself, Mr. City Attorney, or simply
I
abstain?
don't believe it's a financial conflict
Okay.
because she's an uncompensated board member of a nonprofit, but she's recusing herself as
Okay.
to not participate in the council's decision.
Okay, great. And then I have a question on number 9. If we could.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Betsy McClinton with the Management Services Department.
Hello. Okay, so number 9 basically is an increase to our salaries, the 5 of us up here.
I believe you're referring to item number 10.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
12.
item number 12.
I'm sorry,
Item
12.
Number 12.
Sorry. Oh, it's still you, 12.
It's
Okay.
still me.
Number
Item
12.
Yes.
Yes, yes?
Yes.
The increase, this was set a few years back, and it is just a scheduled increase, yes?
No, Mr. Mayor. What tonight's action would be, the Burbank Municipal Code incorporates by reference the government code relating to city council member salaries. And what that allows us to do is every calendar year, a year from the operative date of the last increase, the city council can increase city council salaries up to 5%. The last increase for the city council was in September of 2022. And so we are recommending, staff is recommending to council an increase for city council compensation of 5%, effective upon adoption of the ordinance that we're introducing this evening. That is the first part that would be immediately effective tonight, yes.
All right. Do we know the inflation rate this year?
I do not have that information off the top of my head.
3.8%. And last year, do we have any idea? It was like 7 or 8%?
I believe it was between 5 and 10%.
5 and 10%. Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. If it's okay, I would love to get a little bit of clarification on item number 11, the library, and what exactly this grant will be funding when in the literary services. If we could get a little short
I know
update.
our library services director is very excited about this, and it will certainly be able to address this.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, members of council, Elizabeth Goldman, Library Services Director. What we have on the agenda tonight is acceptance of a grant for about $20,000 from California Library Literacy Services, which is a part of the California State Library. We have received funding from this organization for over 30 years for our adult literacy services program, which provides assistance to any adults who read below an 8th grade level. What we are gaining now is a second piece of the grant specifically for ESL services. So we are in a community that has a large immigrant population, and the Burbank Adult School offers the formal ESL training, but we've observed over the years a great need for more casual conversation practice and classes like that. We have a program right now called English Naturally that is a volunteer-run, very informal conversation group. What we will be utilizing the grant funds for is, first off, to enhance our staff skill set in ESL, which has specific curriculum and specific ways of training for adults who need ESL assistance, and then formalizing some of those programs a little bit more, for instance, having beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, and bringing a little more consistency to our ability to offer that service, just so that anyone who needs it can find multiple different venues to get their practice, really build confidence in their skills, and be able to be successful.
Thank you so much. How exciting. Thank you for being so proactive about these grants. Really appreciate it.
Okay, great. Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt the consent calendar in its entirety.
All right, moved by Perez, seconded by Takahashi.
Councilmember Mullins,
Yes on all items except number 10. I'm abstaining.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz.
Yes.
Mayor Anthony.
Yes. We have 3 reports to council. After each presentation, there will be a in-person public comment only. Please fill out a yellow comment card to speak at that time. You will have 3 minutes. First up, the City Treasurer's Investment Portfolio Report for June 30th, 2023. City Treasurer Crystal Palmer, please present the report.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, Councilmember Perez, Councilmember Takahashi, and Councilmember Mullins, and my fellow Burbank residents. My name is Crystal Palmer, and I'm your City Treasurer. Tonight, I will be going over the Treasurer's Report for June 2023. As mandated by our investment policy, this report was reviewed and discussed by both the Treasurer's Oversight Review Committee and the Fiscal and Treasurer's Review Group. On the Fiscal and Treasurer's Review Group, we have Mayor Anthony, Councilmember Mullins, City Manager Justin Hess, Assistant City Manager Judy Wilkie, Financial Services Director Jennifer Becker, and CFO of BWP, Joe Lilio. On the Treasurer's Oversight Review Committee, we have Darren Guggenheimer, CEO of Gain Federal Credit Union, Norlin Carras, former CEO of Cedar-Sinai Federal Credit Union, Richard Martin, CPA, Scott Reif, retired Senior Vice President of Boston Private Bank and Trust, and David Escobar, Managing Partner of Bertain Escobar Wealth Management. Just wanted to mention their names and thank them so much for their time and advice. So the city's investment portfolio currently stands at $553 million. This chart also highlights the CalPERS payments we have been making every July to save on our pension costs. This shows how the portfolio is broken down by asset class. The biggest category we have is U.S. agencies at 37%, our money market fund at 20%, corporate medium-term notes at 16%, municipal bonds at 11%, CDs at 7%, treasuries at 5%, and supernationals at 4%. This table shows how our investments are in compliance with both our own investment policy as well as the state code. The maximum maturity that we can invest in is 5 years, and the portfolio duration is about 2.15 years. We still have, as you can see in this graph, we still have a lot of liquidity with our money market fund, as well as pools that invest within that mature within the next year. At the same time, we're starting to grow our investments in the 4 to 5 year range as we start to lock in yields for the long term. Our yield in June was 3.13%. This is in line with other cities. For example, Glendale came in at 2.7%. This shows our income summary from the coupons we receive every month. Again, this has increased significantly in the past few months, and we received $1.4 million in June of this year. As you recall, we implemented an ESG policy a couple of years ago, and I wanted to highlight one investment we made in a local credit union, the California Credit Union. So in July of this year, we invested in a 2-year CD yielding 5.4% with the California Credit Union based in Glendale. What we liked about this credit union is it's certified as a community development financial institution. They've donated over $700,000 just in 2022 to support local schools, educators, military families, and community programs. They're also pretty active with small businesses. They've served around 100 small businesses just in Burbank, and they've provided hundreds of thousands of dollars in SBA PPP loans to businesses in Burbank during COVID. One other thing they're very active in is education. They're a community sponsor of the Burbank Arts and Education Foundation. They've also provided $395,000 in college scholarships to local students since 2005, including students from Burbank High School, and awarded $175,000 in teacher grants to fund innovative local class projects since 2012, including funding grants for teachers at St. Francis Xavier School and John Muir Middle School in Burbank. I wanted to go over some economic conditions happening today. So looking at the labor market, although the unemployment rate is still relatively low at 3.8%, we're now seeing a better balance between job openings and people looking for work. The biggest factor is really the increase in the labor force participation rate, which we didn't see in just the past 2 years. Because of flexible work arrangements, workers who have traditionally been sidelined are now able to take advantage of opportunities to work. So women and people with disabilities, for example, are now working at a much higher rate than even before the pandemic. Older Americans have also gone back to work. Across all ages, people are now working at a much higher rate than before, as they are driven by flexible job opportunities and rising wages. We started talking last year about people drawing down their pandemic savings, especially with rising costs and consumers continuing to spend. However, looking at this graph, despite the fact that the average savings rate is still below historical averages at 3.5%, based on a study by Bank of America, median deposit balances are actually still at least 30% higher in July 2023 compared to 2019. And the good thing is the highest relative growth is actually among lower income households. However, while lower and middle income households remain resilient, higher income households appear to be under some pressure. There are two reasons for this. So first, unemployment is really picking up from low levels at a faster pace for these higher income earners. The second reason is that wage growth is also much faster for lower income earners. So the effects of this is that although credit card and auto loans continue to increase, delinquency rates are still actually relatively low compared to historical averages. Consumer spending. When inflation started a couple of years ago, people really took a much dimmer view of the economy, as can be seen in this consumer sentiment index on the left side of this PowerPoint slide. Things got very expensive, and there were talks about the weakening economy causing a recession and layoffs associated with it. More recently, however, as inflation has really slowed down and even as interest rates have increased, we have not seen the recession and mass layoffs people are afraid of. As a result, consumer sentiment has improved a lot in the past few months, and people are now back to spending. So the message seems to be that the party continues, and it's not going to end after all, at least not right now. In fact, U.S. retail sales actually rose more than expected in July. And what we're seeing is that although people may cut back on some basic items, they still want to spend for experiences, such as eating out, as can be seen in this table on the right. So this shows that average restaurant spending over a 2-week period broken down by age and education level, and how much it's grown from November 2022 to June 2023. So it's interesting, in just 7 months, restaurant spending has increased from 7 to 12%. That's in less than a year. And what stands out even more is that of all these groups, the group that spends the most in restaurants are those with less than a high school degree. Inflation. Inflation has continued to moderate, and the latest CPI number, you were asking, actually came in at 3.2% in July. And the Fed's preferred PCE indicator coming in at 3.3%. So while both those numbers are still higher than the 2% target, both have come down significantly from the highs we saw last year. There are still pockets of high inflation, though, such as car insurance. Car insurance for U.S. drivers was actually 18% more this July compared to last year. Insurers are saying it has to do with increased car repair costs, body shop wages, and used car prices. But a lot of it is also to make up for the big payouts related to floods and other natural disasters, such as wildfires. Same issue we're seeing with homeowners insurance, where some companies have already pulled out of California because of unpredictable losses. One thing we do see almost every day, though, is how much food costs are still so much higher than before. So the cost of food at home is still up more than 23% compared to pre-pandemic. Looking at the chart on the right, beef, for example, is up more than 30% compared to 2020. Drought, pandemic disruptions, and rising costs for feed have prompted livestock owners to shrink the size of their herd. As a result, the number of cattle in the U.S. is now at its lowest level in a decade. So while it definitely hurts more to eat beef now, especially those fancy tomahawk steaks, the good news is our doctors have always been telling us that beef is not very healthy anyway. So this is a good excuse, good reason to eat more fish and chicken. I do like my beef.
Order.
And if you want to save more money, you can just eat more beans and vegetables. So we're actually starting to do this at home, and surprisingly, the kids love it. So the housing market. Housing market continues to be at a standstill, as supply still remains very low. Potential sellers are choosing to stay put and not put their homes in the market, as they want to keep their low mortgage rates. Although there is still a demand for homes, buyers are also starting to get discouraged with the low inventory and high mortgage rates. So as a result, Google searches for home for sale is down 16% compared to last year. The big difference from before the pandemic, though, is really the housing turnover rate. If you look at the chart on the right, In 2019, housing changed hands at the rate of 19 homes for every 1,000 homes. In 2023, that rate dropped to 14 of every 1,000. It's even worse in California, where the turnover rate is actually 6 to 9 in 1,000. And this is primarily due to Prop 13. But with the change in the mortgage rates, that's definitely has not helped that cause. So asset prices. Despite talks of recession, asset prices have actually not come down as much. So you can see the S&P is just off 6% from its all-time high. Bond prices are just down 14% from its all-time high. The recession probability has also dropped from 61% to 54% currently. There's actually a lot of uncertainty though, and it's really hard to tell what is going to happen. For example, Goldman Sachs thinks that the probability that the US goes into recession in the next year is just 15%. So it's really all over the place. So with a strong labor market and consumer resilience, 5-year Treasury yields have recently hit a 16-year high as markets fear that the Fed would need to keep rates elevated for some time to bring down inflation to its 2% target. In Jackson Hole, Fed Chair Powell reiterated that the Fed would continue its tight monetary policy until inflation reaches their target. As a result, the debate has now shifted from how high rates should go to how long they should stay elevated. After lifting rates in July, though, the Fed is expected to pause its rate hikes in September as they continue to monitor the direction of the economy. So with inflation slowing down and a strong job market, there's definitely been a lot more discussion about the real possibility of a soft landing. So what is a soft landing? So there's three main criteria for it. First, there should be no recession, meaning no GDP contraction for an extended period of time. Second, a strong job market, meaning unemployment below 4%. And finally, low inflation, as close as possible to our 2% goal. So far, we met 2 of the 3 criteria. So the question is really whether we can hit that 2% inflation without causing a recession or increasing unemployment significantly. Indicators are suggesting that a soft landing may be possible. There are definitely a lot of risk factors that may prevent this from happening. So ongoing risks. Inflation. First, even if inflation has dropped from its highs, it could still reverse course and could still increase. We still have a strong labor market with average hourly earnings up 4.3% annually in August. And as we know, if the more you earn, the more you're all likely to spend. There's also the continuing impact of the war in Ukraine on food and energy prices. There's also the strong consumer demand that gives businesses pricing power. So as we saw during the pandemic, prices are not necessarily related to the cost to produce these goods. So for example, when restaurants see that people are willing to pay $35 for a bowl of pasta, even if the ingredients only cost them $2, they will still charge you $35 for that wonderfully plated bowl of spaghetti. Higher interest rates are also there, but at the same time, it has really minimal impact on those with not a lot of debt or those who have already locked in their fixed mortgage rates. Finally, there's that shift in spending mindset. So I was reading an article today, and it says that about 1 in 5 millennials believe they will never own a home, right? So if you have that mindset, which we have seen in other urban areas, especially internationally, right? Like Hong Kong, Tokyo, all your money, you're just going to spend it, right? So you spend luxury goods. You're not going to save up for that home. That will never happen. So if people start shifting their mindset and believe they will not own a home anyway, then maybe people will continue to spend and cause more inflation. Second, there's that question of whether various risk factors may threaten our overall economic stability. So we've seen credit downgrades for the US, banks, and other sectors. With higher interest rates, we're also seeing higher refinancing costs for corporate debt. And some of these companies are going through bankruptcies now as a result. Because of higher vacancy rates for offices, we're seeing the decline in commercial real estate values. We're also seeing this US-China decoupling strategy and an overall movement away from free trade policies. So looking at the outlook, global growth is projected to fall from 3.5% to 3% in both 2023 and 2024. The U.S. in particular is expected to see significant slowdown as consumers deplete their excess savings. Overall, while global headline inflation is expected to fall, underlying core inflation is expected to decline more gradually, and actions by central banks to enable price stability are expected to continue to weigh down on economic activity. So our strategy, as always, is based on our mandate of safety, liquidity, and yield, in that order. Safety of principal is the foremost objective, and with all our investments, our goal is to ensure there is no loss of principal. So we continue to monitor our current holdings, as well as conduct comprehensive due diligence when making new investments. With liquidity as our secondary objective, we also continue to maintain ample cash levels so we can ladder our portfolio and have regular maturities to meet our cash flow needs. At the same time, though, we also want to be able to take advantage if rates continue to rise. Finally, our third principle is yield. Rates continue to fluctuate, and this volatility has really allowed us to take advantage of opportunities when spreads widen or when rates rise temporarily. While rates are higher in the short term because of an inverted yield curve, we are also taking this opportunity to extend duration and lock in longer yields for future income. That concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Council, any question? Oh, wait, we have public comment. I'm sorry. Stay right on. If you want to step to one side real quick, I've got Andre Dionysian to come up. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. I don't know if anyone else is having fun. I'm having a lot of fun with this presentation. So for those who don't know, I study economics at Pasadena City College, so this is like the best lecture. One thing to note, I might have been glossed over for time, core CPI includes durable goods, so housing. So keep that in mind when looking at anything including core CPI. Couple questions for staff. Professor? So I'm very curious how this all works. How do you determine the amount of liquidity that the city keeps? Why not more, less? I saw the ranking in terms of priorities. And when we talk about the general fund, is that contained within, like is it actually stored physically in the money market fund, or is it completely separate? Like is the investment portfolio, including the money market fund, separate from our general fund? I have no idea how the city's finances work. Yeah, those are my questions. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right, Professor, you're up.
Thank you for the questions. I think this is the first time I've had public comment in my presentation. So first question you had was, how do we determine our liquidity? So in our investment policy, I don't know, it's on our website. When you take a look on the back, it gives you the calculation. So we take into account 8 weeks of annual appropriation. So we look at our overall budget, we divide it by 52 weeks, and then we multiply that by 8 weeks. And that's the overall recommended liquidity. We usually are holding a lot more liquidity than that, so that's about 100 million, give or take. More in the past few years, we've made sure we have a little more than that, just for extra safety.
So just to clarify, under city code, we keep 8 weeks of full budget spending cash available, ready to spend at any given time.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And then the second, sorry, what was the second question you had?
Oh yeah, is the money market fund where?
Yes. So the money market fund is within our whole city portfolio. So we have an entire portfolio, as I showed in the table a while ago, and one component of that is our money market fund, which is capped at 20%. So the general fund is more of a budget language versus an investment portfolio breakdown, if that makes it easier to understand. So hopefully that answers your questions.
All right. Council, any questions?
No, I just thank you, Ms. Palmer. Great job. I know that the mayor and myself attended the committee meeting, and we did ask you a lot of questions and explanations, and you did provide the explanation. I always take your advice, and I listen to you very carefully. The only one time I'm going to disagree with you is I give up beef and start eating vegetables like your children. But I always look forward to your stories, and we did have a great discussion at the meeting. I appreciate all the input and the feedback you're providing us. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want to come to my house and tell my son to eat some vegetables? That'd be great.
You
Appreciate
got to
that.
start young.
Any other questions? Yeah?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Palmer, for this presentation. I think it was the most entertaining economic presentation I've seen in the history of economic presentations. A lot of enthusiasm, and your presentation was very well presented and creative examples. I don't eat beef, so when she said that, I was like, well, that's fine.
Oh, too bad for you guys.
And I love beans. I just have a quick question about the bonds and the notes. I don't think you covered that in your presentation specifically, but I did notice that some of the bonds and notes are coming to maturity. So I was curious, what do you do when a bond or note comes to maturity? Do you reinvest directly back into that same bond location, or do you look around to see what the best bonds are? Or how does that work?
So when bonds mature, we temporarily put it in our money market fund or another pool like LAY for CAMP. We do not necessarily reinvest it in the same bond because I don't think that's necessarily the best option automatically, right? So it's almost like when your car insurance or your home insurance matures or expires, right? A lot of people automatically just renew it, but you should really take a step back and get a quote again from all these insurance companies. And that's what we're doing with these bonds that mature too. We take a step back and then we see, hey, what are the different options out there and what's the best option for us at this time? So no, we do not automatically just roll it over in the same bond.
That's great. So for an example, even a bond, there's a municipal bond that's expiring in October. So are you already starting now to see where to reinvest that $3 million bond, or how does that work?
So we will actually take a closer look as it gets closer, because even though it's just a month away, things could change drastically in the markets. But as it gets closer, we're starting to think about, okay, now that these are our percentages, where should we put this $3 million that's maturing? What is our short, medium, long-term strategy? As you know, we have different buckets, so different maturities. So if we feel that, for instance, we already have too many maturities in 2026 and 2027, maybe we want to do more 2028, things like that.
Yeah, I noticed there is in 2026, for example, there's 5 bonds that mature all at the same time. So that, I can see what you're saying, yeah. And then last question is, do you have a community spot on your team of advisors? Because I think you might have an interested party in the audience here who might want to join your team. Thank you.
We do not currently have a spot, but I'm sure there's no specific rule about how many members are in our committees. So if there's any interest, I'm sure we could make room. It's always good to have different perspectives.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for staff?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, go for it.
Thank you. Beef prices are sizzling. You come up with that?
No, that's it.
I
That's all
have
you.
serious questions, but that one really got me.
That's you.
Lord, that was fun. I actually wanted to talk about our ESG aspect of the investment strategy. Just reminder, ESG, what does that stand for?
It's environmental, social, and governance. So that means that when we make our investments, we take these factors into account, right? So we try to invest in good companies. We try to invest in, we try not to invest in companies that, do fossil fuel or tobacco, things like that. So it's just keeping that in mind, right? So when you invest in, say, try to invest in our local credit unions, try to invest in credit unions that cater to maybe a lower income or historically disadvantaged group.
What percentage of our total investment portfolio would fall into the category of ESG?
it depends on how you would classify, say, U.S. Treasuries or U.S. agencies, right?
Okay.
So right now, the bulk of our investments are in safer instruments that are backed by the U.S. government. So I would assume the U.S. government is a more neutral party, although there are actually cities that do not invest in U.S. Investments because the U.S. has nuclear weapons. So it really depends how you would want to specifically define ESG versus non-ESG investments. Our ESG investment policy is more of a framework, sort of just that ongoing mindset when making investments. We do not specifically classify, hey, the U.S. bond is not ESG or it is ESG, or an agency bond, or I don't know, a city of West Hollywood bond. Is that ESG? Is not ESG? It's more of like that framework.
Do we have any investments in oil and gas right now?
Right now, I do not believe we have any investments in oil and gas.
Good to hear. What about foreign investments?
So we do not make foreign investments.
Okay.
As I mentioned, I think a couple of years ago when we had that issue with Russia and like the ongoing conflict in certain parts of the world, we actually do not make investments, especially in areas where we believe certain regions are committing non-humane atrocities, right? So I think it is actually in our investment policy, if you look closely, that we do not invest in communities that commit genocide, for example.
Wonderful. Thank you. The last thing I'll just say is I think that, speaking to your slide about ESG investments, California Credit Union, that's a fantastic investment. A lot of good has come out of that credit union with the loans that they've extended. So keep up the great work, and would love to see at your next report what else we can highlight from that aspect of the portfolio.
Okay. Yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay, are we good?
Yeah, only comment. I don't think I'm ever going to own a home, but you bet I'm saving.
That's good.
Just a quick update. There was a investment we had with a bank that was possibly going badly, and we made some changes. Do you want to give us just a quick update on what happened there and how we're faring?
So during our last council meeting, we talked about divesting our investments in a U.S. bank. So a few weeks after the meeting, we did sell our holdings in U.S. bank and reinvested the proceeds in a much higher interest rate instrument. So from that, it pretty much happened as we planned, and we are earning a lot more as a result of that divestment.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for catching that U.S. Bank thing that was going on. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time, Madam City Treasurer.
Oh, thank you.
Send that over. All right. The next report, adoption of an urgency ordinance imposing heightened tenant protections for just cause evictions for certain residential tenancies in the city of Burbank, requiring permits for demolition, substantial remodel, and increasing the relocation assistance payment to 3 months' rent. Mrs. Maribel Leland, there you are. Housing Authority Manager, please present the report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Maribel Leland with the Community Development Department. I'm before you this evening to present a proposed urgency ordinance for heightened tenant protections for just cause evictions for certain residential tenancies in the city of Burbank, specifically requiring permits for demolition, substantial rehabilitation, and increasing relocation assistance payments to 3 months' rent. I do have a brief presentation. It'll be very similar to the next item on the agenda, so bear with me as I highlight the majority in this first presentation. The proposed urgency ordinance was at the direction of the City Council after the AB 1482 study session that was held last month on August 8th. Before going into the specifics of the proposed urgency ordinance, I'd just like to give a brief overview of that study session again, just very generally, and for the public here this evening and who are listening online. And it's a little bit of background from the City Council's direction. With the end of the LA County COVID protection ordinance, March 31st, 2023. Several community members have been coming to the council and the commission explaining they were receiving no fault eviction notices for renovations. And so that was starting around April 1st. And so the council had previously given direction for a study session, and we ultimately held that on August 8th. And to understand AB 1482 a little bit more, that study session that was held on August 8th was presented by Ms. Karen Tiedemann with Goldfarb Lippman Attorneys, who provided the overview of the California Tenant Protection Act that went into effect January 1st, 2020. And she also provided some policy options to begin the discussion on a possible local tenant protection ordinance that could promote tenant stability and increase rental market stability. It was presented that AB 1482 provides just cause eviction protections for certain properties, but there are certain areas in the current law that could be improved upon, including the intent to renovate language. And furthermore, it was highlighted that AB 1482 requires 1 month relocation for just cause evictions. I failed to proceed with the slide, and here is my AB 1482 recap. So we've just gone through this particular slide, giving the overview of the just cause eviction protections and the ambiguity in the law. We also learned that AB 1482 provides these protections to certain residents that have been in their units for 12 months. It is divided into at-fault evictions, meaning at-fault non-payment of rent, breach of lease, so forth and so on, and no-fault evictions, as I was sharing earlier regarding renovations. And that could be owner move-in, substantial renovation. We heard also that evening that there is pending legislation, Senate Bill 567, that may look at closing some of these areas by requiring permits, giving a tenant a right to reoccupy in certain instances. However, it still continues through the legislative cycle, and if approved, wouldn't be effective until January 1st. Therefore, the council, after the study session, did want to look at some protections to mitigate displacements in the meantime, specifically for substantial renovations. That short-term direction was specific to addressing substantial renovations in AB 1482 and increasing the relocation amount from AB 1482 1-month rent. The council did also provide additional feedback, but not a part of the action this evening, and that was more midterm to return with a second step report that addresses more direction from January 1st, 2023, including options for rent stabilization and tenant protection through a comparison of local ordinances. That is not a part of this evening's action, but I do want to mention and reiterate to members of the public that that is, staff has heard, and that is in the future. And then long-term direction is to return with a proposal on the reach and purview of the Landlord-Tenant Commission. Again, those would be future returns to the City Council for direction. Specifically for this evening, we're looking at short-term council direction, which is for these two areas only, addressing substantial renovations in AB 1482 and increasing the relocation amount from the 1 month's rent. I do want to mention that although the council will be considering a regular non-urgency ordinance to establish tenant protection ordinance later this evening, the council stated they wished to implement the protections as soon as possible in order to prevent additional no-fault evictions due to renovation that may occur before the effective date of the ordinance. Therefore, this item does include urgency findings that have been made so that we could make those findings and present that ordinance for you this evening. So now getting into the proposal for the tenant protections. As directed, staff did prepare that draft ordinance for consideration. I just wanted to highlight for members of the public and again recap the council's direction of the larger housing goals that we've been talking over the last several years. This is a very familiar housing puzzle. It does, such an ordinance would fall under the goals of the City Council to address affordable housing needs in the community by doing possible code amendments, assisting and protecting and building neighborhoods, and in the short term address the solution as we've been indicating for substantial renovation and relocation assistance. The proposed urgency ordinance this evening includes additional requirements for evictions based on intent to demolish or substantially remodel a property. An owner shall not terminate a tenancy based on the owner's intent to demolish or to substantially remodel. The residential real property owner must follow all the requirements, which are summarized here in the slide, securing building permits from the City of Burbank for substantial remodel or demolition permits and or any required abatement permits, a plan check submittal to the city's building division if required, providing copies of the building demolition or hazardous material abatement notices to the tenants, and then providing the tenant with a written detailed account of the scope of work along with additional narrative as required by the ordinance. That was the first provision as directed by the City Council. The second one is looking at an enhanced relocation payment option. And so staff looked at a long-term solution to relocation for assistance for no-fault evictions, as opposed to the city renter relocation program approved during the fiscal year 2023 budget process that I'll be describing in the next couple of slides. I do want to mention those because it is critical to the discussion. The city renter relocation program was meant to be an interim program. From the discussion, it is included in your packet as an attachment to the staff report until a permanent solution or program was adopted by the council. It is in place currently to assist eligible households that have received a no-fault notice to vacate, and it assists tenants who have received the no-fault notice to vacate as of April 1st, 2023. There are other requirements, including being a Burbank resident for 1 year, meeting income eligibility requirements from extremely low to moderate income. It does provide different parameters for assistance. For moderate income, it would be 2 times the median rent. For extremely low, very low, and low, it would be 3 times the median rent. Residents can visit the city's website for additional information and complete program details. The proposed ordinance before you this evening requires property owners to provide 3 months of the current rent that was in effect when the owner issued the notice to terminate tenancy. This is an increase from the current AB 1482, 1 month's current rent. So if adopted this evening by the urgency ordinance, it would be effective immediately, and no-fault notices to vacate given September 12, 2023, and later would fall under the this proposed urgency ordinance. Tying it back to the city renter relocation program, as I mentioned, that program is currently in place, and the way that this would be differentiated is there would be no gap in assistance to tenants, if you will, so that no-fault notices to vacate from April 1st, 2023 to September 11th, 2023 would fall under the city renter relocation program, so that renters and who had an application, for example, in process with Home Again LA, those would still be in in course, being reviewed. So if there was a notice to vacate September 1st and that application's already been submitted, that would still continue and go through the process of the city renter relocation program. So that would still continue to be processed, and those funds would be available for that period. Those are the two provisions of the urgency ordinance specific to substantial renovations and also enhanced relocation benefits. One other area that the council did provide some direction at the AB 1482 study session on August 8th is asking staff to look at what is possible for a mom and pop exemption, if you will. And for the purposes of this ordinance, staff defined mom and pop as those properties with less than 10 units. So that really was the approach that staff utilized. So we did work with different departments in the city to obtain the information that you see on this slide. This is a possible exception that could be included at the direction of the city council. There's some figures here. It could be an exception for properties with less than 5 units or less than 10 units or any other figure as directed. The effectiveness date for an urgency ordinance is effective immediately if adopted. It does require a 4/5 vote. So just wanted to highlight that as it is different than the second item here following this item regarding the introduction of an ordinance for a tenant protection ordinance. So that would require a second reading and would be effective 31 days after the date of adoption. So just wanted to point that out for the council and the community. Knowing this is a lot of information and how are we going to get the word out to the community, and I realize that is one of the critical areas of the community is going to be concerned with, and the council is asking that we do outreach. We certainly have a plan of outreach. It's going to include the usual social media information, however, knowing not everybody is on social media, printed material, and even, more importantly, is in person. So we have an in-person workshop coming up in October. That is going to be facilitated by the Neighborhood Legal Council. And so that's one of the things that we really want to make sure is that we get the word out to the community, including our existing Landlord-Tenant Commission meetings. So we are really going to be working very closely with the Public Information Office to make sure that the information is out, including fact sheets on the website, press release to the community so that they're aware of what this is. And as we get more feedback, we'll tailor what the outreach will be. Again, staff, from my perspective, I think in workshops in person, that's really going to be critical because there will be many questions moving forward if this urgency ordinance is adopted. Along with that outreach, the question will be enforcement, and one of the things that wanting to point out is that the enforcement for the ordinance is specifically that if the landlords do not follow the proposed ordinance, then it renders the notice of termination tenancy void. So then at that point, the tenant can then utilize the ordinance if adopted as an affirmative defense to an unlawful detainer in civil court. Really, so really the enforcement is through the tenant being educated, which we will do with the outreach. That's going to be critical. And then utilizing the information that they know and this adopted ordinance, should it be approved, then utilizing that as a civil case, a defense in court. So with that, the recommendation this evening is to adopt the urgency ordinance as presented in your materials. I know that there was some follow-up information provided, imposing heightened tenant protections for just cause evictions for certain residential tenancies in the city of Burbank, requiring permits for demolition, substantial remodel, and increasing the relocation assistance payment to 3 months' rent. I am happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to point out for the council and the city clerk that we distributed a memo with a red line to the ordinance before you this evening. There was a very simple addition that we made. It's one paragraph. It's numbered 100, 5-4-100. It doesn't change the numbering of the original ordinance. It simply adds a provision that says this chapter adopts and incorporates by reference California Code Section 1946.2 in this code in its entirety as modified herein, and as such statute may be amended from time to time except for any provisions that directly conflict. So this simply incorporates the statute within our own ordinance to make sure that we are in line with a provision in 1946.2 that says a property can't be subject to both the state law and the local law. So we simply incorporate it by reference and then would make the changes as explained by Ms. Leyland.
And so just to clarify, we can't make changes to AB 1482 until we adopt all of AB 1482, as you said with the red line, and then make our changes ourselves.
Well, it's all being done in the ordinance.
Gotcha. Yeah,
So there's no, aside from adopting, whether it's just the urgency ordinance or just the normal ordinance or both, the adoption of the ordinance incorporates by reference and makes the changes all at once. This is the same manner in which we do it for all the uniform codes. The building code, electrical code, plumbing code, property management code, et cetera. So this was for consistency.
Okay. So all at the same time, we adopt the state law and then we override with our own local.
We make our modifications, yes.
Okay. Thank you. We will go to public comment first. I have Netta Shelton, followed by Harry Tamarian.
Good evening. My name's Netta Shelton. Boy, that was a lot. I've been a landlord and a Burbank resident for over 30 years. I just don't understand how you can just rush through this without more public debate and just vote in it effective today, September 12th, 2023. Just doesn't make any sense to me at all. COVID happened. SB 1482 happened. I have 14 units. I had certain individuals that lost their job, didn't try to stay and not pay the rent, and they moved. We worked out an arrangement. Some had to move immediately. Some gave me 30 days notice, and we worked it out. 3 years now have passed. People who got behind, they got current. That's what happens in life. You take on a responsibility and you follow through with it. So those people who couldn't afford to stay moved on their own. I did not evict them. And those that couldn't afford spoke to me. We made arrangements. They paid me what they could afford to pay me. And guess what? They got either extra jobs or their jobs called them back or they got other jobs, but they wanted to stay in Burbank and contribute, and they got current with me. And that's how I run my business. So I thought, getting used to operating under SB 1482, and then the city of Burbank stepped up and wanted to help further with the HALA provision. I thought we would just move forward and see how that worked out. My cost of business running my housing has really increased in the last 2 years. I've got to come up with $170,000. My rents for the to keep Burbank safe, to reinforce my carports, I've got to come up with $170,000. My tenants aren't going to pay me $170,000 in a short-term basis at all. I have to take a loan for that. Rent control is there, so I work within that. I don't charge my tenants.
Netta, that's your 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
But I think I got my point across.
Harry Tamurian, followed by Max Sherman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Name is Harry Tamurian, and I represent the Burbank Association of Realtors. Councilmember Perez, I think we'll be more than happy. We've got 983 members. We're more than happy to help you out finding a house. Any one of ours, we can do that. Incredible loan programs, we can make it happen. Ask Vice Mayor. The recommendations that staff has provided this evening for the ordinance is overbroad, far and excessive. The Burbank Association of Realtors urges the City Council to reject these ordinances as written and direct staff to create a more direct and tailored ordinance that is fair and equitable to all the residents of Burbank, both the housing providers and the renters. Number one, the proposed ordinance covers all no-fault evictions. This includes substantial remodels and demolitions, but it also includes government mandates and owner move-ins. The only issue that we've had in Burbank is exclusive to the substantial remodel claim. The proposed ordinance is too broad. The ordinance should be tailored, exclusive only to relocations and its fees due to substantial remodels. The second proposal of greater relocation fees is well above and beyond even the city's own HALA program. While the HALA program excludes middle and high income earners from receiving relocation assistance, the proposed ordinance does not provide for any means test whatsoever. That means mom and pop housing providers will bear a greater financial burden even when the city of Burbank sets limits for itself. The ordinance should align with the parameters the city currently has in place with the HALA program. We're not opposed to it. We're just saying you got to take into consideration, you set a limit for yourself, why are these mom and pop owners going to take the burden of it? We agree that housing providers that intend to evict due to substantial remodels should provide the tenants with proof of permits required for the proposed scope of housing. Staff's proposal of marrying the proof of permits with relocation fees is alarming. Staff should write an ordinance tailored only to the requirement of permits for substantial remodel. We were hoping that we would be reached out to during the last meeting, as council directed staff to do. No one reached out to us. We are the premier association in the city, the targeted association that represents renters, homeowners, housing providers. We want to be in this conversation. Let's help each other out. Let's do this together. We've got a wealth of knowledge, 983 members that can sit down and give you guys real life examples. Reject this ordinance, go back, let's write a tailored one, and let's work together on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Max Sherman, followed by Matt Buck.
Figuring out the best way to get here. My name is Max Sherman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. So AGLA, we predominantly represent mom and pop property owners, rental housing providers here in Burbank and throughout Los Angeles County. We urge the City Council to reject the ordinance as currently written and instead delegate the issue to the previously created subcommittee for further review, stakeholder engagement, and recommendations for revisions while continuing the existing successful HALA program, Home Again Los Angeles Rental Assistance Program. First and foremost, The current ordinance being presented covers all no-fault evictions, including owner move-ins, government mandates, and substantial remodels. The only issue that was presented, which was in the case of one building, was exclusively related to substantial remodel. So it's unclear why the proposal to cover is to cover all no-fault evictions. This was not asked for by council and is overly broad. Secondly, the proposed ordinance will provide much higher amounts for relocation fees to be paid and covers a much larger group of renters, including those making middle and high income, that do not need financial assistance. This is well beyond the assistance that City Council considered fair and reasonable when it created HALA and started taking applications just 2 months ago. It's also triple the amount current state law requires. Rental housing providers should not be expected to provide more financial assistance than the city itself is willing to provide. It's very premature after only 2 months of the HALA program being implemented for the City Council to suddenly decide to pull the plug on a successful program at a time when substantial resources remain. This program also provides valuable data to City Council on what is happening on the ground in Burbank regarding substantial remodels and the number of people being impacted. Further, it is vital that the City Council receive detailed input from all stakeholders, including renter and rental housing providers, when creating an ordinance that will impact the entire community. As we already discussed and agreed by council, there was supposed to be a subcommittee headed by council members Perez and Takahashi to review this issue and present recommendations. However, to our knowledge, there has never been a single meeting of the subcommittee, nor has AGLA been reached out to for participation on it by staff, or by staff directly. If the existing council members do not have the time in their schedules for the subcommittee, then we request that other council members be allowed to serve on the subcommittee in their place. Without such collaborative discussions, the City Council will not have a full view of the issue or its potential impacts of all stakeholders involved, nor benefit from recommendations to substantially improve the existing draft ordinance. We look forward to continued engagement with the City Council, the subcommittee, and city staff as the subject of this ordinance is re-examined to ensure any permanent ordinance properly addresses the specific issues identified without being overly broad and unduly harmful to the community rental housing providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Buck, followed by Lynn Worrilo.
Good evening, Matt Buck, California, the California Apartment Association. It's college football season, just had to throw that in there. You got our letter on this. It's part of the public record from the last time. Not going to rehash through all that. But again, I'm bringing up the point. Our understanding was that the 3-month relocation was for substantial remodel only. Owner move-in for no fault is a much different situation. These folks own their house. They have a family situation. They got to move someone in. A lot of times these are single-family homes, and they need to take care of their family. So we would urge you to just go to the state law on this and keep it at 1 month relo for a no fault from the ownership move-in. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Worrilo, followed by Julio Jaramillo.
Oh, there is a timer. Great.
Yeah.
I don't have to time. All right. Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Lynn Marie Warlow, and I am a resident of Burbank for 23 years now. And my parents were here for about 25, 30 years. Before that, they moved here. They had a business here, and they died here. And part of my move here was to get closer to them when they were aged. So I and my adjacent tenants, who have lived there the longest, so our rent reflects that, are in the middle of a 60-day remodel notice, right? And so that's why I'm here. I'm a little off my thing because I've heard a lot of things here that I kind of want to comment, so I might be a little scattered, and I'm just going to jump to a couple things, 2 points that were people are referring to mom and pop. And if I understood it correctly, the definition was in relation to less than 5 or less than 10 units. But I just want to say that my first landlady was a mom left over from the mom and pop. Pop was gone. And it relates to me. When I hear mom and pop, I think people that live in Burbank, that I know, that I give my rent check to, right? I'm not thinking, so in our case, so mom got aged and kids took it over and got management companies, but we have new owners in April. So I wanted to bring up what the woman who called in, who was a property owner, who was talking about balancing, the renters and I'm gonna, oh my God, I'm not gonna get any of this in, but I'll do my best. She was speaking more to the outside investor. So for me, I would make a distinction there when you talk mom and pop, because I'm experiencing the outside investor right now experience. So I would really think about that as the definition, or part of the definition, and not the number of units. And then the other thing is a 3 months location for somebody who's been here 23 years. It's talking about the rent that you're currently paying, which is different than the market rate by a lot, like twice as much in my case. So I am possibly, it's in the realm of possibility, unbelievable to me, that I might join the ranks of the unhoused in 30 days approximately or so, because I cannot afford to live in Burbank at the going rate. Now, of course, I have friends, so I won't be on the street, and that would be for a limited time period, and something would be worked out. But I just want to, okay, I have 10 seconds. I didn't get anywhere, but main point too, like at what cost? At what cost, do we want to disrupt the residents of
Thank you.
Burbank that have been here?
Thank you. Julio Paramilo?
Begrudge any
Followed-
investors or property owners.
Sorry. Thank you. Followed by Alejandra Arciniega.
How you doing? Julio Jaramillo, I'll tell you again for the third time.
That's right.
And I'm sorry I missed the general comment section, but I was watching Colombia play Chile. So I wanted to first comment on that for a minute, but I wanted to remind everybody that, and I hate to say it, but I told you so, that this mayor doesn't care about Burbank or the constituents of Burbank or what happens in Burbank. He came here from Oakland with high aspirations to go to LA, and all of these antics in his Fox interview are telling you who he is. He's a communist. He's a socialist communist. He wants to eliminate our police force, our jails. He wants to bring smash and grab to a Burbank store near you. So you saw it. The curtain has been pulled on the fraud that he is. So I just wanted to say that. But now let's talk about this ordinance. Here again is government trying to do something good. I get it, again, like I told you before, but you're not thinking. You're not thinking. What you're doing is making it worse. So picture this. You have somebody with a single-family home, and your comrades already in Sacramento are putting in the ordinances. You don't need to do more. So they put in an ordinance that says, oh, now I can build 4 units on there. But you're now putting something that says, no, I'm not have no incentive to evict this person and build 4 units and add more inventory to the city, which will and hopefully bring down rents when you have more inventory. You can't do that now because you're making it more expensive to do that. Secondly, you're making it less competitive for any builders to come to Burbank. There's already a California law, and they're saying, well, Altadena doesn't have this, or El Segundo doesn't have this, but now Burbank put this ordinance in and say, do I want to build in Burbank and add more units and add more inventory and potentially bring down the rents? No, I'm going to do it in Altadena and El Segundo because Burbank's just going to knock me out of the and make it more difficult for me to operate. And third, our lovely mayor, when it came to discussing his salary, again, the hypocrisy of our government, it brings up the inflation rate. But when we were talking about the already rent control of California at 8%, and when you want to bring in 5% or maybe 2%, I'm hearing these rent boards come out. That, first of all, that's unconstitutional. That's a taking of a property. And that's going to bring you more lawsuits to our Ms. Palmer that did a great job. All that money is going to be spent on lawsuits because you're putting in ordinances that are not constitutional. There are real property laws. That's what defines democracy, the ownership of property. And whether you can't afford it in Burbank. I couldn't afford it in Burbank, and I rented here, and then I moved to North Hollywood, and I saved some money, and I came back and bought in Burbank. And guess what? Now I've been in Burbank for 48 years, and I love it in Burbank. And you're trying to, once again, destroy it, bring it down to a level of San Francisco, Oakland. Look at the news, see what's happening. Thank you very much. My time is up, and you have a good night.
Thank you. Alejandra Arciniega, followed by Alessandra Valdez.
Hi, good evening, y'all. I'm
I'm happy to be here. I wanted to address a couple things very quickly and then make a few suggestions. So I know we keep talking about 567. We've gotten email alerts. It's being whittled away. So to stick with everyone else's beef pun, there's no meat left on that bone. So substantial remodels, there is no definition in terms of what that is in the proposed ordinance. So I'm going to go with what our attorney has suggested. Items 15 and 16 on the September 12th agenda of the Burbank City Council propose an urgency and permanent just cause protection ordinance that effectively duplicates State Tenant Protection Act protections. Requires permits before demolition, substantial remodel, evictions. 2, increases relocation assistance payments to 3 months rent. The proposed ordinance does not close the rent eviction loophole and is not a universal just cause ordinance as tenants have been demanding, nor does it include rent stabilization. Therefore, the proposed ordinance is insufficient. Here's what we're proposing. Amend items 15 and 16 to fix the rent eviction loophole by removing substantial renovation as a just cause completely. The pros are that it adopts a stronger rent eviction policy tomorrow. It is going to require some changes. It's going to require more policy explanation to city departments potentially, but would still be adopting a weaker permanent and just cause ordinance without rent stabilization. We're going to go with number 2, continue items 15 and 16 to another meeting. I never thought that I would agree with AGLA, but that's a possibility. It allows everyone more time, so I would suggest these 2 things. The other thing is we could propose 15 and 16 as a temporary ordinance as we wait to propose a permanent just cause ordinance. We're still waiting for the second step staff report. It has not been presented. Staff needs to follow the direction that the City Council originally gave them in January to properly agendize a permanent rent stabilization ordinance. We look forward to your support, Ms. Takahashi. We've had lovely conversations with you. We know that the moms and the moms groups are facing a lot of evictions. We also know that you spent substantial amount of time with AGLA. They're counting on you, but they don't live here. We do. Thank you.
Alessandra Valdez, followed by Jose Pimienta.
Good evening, council members. The Burbank Tenants Union has been keeping you all updated on the rent eviction crisis that has been plaguing our city. In between the August 8th study session and now, there have been tenants from 4 different apartment buildings that have been affected by the rent eviction crisis. This will continue to happen until you, the council members, take action on this. From our conversations, I'm especially grateful to hear that Mayor Anthony and Councilmember Takahashi have understood the urgency of this crisis and how we need to act. It's important to close this loophole permanently, and as tenants, we've been speaking with you directly to let you know that this proposed ordinance does not go far enough. It doesn't fully close the loophole, and these exemptions that were mentioned earlier have no way of tracking whether or not property owners own other property in different parts of LA. As a coalition of renters and homeowners in Burbank, we're looking to you to ensure that members of our community, seniors, single parents, families, working class people who all live in the city are not displaced from a rent eviction ever again. We hope that you will follow through on your commitment to standing up for tenants by passing the strongest possible protections tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jose Pimienta, followed by John Fisher.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, everyone here. I want to be very careful with the words that I choose. And the reason for that is because, well, a couple of reasons. One is we have been observing the efforts that everyone is making to, in order to improve the life of the residents of Burbank. And I want to be respectful for that. I want to be grateful for that as well. Also, I want to be careful with the words that I choose because currently there are people facing a 60-day notice to vacate, which means that whatever is happening right now, those people are still, their clock is ticking. But the main reason for that is because as someone who has been showing up, constantly insisting for tenant protections, Once there was a notice that there was going to be an ordinance, personally, I was excited to read it and looking forward to see what was going to go forward. And now I just have to speak with my heart. The ordinance does not go far enough. It just doesn't. It does not close the rent eviction loophole. It only gives it an extra step. The other one is there is the 3 times current rent for relocation. And if you start doing the math on that, it's insufficient for people that are being asked to leave their homes for no fault of their own. I'm going to quote a person who's actually following up next, when he said here that he had to pay $8,000 to move. So even if he were to be given 3 times current rent, if this happens to him in the next 12 months, that won't add up to another $8,000. That means that he's going to be paying for his move out of pocket for no fault of his own. I'm just using that example as other people are facing the same situation. So, yeah, I do want, obviously, tenant protections to improve the lives of the residents of Burbank. But I think that the current ordinance as it stands, it needs amendments or it needs reconsideration. And I say that with a very heavy heart because I know that the people that are watching are demanding immediate action. And here I am asking for a pause. I'm sure that's heavy on a lot of folks. Anyways, with that in mind, thank you for your time. And again, I want to stretch it again. I see the efforts that are being made, and I will keep saying every step forward in this direction is a step that I will take. So with that, I will say to you, thank you for the efforts that you're making. Thank you for continuing to do such works. But I do think that it can be better. With my last 20 seconds, I'll take the bait. For anyone who keeps saying landlord protections, yeah, that's a just cause eviction. That's simple. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. John Fisher, followed by Shant Nurhadian.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for hearing me. I wanted to start by reminding everyone on the dais that it can be easy to assume that this isn't affecting a lot of people because of the number of people that come tonight. It's a very small number of people that are able to speak in person or call in on the phones, which nobody can call for this comment period. But we have jobs. Not everybody is free at 6 o'clock on a Tuesday, at 7 o'clock on a Tuesday. Some people are working and are unable to speak personally. And in the coming weeks, I hope to be able to add the ability to use my voice to speak for them. To borrow a line from an episode of The West Wing, this measure feels a bit like fighting the war on tobacco by banning certain colored matchbooks. 3 months of the current market rate, of the current tenants print, it's better than what we have right now. I'm not going to say it isn't. 3 months of the current market rate would be better still. As we heard tonight from somebody on the landlord side, that this isn't fair. We want to talk about fair? How about if you're paying your rent, you don't get kicked out of your home? That's fair. How about if your apartment is habitable, they can't renovate, no discretionary renovations. If all the people I've heard from tonight that have said, I would never kick out a paying tenant, cool, this doesn't affect you. All we're saying is closing the loophole that you cannot use this law as an excuse to kick out somebody who's been staying in your unit for a long time in order to reset the rent on that unit. If you want to do things right, if you want to do things fair, when that tenant moves out, which you can empower them to move out sooner, that's when you should do it. That's when my current landlord is doing. He has 3 empty units. Cool. Nobody's here. Perfect time to renovate. That's how we should be doing it. That's how we've done it for decades, for generations. This shouldn't be the new normal. The time frame of we can't complete the work within 30 days or safely while you're there, I swung by my old building. They are dragging their feet on that to make sure that it takes the legal amount of time for them to justify kicking us all out. I could have personally demolished those units faster than they were. 3 weeks after my move-out date, my cabinets, my sink, and my wall heater and my air conditioner were the only things removed from my unit. 3 weeks. Same with all the other units. 3 people could have done that job in a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Shant Norhadian, followed by George Garrow.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, members of the City Council, Mr. City Attorney, and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you again tonight. My name is Shant Norhadian. I am a proud resident of Burbank, and I work for a local family-owned housing service provider. I'm here before you tonight to express my opposition to rent stabilization or any form of rent control in the city of Burbank. Having said that, I do think that it's important to have reasonable tenant protections as it relates specifically to no cause or no fault evictions related to a substantial renovation. Having said that, I echo some of the other speakers who spoke before me. I do think that you have a very broad ordinance in front of you that's fairly broad in reach. And in terms of the rental assistance, I do agree with the previous or former speaker who said that there should be a stratification as to a means test for the relocation test that's consistent with what the City Council approved for the renter relocation program, which to your credit was and is successful. So I would think that there would be a commensurate form of income-based test for the tenant to get the relocation assistance. But I agree that there should be some form of reasonable protections for tenants as it relates to no-fault evictions. But my concern more so is that this ordinance is a disguise potentially for a future rent stabilization ordinance, or opening the door to jam a rent stabilization ordinance into the city of Burbank. I think it would be very disingenuous of the city to adopt this ordinance or something related to tenant protections to then use that as a conduit to push rent control, which is not related to tenant protections. So one is a matter of affordability, one is a matter of tenant protections, and I appreciate your consideration and your time, and that's it for me tonight.
Thank you. George Garrow, followed by John Garrow.
Good evening. My name is George. I have a degree in economics. I'm a real estate attorney and actively advising clients on how to comply with AB 1482. All of my clients are in compliance with 1482. I want to talk a little bit about, just very meta here, right, about the community, because as a community we could be integrated or we could be divided. I don't think it's good to be divided. It's better to cooperate than to compete against each other. I think if we cooperate, the housing providers can do just that. They could provide more housing. But right now, the uncertainty is it's chilling the market, I think. And increased regulations may actually undermine our community's housing supply and affordability, because we want more housing. That's a cooperative solution that everybody can agree to. However, by increasing the regulations on housing, are we dissuading people from adding more housing? It's an interesting question, because we have two goals, and those goals may be in conflict. The goal to add more housing and the goal to increase housing regulations undermine each other. So let's look towards a cooperative settlement. In a lawsuit, settlements are very important. Settlement involves both sides not getting everything that they want. Oftentimes settlements feel like it's a compromise, and it is a compromise, and it's a good thing, because there's a social line that sometimes we don't know that we're crossing that line. It was a good analogy earlier, because if we are able to cooperate and unite the community, then we're not creating dissent and division within the community. We're not crossing any lines, but sometimes just because we have the power to do something doesn't mean that we should do it or that it's a good thing to do. So if we exercise, I'm concerned that the council is going to effectively ignore a segment of the community, and that we're not going to have a wholesome, something that we could all agree to. And that would be very powerful, I think, if we could come up here and say what I'm saying about the ordinance tonight, which is that neither side is getting everything that they want, but it's reasonable. And that's why these chambers are not packed right now, because it's something where not both sides think that they're getting everything that they want. So I would like to volunteer to participate in the housing roundtable. We could discuss some solutions. I think Glendale's doing something similar. They have an ad hoc committee that's balanced, and they're coming up with a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, George. John Garrow, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for allowing me to address the issues. Honorable Mayor and City Manager and the Housing Department and City Attorney, and each of you who have lent your time to listen to us individually. While all parties are concerned about housing in general, affordability is a societal issue, not just one segment of the citizenry. So as a proposal, I'm going to raise that we have a voucher system of some sort. A further assistance through a governmental agency, maybe beyond Section 8. For instance, a renovation would take place. The original tenant would be asked to reoccupy the unit, but the difference in rent between what they were paying and the new rent for the remodeled unit could be picked up by a voucher, perhaps. So that's something to consider. Also, the bottom line is to assure that this particular proposed ordinance, if voted, does not materialize into a platform for more restrictions that are citywide and does not serve as a prelude to rent caps other than those set forth in 1482, and also as possibly addressed by SB 567 if passed, and not allow any form of rent board. We support the mediation process through landlord-tenant and with the assistance of City Attorney's Office. We support the interim relocation program. I think it's working, and we should keep that going. We didn't use all the funds, and it's there, and it's appropriated, so that's a consideration. As a side note, the market is presently experiencing soft rent right now. There are a number of vacancies on the market. I could attest to that. And that just causes the market to lower rents and to become more economical. As a last note, I received 2 notices from Chase Bank today that my interest rate was going up from 3.45 to almost 8%, so more than double. And that's on a lot of money. So keep that in mind, because there are a lot of people out there who are now being forced to refinance in today's market, and that is causing a problem. Thank you for allowing me to address you.
Thank you, John. David Donahue, followed by Andre Dionysian.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, and talented staff. My name is David Donahue. I am a homeowner, business owner in this great city of Burbank. I don't know where I want to put this comment in, so I'll just get it off, just kind of rip the Band-Aid off. I was fined at 30,000 feet in the air when I was listening to this initial start of this meeting, and I landed just about an hour ago. And I'm here. And I hate to do this. Mayor Anthony, I respect the way you conduct the council here in chambers. I respectfully say that Burbank as a city is not your theater. It's not your stage. It's not a place for you to practice your politics. We are home. We are where our businesses are. This is where we live. This is where we love. This is where we thrive. And I understand you're trying to make a sincere, I guess, an apology as possible, but please be mindful of that. I also commend Councilmember Takahashi and Perez for their, what I believe are very heartfelt comments to this issue, and I do hope we can get back to the business of conducting city business. I was one of the original people who reached out to the very, I think, dedicated people with the Burbank Tenants Union who are sitting right over my left-hand shoulder. I believe that they are sincere and they have heartfelt concerns, which is the reason they reached out following after the direction of Council Member Mullins and then also through the ad hoc committee of Perez and Takahashi to meet and talk. Because it's my opinion that we, with a few moments, and I'm just talking a few minutes of time sitting down with people like these very educated, very experienced gentlemen who have spoken prior to me. They know things that I believe that would really help give an insight to the Burbank tenant unions and other people. We have not been afforded that opportunity, and I feel that with an ordinance, an urgency ordinance, we are now bypassing the will of the people of this great city by forcing it through without any further deliberation. Because you know how much time I have to debate this or talk about it? It's 3 minutes. That's all I get. That's all we all get. And that is not, you cannot do that to the housing providers of the city of Burbank. It is unfair. Give us an opportunity, have a conversation, and let's kind of all get to the same table. The other one thing that somebody asked me to ask is wanted to say, the utility rates in Burbank just went up about how much? 8%? What does the BTU want to limit rents at? 2%? And again, the very well-meaning people behind me wanted to be 2% as a max cap on rents. That will bankrupt the housing providers in Burbank. Thank you very much for your time and your service.
Thank you. Andre Dionysian, followed by Max Yelby.
Okay. I am by no means an expert in this, and I'm not a stakeholder on either side. I live with my parents for now. That being said, my thinking on this issue has been evolving in real time while everyone has been bringing up very, I think, thoughtful points. But I want to begin by saying I actually urge you guys to pass the urgency ordinance, but not the second one. To act as a Band-Aid and as a stopgap, because to the point of the tenants union, there are some places where it doesn't go far enough. And to the point of the landlords, there are, I think we need to be more careful when defining what is a mom and pop operation. I don't like the idea of it being based on units. I think it should be based on some sort of income calculation, some sort of rent-based calculation, because now we're disincentivizing the development of more units. We're disincentivizing, for example, breaking an R1 if it were upzoned or if circumstances change, taking that and turning it into a duplex. That puts more units on the market. That could be disincentivized. So finding out a different way of calculating that. But in the meanwhile, we've got folks who might be subject to rent evictions that could, it's not perfect, but could be saved by, I don't know how long this urgency ordinance is supposed to last, but for that period of time, that could be the matter of somebody having a place to live and not having a place to live. There's also obviously some discussion to be had, I think, should be had about the 3 times difference. I do see that in some cases it's not enough. I do also see how it can be an unnecessary burden if there is no means assessment. How is a means assessment supposed to be conducted? Whose job is that? Does the city government now have to watch over that? All very complicated things that I think we're not ready yet to put something permanent in place. But I don't think inaction tonight is going to save the people who are, on the edge of their seats with bated breath of, what's going to happen to my situation. So those are my thoughts. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Max Yelby, and that's my last yellow comment card.
distinguished members of the Burbank City Council. Today, I stand before you not just as an individual, but as a voice of numerous concerned Burbank residents united in the face of a pressing issue, renovictions. Being here in this council chamber, I acknowledge the significant power vested in this council, and I implore you to take a resolute action on this pressing matter. We hold the collective power to shape the destiny of our beloved city. It lies within your jurisdiction to craft policies and make decisions that can either safeguard the rights and well-being of our residents or perpetuate a system that leads to homelessness. This responsibility is immense, and it necessitates our approach with unwavering courage and boundless compassion. Renovictions transcend housing policies. They represent a matter of justice, equity, and the very spirit of our community. Beyond the numbers and policy documents, they are real lives, real families, and genuine dreams at stake. It is our shared duty to ensure that these dreams are not crushed beneath the weight of short-term financial interest. I earnestly beseech you, esteemed members of the City Council, to exercise your power judiciously and act with unwavering determination, enhance tenant protections, enact stringent eviction regulations, and explore innovative avenues for property upgrades that do not displace residents. Let us be the architects of transformation, reshaping Burbank into a beacon of housing justice. Furthermore, I urge you to foster dialogue with landlords, appealing to their sense of humanity and commitment to our community. We are all interconnected, and our decisions will reverberate through the future of our city. Together, we can find common ground and chart a course that benefits all residents, including landlords. It is also vital to remember that those residents who have paid their rent on time and have upheld their end of the agreement should not face the threat of eviction. This commitment to timely payment should be recognized and protected. The power to mold the destiny of Burbank rests within the walls of this council chamber. I stand here today with the hope that you will wield this power judiciously, with empathy and with a vision for Burbank, where every resident can thrive and find security within their homes.
Thank you, Max. That's your time. Thank you. All right, that's the last comment card. Does staff want to respond to any of the?
I'd like to go
issues
first.
raised? All right. Mr. City
Maribel
Attorney.
will have more to say. I'm just going to make a couple of clarifications. First of all, this urgency ordinance, unlike a land use interim development standard ordinance, is not temporary. The reason why we have an urgency ordinance and a normal ordinance is kind of belt and suspenders. If the findings of the urgency were to be challenged, council also has a regular ordinance which backstops the urgency ordinance. But because this doesn't apply to land use, it doesn't fall under, it's Government Code 65858, I believe, where normally the interim development standards only apply for 45 days, and we have to make findings to extend it for up to 10 and a half months, and then we can make findings to extend up to a second year, applies to interim development regulations, and this is not that. This is just an urgency ordinance. Under the charter, requires 4/5 votes. So you can adopt one, you could adopt both, but they're also, oftentimes urgency ordinances aren't chaptered, but staff wrote these in parallel, so they're chaptered, it gets codified. Sometimes an urgency ordinance doesn't get codified. But there's really no difference in this case, except one is effective tonight if you adopt it, and the other one takes a second meeting plus 31 days, in which case there could be additional renovation evictions that wouldn't fall under the protections of this new ordinance. Okay, so that's as to the urgency ordinance. Many of the apartment association commenters commented about how the relocation assistance seemed overbroad. In my reading of 1946.2, the relocation assistance is addressed in subsection D1. D1 refers to all no-fault just cause evictions in subdivision 2B. So while I don't disagree that you could make the 3 months relocation assistance more narrow, the current relocation provision in the law applies to all no-fault just cause evictions, which is owner move-ins, going out of business. So if the council narrowed the proposed 3 months to just substantial renovations, the law still applies to owner move-ins, any other no-fault, going out of business, complete demolition. So our provision simply extends the extended relocation to all the categories that the state law already provides. So that's as to that provision. And then just for your reference, our enforcement provision, which Ms. Leland referenced, and that is failure to comply with this ordinance voids the notice to vacate. That's also already in the existing state law. And so we're simply carrying that over. It's the same enforcement mechanism, and we don't have expanded enforcement provisions unless SB 567 is adopted. And while we were in the meeting, I checked the current red line, which was just sent back to the Senate yesterday on the 11th. It proposes the effective date to be April 2024. So if you don't act on this ordinance, the new provisions under 567 wouldn't be effective for more than 6 months. So that's the gap that really, if it gets sent to the governor and if it doesn't get vetoed, it wouldn't be effective, at least according to the current red line, until April 2024.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Leland?
Thank you. Thank you. The city attorney did respond to most of what I was going to say. I did want to add one area related to the comment about the definition of substantial rehabilitation or renovation. As the city attorney mentioned, that the proposed ordinance is referenced AB 1482, and so I just wanted to state that information. So in the law, and I'm pulling that up, that the AB 1482 does actually define substantial renovation, and so it means the replacement of or modification of any structural, electrical, plumbing, or mechanical system, and that requires a permit from a governmental entity, and or the abatement of hazardous materials, including lead-based paint, mold, asbestos, so forth. So I just wanted to correct that or include this information that it is by reference in already defined in AB 1482. Wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Do we have any questions of staff? Based on the presentation or the things that we've heard? I had a follow-up question, just real quick, to something the city attorney was saying. So we copied over AB 1482's provisions for what would be covered by the move-out. Why did staff include owner move-out, going out of business, and all the others?
It's the same provision. We didn't interpret council's direction to only extend the 3 months relocation assistance to only substantial renovations.
Gotcha.
We extended the relocation assistance, whatever it applies to, we extended it across the board to 3 months.
Okay, that was
what the Apartment Owners Association representatives from each of their 3 organizations clarified is that you could limit the relocation assistance, the extension to 3 months, to just substantial renovations. But in fact, the state law applies the 1 month requirement to all no-fault just cause evictions.
So the state doesn't delineate between them. So when we gave direction to extend it, staff just applied it universally.
We
to
just
everything.
extended, however it applies, we extended it to all no-fault just cause evictions.
Okay.
So you could narrow it, and I could provide you a reference if you wanted to, but it's simply an extension of all assistance due today would be due for 3 months rather than just one.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Mine was just a follow-up. Do we have any questions for staff? Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Mullins.
In the, I know it's in the staff report, but if staff can just quickly go over the funds that have been allocated for HALA to spend, how many we have applications we've approved so far, and how many is in the process, and how much money have we paid out so far?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember, for the question. The appropriation for the city renter relocation program was $500,000. In the staff report, there is reference to 9 applications and the dollar amount. I did ask for, as of the writing of the report, I did ask for updated figures, and to date, there are 10 applications approved with $72,130 in financial assistance paid out. There's still an additional 12 applications in process, and there could be even more, maybe if something came in over the weekend since Friday when I got these updated figures. So that is currently what we have. We have 10 approved, 1 application had been denied, 12 in process. So that's what we have so far for the city renter relocation program.
Just to add that, I spoke to Albert Hernandez. After that, 16 applications since then, as of today.
Thank you. I know because the report was written a couple of weeks ago, so I wanted to get an
That's
update.
pending backlog, or that's?
That's pending. So I'll speak from housing provision. So when you're doing something like this type of assistance, you have to wait for the tenant to talk to their new landlord and work that out, and you have to get the contracts, W-2s. So those applications, essentially they qualify, they're approved, but they're waiting for all of that information before they determine how much assistance, because it's based on the deposit they have to pay, right? So how much assistance and how much, and how they're gonna process the check, right? And just as an added point of information, the average is about $6,000 per tenant, about.
Great, thank you. And I think that question is probably going to come up at every meeting because it's going to change every day. So we'll continue asking that for an update. Thank you. I'm just curious, we talked a little bit about the outreach, community outreach. And if we do adopt the urgency ordinance tonight, which would be effective tomorrow morning, how would the staff, and how do we get the word out by tomorrow morning to community members that this is actually in effect, and those individuals who are in the middle of either doing remodel or individuals who may be benefiting from a payout, how would that happen
first,
overnight?
Fortunately, we have many esteemed representatives of the real estate rental market in the audience tonight. So we could use them as ambassadors to get the word out.
I don't know that I'm sorry. With all due respect to everyone sitting here, I think I want to trust our staff before I give it to somebody else. But this is important because as of tomorrow morning, somebody can be in the middle of either going through renovation or move, and the word is not going to be out on the street at 8 o'clock in the morning. And so I'm concerned about the timing and how do we address that to make sure we're not putting somebody in a bind.
Thank you again for the question. I'll start, and I believe Mr. City Attorney may add to this answer. First and foremost, in talking with our Public Information Office, we have discussed a press release. When few years ago when we were doing the eviction moratoriums in the community, those were critical to get the press releases out the first thing the next morning so that the information was out to the community. That is one of the first things, and I know there's a draft already available and ready for the review and depending on the outcome of this evening. So that would be the first thing. And then also we've already drafted and put together the web page, which would be addressed in the press release to go live, should that be the case. And then furthermore, there was already a landlord-tenant commission meeting last night where I announced that this meeting is happening, and we will continue to do the announcements at all avenues, whether it's commission meetings, city council meetings. I mentioned the upcoming workshop with Neighborhood Legal Services, October. I'm getting my dates mixed up, but it would be the 4th, Wednesday the 4th. We are planning that workshop. We had the representative last night. He and I talked afterward, and we would coordinate the information, if so adopted, so that we can keep getting the word out. So to answer the question immediately, my sense would be the press release, and we would go and continue with that continuous outreach.
Thank you. Couple more questions. I know we talked about enforcement, but this is a little bit different. Let's assume a landlord pulled the permits, or the housing provider pulled the permit and to do some renovation, and they have paid out the tenants to move out. What type of enforcement would the city have to make sure that the landlord will follow through on the actual renovation?
In terms of enforcement, as is mentioned in the staff report and also in the presentation, the enforcement is really, if this urgency ordinance is adopted, is for a tenant to utilize the ordinance if it's violated, as a legal defense in court, should an unlawful detainer be issued. So what I want to say is that this ordinance isn't meant to change the regular, normal permitting process. So the regular permitting process for obtaining permits for work, following up with plan check if it's required, following work on the building permit. My understanding in speaking to the building division is that it is available and open for 12 months. As long as they're continuing to do work, it's a valid permit. So if a tenant, should this be adopted, believes that there is no work being done, that would really be utilizing the ordinance as a legal defense in court, and see if the attorney's office or our city attorney would like to add anything to that in terms of the enforcement. But really it goes back to the tenant utilizing this in court.
Yeah, the purpose of the law is not to make sure the landlords complete the work. The purpose of the law is to make sure that the work, that a permit is being done. It increases the threshold to evict a tenant without cause. And so it actually places, right now, the current law as written requires simple intent. And someone can have intent, and then later they can change their mind for any number of valid reasons, but intent is a very low bar. The ordinance that's before you would require that they first have intent, that they manifest that by hiring an architect, drafting plans, paying for plan check and submitting for plan check, doing plan check revisions, and then paying for the issuance of a permit, and then providing the permit, and within 15 days of the notice, providing the permit, the relocation payment, and a written narrative as to the work. And that's an incredibly high burden beyond the statute's word intent. And so the idea that a housing provider would go through all of those steps and pay for the issuance of the permit, their obligation is to provide the assistance, and not necessarily that they follow all the way through to a certificate of compliance or completion of the actual work. That's kind of on them to fulfill their obligation. In fact, their cost of going through the process is probably greater than the cost the building permit process is probably greater than the relocation cost to a tenant.
Thank you. My other question also deals with pulling permits. So if someone, the house provider pulls a permit and gives a notice to the tenant, assuming the tenants refuse to move out and they are staying there in the unit, it can go up to 24 months. I mean, sometimes these situations happen. And the house provider pulled the permit and they still may be in court trying to get the tenant to move out. The question is, how long would the permit be good for? Because I know that there is a limitation to how long the permit can be actually in effect. And would the city extend the permit based on the circumstance of what's happening to the house provider, that they can't get the tenant out, therefore they cannot get the work done? And if they do extend it, will we charge them another fee for the permit, for the renewal of the permit?
I think we're going to be playing a tag team here with the city attorney, so I'm happy to start. If a permit is issued, I'm just going to use the scenario. If a permit is issued, then that permit is in place for 12 months, and there has to be some work that is done with that permit in hand for what it's covered. And as soon as there's some work done, the clock starts again, is my understanding. And then there's another 12 months. So there was something related to one part of the scope. As long as there is progress being made, we've seen developments throughout the community. As long as there's progress being made, then that clock continues, and then that permit is in place. So yes, the building official is authorized to grant extensions, and they can do that. There would be a fee, as the city attorney mentioned. So for a property owner, though, to go through the process of permits, paying for the permits, doing all of that, it would be during their normal course of doing the work that they would require. So it's just something they would do. I do want to mention, if the part of the question of the tenant doesn't move, the landlord could also then at that point file an unlawful detainer, and then both the landlord and the tenant would be in front of a judge to show the ordinance and what has been made, and it would be up to the judge to then see, okay, where are you, landlord, in terms of your progress, or tenant, what are you claiming? And at that point, it would be in a civil matter to move forward.
Yeah, and I'm aware of the rights that they can go to court on either side. I'm just also concerned about timing with the city and issuing a permit and how long it's good for, and would they have to incur additional costs because there's a dispute and they perhaps go into court because the tenant maybe perhaps is not moving out. So I think it's a decision. The city has to take a look at this and see, do we make an exemption for the house providers because we have the ordinance that we put in place for them, that we can make an exemption for them as long as they're pursuing an eviction notice or going to court? Do we just do an extension without charging additional money for their permit? I guess we got the expert getting up here.
Pardon me, I was just informed that the cost for extending the permit is $124. I also have a figure of $145, so between $124 and $145 for an extension.
Yeah? Okay. Any other questions?
One question, when putting this ordinance together, and thank you for putting it together, I know it was a quick turnaround. Did you look at other jurisdictions, or did staff look at other jurisdictions that have these types of ordinances? Just curious. And if so, which ones?
Yes, staff has been reviewing tenant protection ordinances since the direction in January, actually. And so we do have a chart of over 10 ordinances that we looked at. We've also taken note of the cities that the vice mayor noted during the August meeting. So as I mentioned during the presentation, we don't have that complete information yet for this portion of it, and the two specifically this ordinance is modeled after is Claremont and the city of Alhambra, and that's what these two ordinances were modeled after for the substantial rehabilitation renovation, and then also for the 3 months relocation.
Thank you. And then I have one more quick question. Going to the chart of the mom and pop landlord info, I think that's slide 5. I'm curious, when we're looking at this, right, we talked about properties with 10 or less multifamily units. When we look at this, are we considering a mom and pop landlord if they have 1 5-unit property, or are we saying if you are a landlord that has 3 5-unit properties, you're still considered under that 5? I'm just trying to understand how this relates to folks that have several buildings.
So I'd like to take a first cut, and that is that it would be very difficult for staff to track ownership of properties because many times properties are held in limited liability entities, limited liability companies. It's not unusual. There's nothing nefarious about it, but families are counseled by their estate planners to separate their assets so that if a property goes bankrupt, that it doesn't tank the entire family farm, right? So there may be some properties that look like they're owned by Jane and John Doe, and it might just be the address of the property, LLC or LLP. But there could be a corporation that has an LLC for 12 different properties. And the amount of work to go in and track that would be very difficult. Now, we can probably generalize that our housing providers that own 3 and 4 unit properties are not the same ones that own 250 unit buildings. They operate at a different level. So our purpose here was to kind of give property thresholds, but not try to get at the question of aggregation, because even well-meaning, it would be difficult to get at that information, and it could easily be hidden. Or there could be 2 brothers, the Andersons, are in a partnership on this property, but the husband and wife are in partnership on this property, and the wife and her sister are in partnership on this property, and they may all be 3-unit properties, and they may still be below a 10-unit threshold. And so it's just the nature of what the state allows people in business to do to basically limit their exposure to single properties, the assets and liabilities of a single property to kind of be contained. It makes it very difficult for us to give you the expectation that we could really enforce at that level.
Thank you for that. And that is to answer Andre's question, and also to kind of highlight exactly what I thought was going to be the answer, which is it is very hard to tell what is a mom and pop landlord. So those are all my questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was a comment earlier, and it was made, I believe, by Mr. Giroux in regards to vouchers, and I don't know that we addressed that question, where he indicated perhaps a subsidy of vouchers can be paid to the tenants.
The question regarding the voucher option, I'm going to answer that with the information for the Section 8 program. The Section 8 program, we currently have about 800, 900 vouchers that we have in the community, and the budget for that is $11.5 million. So a voucher program is very expensive, and those funds come from the federal government. So all that to say, I'm not sure or clear from the comments where the funding for that would come from. It's very expensive. We're currently right now going through the fair market rents that were published by HUD just this month, because they could become effective October 1st, and our subsidy levels are going to be increasing for residents, which is good news because it is very expensive in Burbank. So all that to say, it is a very expensive program to fund any sort of voucher program, and just not clear where the funding source would be for that.
And I would just add, she doesn't just mean the federal money, but the labor-intensive process of validation and recertification and housing unit inspection. It's a whole big thing.
Thank you. I think it's my last question for now. I know the couple of the speakers, maybe three of the speakers, we talked about the formation of the committee and asking to have everyone sitting at the table and having a discussion to come up with a plan that would be proposed to council. I heard that from the tenants union. I heard it from Aguila and from the Burbank realtors. Has staff put together any plan to have the meeting?
No. Well, so there were 3 items of direction. My understanding was 2 were for staff and 1 was council for council. So staff took the direction to bring back this ordinance on these 2 items, and we dropped the mom and pop issue in there because if we were going to require an obligation of the housing providers, this would be the opportunity to put in a mom and pop exception if you wanted one. So that was just kind of a logical thing. The second direction we had was to bring back a fully developed second step, meeting the requirements of council's motion on January 31st, that was not every city in the state, but specific to about a half dozen cities that council enumerated between a couple of you. The third item was for council to convene a community-type meeting with housing providers and tenants, and I don't know how much structure there was to that, but some of that might have been left up in the air.
I can answer that. So we are, and I know we have an email sitting there. We're trying to schedule a date to meet with staff and do our due diligence because, you know, we want to make sure this is a committee that staff will still have to post, will still have to attend, will still have to round around, right? So we want to make sure it's something that's feasible for them and feasible for us. And my understanding was really that the focus of that was to handle part 2, which is the potential rent stabilization, tenant protections, all of those issues that are much larger. And I would love to continue hearing from both landlords and tenants on. This is an urgency ordinance focusing on you know, this piece, which we all voted 5-0 to talk about because it's very different. This is one subset versus that is a much larger discussion, which Councilmember Takahashi and I are prepping for and want to make sure happens as seamlessly as possible.
Thank you. I think my question relates to what I heard tonight, and I believe it's because of the proposal before us to have the 3 months rent stabilization, where when we made, if I recall correctly, and when we decided to have staff come back with an urgency ordinance to fill in the loophole or that it currently exists in SB 567 and it does not exist in 1482, which is a eviction that we need to have something on the books that would address having to take a permit. And I honestly was not anticipating that we're going to get the 3-month subsidy included in this ordinance to pass tonight. What I understood is that for you guys, for council and the committee, whoever is going to be put together, to sit down and talk about what is, after we secure the permit process and complete whatever the loophole was missing in 1482, that we would then discuss the subsidy, because we do have the city funding that we set aside for assisting the tenants who are in need before they get, giving the notice. At least they can turn into HALA and apply for assistance.
Okay,
So
I
that's,
see. I see where your confusion is. Okay, so basically, like AB 1482, right? When it talks about, and why staff put this together, right, is because, and I understand why they went that direction. When you're talking about evictions that are these renovictions or these, intent to remodel, that was coupled with with folks saying close the loophole, right? So to close the loophole, you would need, of course, the permit process that we talked about, but also to ensure that folks, the whole point of closing it is that folks are not ending up on the street with nothing, right? So that's why that's coupled there. I was also confused when you were about whether or not, and I think the mayor was as well, about whether or not this applied to all just cause evictions. So I understand why that discrepancy happened, right? But these two, essentially, if we want to close the loophole, and I think we can all agree, like it's going to involve both having the permit process discussion, coupled obviously with having the relocation assistance, because otherwise you're not closing anything.
Well, it wasn't more confusion on my part. It's more of what made sense at the time, that we're closing the loophole as far as allowing the landlords to go through a process where they take a permit, and then making sure that what I heard earlier back in January from the tenants that did come into the council meeting, and they said, we're being thrown out on the street, they're not taking a permit, they're just having a slap of paint on the wall. And we wanted to make sure that if a landlord is going to give a notice to a tenant that they are doing a work, that they have a permit, that they're doing substantial remodel, to ensure that no one's just getting the tenant out to put a slap of paint on the wall. So that is definitely what we needed to do, and we needed to act fast on. But the funding that we have currently, that we allocated, that $500,000, was the assistance for the tenants in order for them to go and obtain or get another apartment somewhere else in the event that they get a notice to move out. So I was hoping, with the discussion that we were going to have with the committee or the group of different organizations, that we can come up with a solution to how do we address the funding, because our funding is going to be limited time. It's not forever. It's not going to be ongoing. We all agreed that this is temporary. But I think it's important to have everyone at the table talk about what type of funding, how much do we pay? I mean, I heard, just from everyone tonight, plus our meetings and the emails we received, there seemed to be not happy solution from any of the organizations. There's something missing in there. So I was hoping that hopefully everyone sits at the table, talk about, is it 3 months of current rent? Is it 2 months of market value? And this is where we come in and make just have a discussion and then vote on it. So that was just to clarify the intent of having that committee put together, plus anything else that's in the future that council had discussed in the meeting back in January.
I hear you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. And I say confusion because my understanding was the other way. But the other piece with that is definitely, no matter what we do, I want to be clear. Like if we're doing a just cause ordinance, it has to involve both the permit process to clarify that and the funding piece, because otherwise that just doesn't work like by itself. So you have to discuss both essentially at the same time, or else it doesn't really make a lot of sense, or else you're playing a lot of piecemeal.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a follow-up question about that. So under the new ordinance, would the, once the permit is pulled and it's established that that is a significant renovation, and the notice is given to the tenant, is it the same 60-day window as it is now? Would that be the length of time that they would have to relocate or to move out as it is now?
Yes.
That wouldn't change, right? Okay. So it's still the same amount of time, right? Yeah. And so I think that's why I wanted to ask that, because it's a short amount of time to have to get all your ducks in a row to find a new place. And so that to your point, is that the assistance is partly because of the potential difference between what they're paying now and what they're going to pay, but also because of the very short notice in order to move. So I think that's important to recognize.
If I could say one thing, I agree with you, Councilmember Mullins. It seems
That's the first. Thank you.
All right, we're done tonight. All right.
You've done a good job. You've done a
You guys are funny. No, that's fine. That's fine.
I feel like I just saw Haley's comment. Dang.
That was not on the bingo chart for today.
Don't mention bingo, please.
Too soon.
Please let him agree with me.
I agree with you. It does feel separate from this. However, I will say there was a discussion when we originally set aside the $500,000 to do the tenant relocations, that was temporary. And I think that was supposed to bridge us to a point when we could talk about the relocation assistance. And so for staff to bring it back now, although it seems separate, I think there's an opportunity to not have to rely on the $500,000 anymore, to do away with that program as was laid out. September 12th is the cutoff. And so that way we're replacing that program with this, and then that way we're not sort of chasing our tails, so to speak, on that. So I think that was a component of why it's here tonight. So. Mm-hmm.
Follow-up question for that, please. So far we've discussed two potential ways to bridge that gap, which is one is 3 months of current rent, or the 1 month, which is where it's at now. Have any cities done a flat amount so that every tenant who moves is the same amount based on whatever? And so that's your typical amount to move, and then that way when the landlords are doing this renovation, they know exactly how much that they're going to be required to pay, rather than a variable rate based on what they're paying.
So to clarify, the relocation amount, do some cities do a flat amount? The information in the research that we've done so far is they do vary. Some ordinances, just cause eviction ordinances for relocation, specifically for this, they'll do it on income, they'll do it 3 months current rent. It really does vary. There's even an exception for the smaller landlords to pay less in relocation. So they do vary. We, as staff, when looking at this, we did consider and take into account AB 1482 and utilize that states utilizing the current rent for the tenant, and then increasing that to 3 months.
Yeah.
But I would say that the housing providers would absolutely know what their rent rolls are and what each unit, they would be the most knowledgeable person to calculate it, rather than calling our staff to figure out what the market rent is, or is it the federal HUD rent?
Right. I see your point. Yeah. At the same time, one of the concerns is that what you're going to be facing is a different situation amount of payout, depending on whether they're at market rate or whether they've been paying a lower amount, right? And there's a concern about having to pay a lot more if it's a market rate tenant. But if there's a flat rate, and you mentioned it was $6,000 on average that people were being given through the HALA program?
On average, that was kind of their average. And I have to say, personally, that's what I'm seeing too on the City of LA side. I have seen some higher, but remember, it really depends on what they're currently paying and what their deposit looks like.
Right.
But isn't the HALA amount an income-based threshold? So it varies even more. This is a simple current rent versus a different payment standard depending upon income.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So can I follow up to that? That brings up an interesting question for me. Ms. Leland, or actually staff, can you pull up the slide number 9? Because we talk about the HALA program.
And just to add a note, income verification is oftentimes one of the most burdensome phases of the process. Maribel, well, we won't ask her to do this because it would be painful, but the process they go through to certify people's income is sometimes the most complicated, confusing process and subject to a lot of manipulation.
On slide 9, we talk about the interim rental relocation program that we currently have. And 1, 2, 3, the fourth one down says 2 times the median rent for moderate income households. Does that mean the median rent for moderate income households, or moderate income households receive 2 times the median rent?
The latter. Moderate income households will receive the 2 times the current median rent. So in this current proposal, in this current program, Home Again LA does have to research the current median rent in Burbank.
Okay.
And they have that established. And if somebody is a moderate income household based on their documentation and the eligibility review, as the city attorney was mentioning, then they get 2 times the current city median rents. And then the extremely low, very low, and low get 3 times.
So the process of doing that research for HALA, is that more burdensome or less burdensome than income verification?
It's essentially the same. It's very similar. So they've got to look at current median rents, do that research. What is the current median rent in Burbank as of September 2023?
Okay.
And then they have to receive. It's a little bit of a process to get income information receive the information, review it, and determine income eligibility.
Oh.
So all the different applications and process, you're right, it's 2 parts.
I see. So, all right. So separating the 2 parts, though, the first part of determining the median rent, that's a high threshold to do it, but once you've got it, how long does that number last for you?
They base it on the application, their eligibility application date. So once they were approved, that they know they're eligible, they're looking at the current median rent at that point. So that way.
So they change it for every application at a point in time.
Yes, it changes for every application. So they have to confirm if it's still the current median rent. So
Okay.
it is very administrative and intensive work.
Is there, I guess I'm just speculating, if we were to do a median rent system, we wouldn't have to do it at a point in time. We could just simply set a quarterly search or a yearly.
But that's the
median
easier
rent.
side, the income verification.
I'm saying
Yeah.
if we were to just do, so here's the thing. Can you show me the next slide? Page 10. So this says owner to provide relocation assistance 3 months of the tenant's rent, the current rent that we were talking about. This doesn't say anything about income verification. So for me, what HALA does, the easier of those 2 lifts is determining the median rent and simply not having to redo it with every application, but finding a point in time, say every quarter or every year or whatever, and set it at that rate. And then that way, anything that comes after is applied. It's a big ask when you do the original research, but once it's set, you're set for however long, and you don't have to redo it like HALA's doing. I would recommend they change their model, save them some time, but that's on their own.
Well, there's a reason, because you're not giving assistance to people who are above moderate income.
Right.
So
exactly.
the state law does.
Right.
The city doesn't.
Yeah.
So there's a whole group of people who make more than median, but nevertheless still have a housing affordability problem.
Yeah.
And so that's why you have these different brackets. We couldn't fund everybody.
No, I know,
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, so for me, I think if we were to change the 3 months of tenant's rent to 3 months of the median rent, we could create a system where we set that median rent at a point in time and we don't have to redo it all the time. We could say the median rent for a given year or a given quarter. That would, I think, satisfy the inequality of someone who has a small tenant rent versus someone who has a big tenant rent,
And I think it would average it out and equalize it by doing median rent, but not the way HALA does it with every new application. We just find a point in time, we set it, and it lasts a year. And that's the median rent for the year or so.
Well, but also HALA determines, beside the median rent, they also look at your income,
Right.
where the proposal here, no matter how much money you make, if you make $300,000, you're going to get 3 months of your current rent that you're paying. So there's a lot of people that have been turned down because of their income,
Right.
and they weren't able to receive any assistance.
Right.
So I think they go hand in hand, because that's how the structure was from what we directed HALA based on our housing.
Right.
I think you use the model of HUD, of what we do would you determine with Section 8, correct?
There's potential for this to be regressive. So all your smaller mom and pops who currently collect less, like they've had tenants for 25 years, and they have tenants with 2-bedroom units that pay $1,600, maybe $1,200. In fact, some of our people paid even less. And they're going to have to pay 3 months at the median rent versus buildings that are above market only have to pay median rent.
Sorry, go ahead.
I understand your point, but however, if they do major renovations and bring it back up to market rate, then they'll be above the median rent, and so they'll be at market rate rent, and so then they'll recover their costs afterwards. So, yeah, I see what
I'm
you're
only
saying.
pretending to be an economist
Okay.
anyway,
And then
so
also,
I'm only licensed with the state bar.
Also, if we have, if I see your point, but if we have it at the current rate of rent, there still might be a gap between what the tenant is receiving and what they need to pay to get into a new apartment. And that's still a gap that would be, what do we do with that gap? And that's what the gap we're trying to fill with the HALA program. And so if we take away the HALA program and we have the landlord pay the current amount of rate for rent, there's still going to be a gap that the tenant may not be able to find housing. So there's some way, shape, or form, in my opinion, there needs to be some way for those tenants who are lower income to be able to recover those costs in between to be able to find a new place.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but don't a number of cities have a lower payout based on the size of the unit? If it's a mom and pop, they pay less anyways.
Yes, Mayor, there are different scenarios. So some ordinances, if it's a property with mom and pop, less, number of units, they pay less or don't pay the relocation at all. And then there's other scenarios where income eligible households, in addition to the current rent, then have an additional amount that could be utilized or added on top of.
See, I'd be comfortable going to a median rent system if we had some sort of discount for the mom and pops. Like we did, yeah, it's a little complicated, but.
Well, the city attorney or staff, they have language in here for exemption that I think council, we can seriously take a look at what we do with the exemption with either exempt the mom and pop with 10 units or less per lot, because again, it varies if somebody has 2 different lots or parcels. We can definitely have a discussion to use the language that's on page 5 in the staff report, one of the reports, I think it's the urgency ordinance, and exempt the mom and pop, because those are the ones that will be definitely having a much more difficulties paying out for the relocation subsidies.
Let me speak to something I know. Procedurally, you could adopt the urgency ordinance tonight, and it's effective immediately. When you adopt if you introduce the regular ordinance tonight, it is not effective until 31 days after introduction, and the charter gives you the flexibility to modify the ordinance introduced, provided it maintains its original scope and purpose, which is very broad. So you could adopt the urgency ordinance, you could introduce the regular ordinance and give us direction to to refine whether it's an exemption, whether it's a payout standard, and bring it back with the ordinance to be adopted.
On the second reading.
And that adoption will supersede the urgency ordinance because they're all the same sections. So we would essentially be replacing the urgency language with the final adopted of the regular ordinance.
In 31 days.
So you have the ability to actually take two actions, and your second action on the introduced ordinance will then correct or refine whatever payment standard you want. So procedurally, you can do two things, and the adoption ordinance, it doesn't have to be just a week later. It could be several weeks later. It just delays the effective date, but that essentially refines your standard. You don't create an inconsistency that way.
That's a really good point, and I was going to ask too about how long would it take? Let's say tomorrow a landlord files for a permit to do a major significant renovation. How long would it take for them to get that permit and then serve the notice? Because if that's a few months out, then that means that the second portion with the relocation fees wouldn't even take effect until at least several months after we apply this ordinance. The first rollout of that wouldn't even happen until the first permits get fully applied for and given. So that also means that we have some time to adjust this before that part of it would be applied, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had a question?
Yeah, just one procedural question to back up there, Mr. City Attorney. One of our commenters had asked or had suggested that another option would just be to pass an urgency ordinance and I guess put a pause on a regular ordinance. It sounds like what you're proposing is sort of a different way of tackling it, except it keeps that process moving forward. Can you speak to the merits of one option versus the other?
So to the extent you have a question about what the actual payment standard should be, adopting the urgency ordinance changes the rules tonight so that tomorrow, and I understand Councilmember Mullins' concern over outreach. However, with any law, there needs to be an effective date. And as we've seen with, for instance, our last 9 months with elections, there's still people showing up saying this is brand new to them. And we've got purple signs all over town. So there will be some people that this does surprise, regardless of how thorough our outreach is. But the law would change tonight with the urgency ordinance. If all you do is the urgency ordinance and you're happy with it, that'll be the ordinance in effect. Depending upon how complicated the step 2 gets with the number of options available and council's direction to pick options, but also the community outreach and kind of the mediation or collaboration between the housing providers and the tenants, that process could take some time. So the merit to adopting an urgency ordinance, which changes the rules tonight and potentially stops unsubstantiated substantial renovations because there's no permits. We don't actually know what the work is. And if you're not all on the same page on the payment standard, the introducing the regular ordinance and fixing it up on cleanup with adoption, it keeps this, it gives you the ability to true up the process without bogging it down in that whole second step with the collaborative meeting. Like you're kind of keeping these two together. Normally we would bring the adoption ordinance at your immediate next meeting, which would be the 26th. But depending upon the direction you give us, we could take till the 3rd of October to make sure that we bring the right information, and hopefully all of it's there so that you could make 1 or 2 decisions, adopt the ordinance, and it's done, and you've at least maybe satisfied for a trial period with the stopping substantial renovations without permits and requiring a 3-month payment standard, and it's not getting caught up in I don't know what the outreach process and the collaboration process is going to be. And it is still going to take us time to bring back this comprehensive second step. We have been, we just made, and I still had some cleanups to tonight's ordinances. This was a rush to get these items to you, and we kind of tagged on the mom and pop that you didn't ask about because we thought if you wanted to, it would be good to put it in before we make them pay.
Thank you.
So the second step is probably going to take a while.
Yeah.
I think, so thank you for that explanation. It's a little complicated, but I see what you're trying to get us to get to. So I think one of the questions I want to ask my colleagues, I really, back in January when, again, I keep on going back to that time, I never really heard from the tenants that they were having issues being evicted because the landlords were moving into their own units. So I would like to see, I know that staff took, no fault evictions and kind of combined everything together, but tonight I'm hearing, is it necessary to combine the renovation and the landlord, they own the property and they have the right to their property? Do we need to separate those two from each other and focus only on the eviction for renovation, because that seemed to be what the problem that has been occurring in the past and continue to occur. So I want to throw this out there for discussion and council to maybe perhaps we can alter the language if the city attorney says it's okay, including also the exemption for the mom and pop with the 10 units or less. I want to throw that out there to see what kind of directions we want to give the city attorney.
So the first thing about I'll say this, about the different types of eviction. I worked as a property manager for a number of years. If there was one type of eviction that was much cheaper than the other type of eviction, you're going to see a lot more of those evictions. Second to that, when a tenant is being evicted and they're trying to move to a new location, the new landlord is not going to lower their rent or security deposit based on the reason they got evicted. So if someone is being evicted, it shouldn't matter the reason, because they're still in the process of finding a new place to live. And so I don't think that would be equitable to have different payments. I'm more than comfortable having different payments based on the size of the unit. If we want to do mom and pops at a lower rate, I think that is totally equitable. But when you get to the point where, this version or that version, when you apply for a new rental apartment, they don't say, well, hey, why were you evicted at the last place? Oh, I'll give you a break on rent. Like it doesn't work. And so I don't know. I feel like, the state, when they passed their ordinance, all the evictions had the exact same payment. I think we're playing with fire if we start to mess with that formula, but I think there is a different formula we can work with, especially with your second point about the mom and pops. I think there's an opportunity to find a different payment system for smaller landlords.
I see what you're saying. I'm not talking about the tenant actually looking for a different apartment, that they're going to get a break because they were evicted for a different circumstance. I'm saying that if there is a house provider that is in need to move into their unit, which again, under 1482, there's really specific, you have to move in there for a year, and you can take them to court if they don't move in there. So there is a lot of restriction, and we do have to follow 1482. I'm saying that we need to focus on really what was the cause of us having this conversation to begin with, and to give that total attention and protection, because we really never heard or had any issues hearing from the tenants that we're being evicted because my house provider wants to move into the unit. I just don't want to be punishing the house providers if they have a unit and, let's say, your son, your daughter, your mom wants to move in there because they're having difficulties themselves, that now they have to bear the burden of paying out. And I understand it's difficult on both sides. There's no preference one or the other. I'm saying that there's a difference between somebody that is moving a tenant out because they renovate, they're going to get more money, they're going to remodel their unit, they're doing something different, versus somebody is giving that house to their mom, their dad, their son. And it has to be immediate family, because very specific language. They can't give it to their cousin or aunt. I mean, it has to be immediate family.
I'm actually going to make this more complicated now and agree with, I mean, when has this been simple? I'm going to agree with that part that Councilmember Mullins mentioned. I was, and when I mentioned confusion earlier, I was caught off guard because I thought we were talking just about renovictions. So we've seen renovictions. We are seeing that. You all know I'm very involved in this field. We're a target for flippers, what I would like to call apartment flippers. We've heard from our constituents every time. We heard from a new constituent today who mentioned that her apartment unit or her complex was purchased by somebody who came clearly with the intent of doing that. So I think I agree with you. We need to focus on this renoviction piece. It's very important. And I am also a little hesitant about the idea of taking away somebody's power to move themselves in or their parents into their property. I think that might fall a little beyond us. I disagree with you on the mom and pop piece, because our staff today told us very clearly that they can't define that to a T. And I would stake a lot on saying that our mom and pops, our real mom and pops, like some of the folks that are sitting here in this room, are not thinking about renovicting. They don't have the means to do a renoviction. My landlord laughed when I told him about that, because it's not, he doesn't have the money. He said, please don't leave. If you left, it would cost me money, right? So our true mom and pops don't have the, quite frankly, almost millions that it would cost at this point to take a building, remodel it, gut it, and then sell it at 3 times the market rate. So, and I know there's a lot of misinformation out there. I know a lot of folks, and this breaks my heart, are coming to us saying things like, please don't allow, these 3 months for a tenant that's not paying rent. That's not happening. This is a very specific case. This is a very specific loophole. And I'm happy to talk about rent stabilization, all of those things down the road, like we've mentioned, and have a much more robust conversation. But this is to close something that is happening to us. And I just want to add one more tidbit, and then I'll get off my pulpit. I know you have something to say. I've been watching this very closely. And one of my fears, and I just want to put this in all of your heads, is in watching the renoviction piece that's happening, the folks that are doing it are folks that are purchasing, not our mom and pops. So when they purchase and they renovate, a lot of times, and one of Mr. Harami, I believe, brought this up. He said they can purchase and add units and renovate. And remember, we have a lot of state bills that allow for that to happen. So my fear here is if we don't close this renoviction loophole, we're also not protecting our mom and pops, because we are leaving the door open for buyers to come in, upend these properties, and then essentially tear down neighborhoods. And listen, I understand the intent of the state laws was to create housing. And today I went to look at it just to make sure I was not disagreeing with this. The state laws, the intent of the author was to develop housing stock and keep people housed. It's in there. So I think in the ways that the city and that we have seen SB 35 and all of these state legislation patterns be used is to develop projects like Front Street, like Fry's, right? Large commercial developments that are multi-use, that are really what we're looking for here. When I read that, I realized the author's intent is not to take away existing housing, which this does, and displace people. So my fear is, are we leaving a door open by not fully closing this loophole that displaces tenants and maybe creates a few more units? What are we doing? And also puts our mom and pops at risk, because they are targets for buyers. who now want to take that piece of property and flip it. So that's my 2 cents on that. And I've been thinking about that very deeply and in looking at who's interested in this ordinance and why.
All right.
Could you rephrase real quick what the two, so for the, just like narrowing it to just the
eviction for renovation?
For renovations,
okay,
yeah.
And leave out the part that deals with the house providers moving into their units under the law of 1482, the language that currently provides only specific immediate family, and everything else that stands under 1482.
So there's 4 provisions.
Right, so the two,
Okay,
it's what about demolition? Was demolition
Yeah,
part of
give
it
us,
too? or-
Mr. City Attorney, give us the 4 provisions for eviction.
So the first one, so the subsection, this is B2. So I give the state code reference because that's what's in the law now. It's Civil Code Section 1946.2, subsection B2. It's the provision on no fault just cause, which includes any of the following. So we're talking about, to Councilmember Perez's, we're not talking about fault, failure to pay rent. We're talking about no fault just cause can be 4 things. It can be intent to occupy, so 2A is intent to occupy the residential property by the owner or their spouse, domestic partner, children, grandchildren, parents, or grandparents. So that's the one that Councilmember Mullins is talking about. The second one, B, is withdraw of the residential real property from the rental market.
That's Ellis Act. Yeah. Okay.
But there's no criteria, not any purpose, just intent to withdraw it from the rental market. C is basically a government order necessitating the vacating of the property, which could be broad. So C1 is an order issued by a government agency or court relating to habitability that necessitates vacating the residential property. Now, the habitability problem could be the housing provider's habitability problem, or it could be the tenant's habitability problem. There's a subsection that says, if it is determined by any government agency or court that the tenant is at fault for the condition or conditions triggering the order or need to vacate under clause 1, the tenant shall not be entitled to relocation assistance as outlined. So that's where the court or government agency is looking at it, and how they determine fault kind of depends. We've had some kind of hoarder issues here. I don't know that we've seen them a lot with tenants, but we've seen them with like the heirs of people who have passed away that may have mental health issues. Okay. 2, so C2, so this is still government orders, an order issued by a government agency or court to vacate the residential real property. Just an order to vacate, not necessarily habitability. Now, that could be a condemnation action, in which case the government's responsible for the relocation. Not, if we were to do it, we buy all the consequences of taking somebody out of business. Not only their relocation and their loss investment, but also the tenants and relocation and their statutory requirements for relocation. So that's one possibility of this C2, is an order issued by a government agency to vacate the residential property. 3 is a local ordinance that necessitates the vacating of residential property. Again, that is not the fault of the landlord. It's this body, only this body, in this 17 square miles, adopting an ordinance that somehow necessitates the vacating of residential property. That hasn't happened in my 18 years of being here. It'd be hard to speculate, but it clearly, one thing it wouldn't be, is the housing provider's fault if this council were to adopt an ordinance. So I could see where C2 and 3 are really probably not possibly the housing provider's responsibility, and C1, if it relates to habitability, that could cut 2 ways. If it is the tenant's fault, there's already a carve-out under C2 that says if the government agency or court determine that the tenant's at fault, then no relocation assistance. So that one is a little more complicated. And then D is the intent to demolish or substantially remodel the property. That's the one that we're talking about.
So I'll put this back to Councilmember Mullins. We have, so four causes, 4 just cause evictions. Currently before us, we have a proposal to add 3 months relocation to all 4. Would you like to make a motion to change that, or?
Wait. Okay, you lost me somewhere.
So right now, what we're talking, we're sort
Point
of.
of order, Mr. Mayor.
We're sort of talking
I thought we were
about-
still technically in questioning.
Oh, I guess we
Before
are in
deliberation.
questioning. We've moved way past that. All right, let's put a pin in that, because I'm going to ask you later, because I'd like to tackle that. Do we have any other questions about specific stuff? Yeah? All right, go for it. Okay. No, that's fine, that's fine.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Sure. It's just one thing. Okay. It's just one thing. It's going to take an hour. Okay, so I do have one question about the definition of substantial renovation. And I know that you read it to us from AB 1482. The first question is it possible for us to, even though it is incorporated in that state legislation, to flesh it out and write it actually in our ordinance, so that when local folks read it, they don't have to go then refer to 1482 to see what substantial renovation is? Is that a possibility to add that in, just to kind of be redundant, so that it's really clear what a substantial renovation is?
So my only concern about that is we're incorporating the law by reference, except as we modify it,
Okay.
as it may be amended from time to time. And so if that definition changes, we end up having this departure in our definition from the state's definition.
Right, okay.
And there's currently a bill that is looking to modify.
Oh, I see. Got it.
And it's a fairly comprehensive definition. My only problem with it is intent.
Yeah.
Or the primary. The structural problem is intent is not a permit. There's a big difference, as I indicated, the steps of intent versus the steps of actually pulling a permit in hand.
Okay.
To your point, Councilmember Takahashi, I think that becomes an issue of like when we're doing any kind of outreach, we should definitely include what that means so that like landlords know exactly what we're talking about, and that should be posted in.
Yeah, okay, so that serves the same purpose, with a different way to do it, okay. And so part 2 of the question about substantial renovations is that one of the I don't know if it's a concern or just thinking about this, that if a landlord provides a list of the renovations they want to do, and they say, this is going to take a month, you can't be here because this is all going to happen, how do we know that is actually something that requires someone to be outside of their home and versus just a list of a lot of things that need to get done? So here's an example. So my youngest is in an apartment right now, and they're doing several different upgrades to the apartment. And while the youngest is living there, they are doing the upgrades. And there may be hours here and there where they need to leave in order to do something, but they don't need to be out of the house for an entire month. They just do them incrementally. But if you took it at the whole totality of what they're doing for this apartment, one could say it's a substantial renovation because there's a lot going on. So I guess I just want to make sure that when we say substantial renovation, it's actually something that requires people to be outside of their home and not just a long list of things that need to be done that really could be done incrementally. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so our ordinance says that the tenant has been provided with a written detailed account of the scope of work and why the work cannot be reasonably accomplished in a safe manner. That's going to be subject. If the tenant doesn't want to move, it will be a judge interpreting written detailed account why the work cannot reasonably accomplished in a safe manner. And that's subject to scrutiny, and so.
In a safe manner with the tenant still in residence. Is that included in there?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So if it's asbestos or lead-based paint and they have a permit from the Department of Toxic Substances or the fire department or whatever, but I don't know in one apartment that would take 30 days, but it could be that they're doing the entire building. It could be that every painted surface is problematic, or they're replacing windows and they're disturbing the contaminated. In any event, they would list that, and it would be subject to judicial review.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm up. Let's go.
Following up on that, now I might be mistaken, but have any jurisdictions, this might be part of the second step report, have any jurisdictions gone the step further? Because right now, property owner can say, I need to do these substantial renovations. And I would say sort of a subjective test, right? If they make the declaration, I mean, in theory, it could go to court, it could be reviewed later, but really there isn't a check in real time on it. Have any other jurisdictions looked at some sort of like double check by building and safety? I mean, is that something we've looked at?
Well, currently, local jurisdictions don't have that detailed enforcement authority under the statute. That's why SB 567 delegates, it gives the Attorney General and city attorneys injunctive relief. I think that's an acknowledgement that.
Yeah. Where I was going with the question was, and I might be mistaken here, but when I talked about looking at some of our sister cities for comparison, and I might be mistaken here, I think it was Pasadena, I might be wrong, but I thought one of them had put in a provision about the city needed to independently verify that there was, in fact, some sort of a need to vacate, that it wasn't a pretext. And I just don't know if that's something that staff has looked at. And if not, I mean, that's fine for another day. I'm curious if that's something that has been examined.
Vice Mayor, for the question, we're still gathering all the information on the different options, menu of options that have been discussed. So I don't have any specific details on that. Again, previously mentioned, this ordinance was modeled after one specifically, Claremont and Alhambra. So that is something we continue to gather and put together in terms of the possible more expanded tenant protection ordinance.
I'm going to try to wrap up my questions because I think we probably want to get to deliberation. But my next question was, why Claremont? For example, of all the ordinances that are out there, I'm sure staff had a reason. That just seems oddly specific. Why did you look at that as the model template for Burbank?
The main reason was it's most recent, and then also does include very similar and specific to the relocation, the renoviction, to utilize that term, to close that. It was very specific to that area of intent and requiring permits. So it just was really close to what the council had been looking at and what the direction was for this particular ordinance.
Thank you. Now, about the definition of substantial remodel, how is that currently defined under AB 1482?
I'm happy to read it again if
Please.
Okay. So it says here, intent to demolish or substantially remodel the residential real property. For purposes of this subparagraph, substantially remodel means the replacement or substantial modification of any structural, electrical, plumbing, or mechanical system that requires a permit from a governmental agency, or the abatement of hazardous materials, including lead-based paint, mold, or asbestos, in accordance with applicable federal, state, and other local laws that cannot be reasonably accomplished in a safe manner with the tenant in place, and that requires the tenant to vacate the residential real property for at least 30 days. Cosmetic improvements alone, including painting, decorating, and minor repairs or other work that can be performed safely without having the residential real property vacated, do not qualify as substantial rehabilitation.
Okay. So my follow-up question was this, and I'll offer the sort of the background of where the question comes from. Clearly, we have competing rights and interests here. We have the rights of property owners, and we have the rights of tenants who call that place home, at least for the period of the leasehold. One of the things I remember at great length, we've heard from a lot of folks in the room tonight, but we've also heard in the past from our landlord-tenant commissioners, and several of them have come forward and said, hey, we really need to define this better. When I'm looking at this ordinance, I guess my question is, it doesn't seem like we really attempted to further define it. We did look at adding the permitting. There's the discussion of the added relocation cost. Is there a reason that we didn't look at if there was some way, and I'm not talking about broad sweeping change, even just minor tweaks to further talk about what we mean when we say substantial remodel? Is there a reason that we didn't do that in this proposed urgency ordinance?
First, I would say that what triggers a permit in Burbank is a very, very low standard, Hot water heater requires a permit. Dishwasher requires a permit. Like, these are things that a plumber can replace without an electrician. You know, a dishwasher actually has a 3-prong plug on the backside. And you know, if you take the old one out, you know, where the old one came out is still there to plug in, and it still requires a permit, which requires an inspection, which is to protect the homeowner or the tenant or whoever orders the work, that it's actually done properly and not going to damage their home. So the fact that we would require a permit actually subjects the review to actually a great deal of scrutiny, because it's not only the review of the work for issuance of the permit, but a dishwasher is not going to require someone to be out for 30 days. So they still have to get the permit, but it's not going to rise to the level of requiring relocation.
Sure. No, and I actually appreciate the explanation. I guess where my mind was going, and I'm not an expert in this area, was, you know, if we had looked at, you know, perhaps defining it another way, like, you know, bringing a unit into compliance with health and safety standards or something like that. But I see where staff's coming from in terms of sort of tying it to the permit requirement. But it sounds like that would maybe be another thing that could be looked at in future conversations about you know, renovictions. No, yeah, please.
I was wondering if SB 567 actually defines it any different from 1482, and if that would be something that perhaps has more added restriction or language we can use with.
I don't recall that it changed anything other than imposing the permit requirement.
Okay, so
yeah,
I think I think if they would have felt, I'm assuming that everybody knows what they're doing up in Sacramento, that, you know.
I love your optimism. That is contagious, I tell you.
That discussion is not agendized for tonight, for sure.
I was being a little sarcastic, but assuming they all know, I was hoping that they at least tie down everything and make sure that they wrote it down as it should be. But
okay,
we all know what happens up there.
All right, I appreciate that optimism. So I just got one more question. It's for staff. I'm hoping the public will indulge me here, because look, I am not a housing provider. I was a tenant until I wasn't. So it's been a while, and I've never been subject to an eviction. But I do want to ask this. So outside of AB 1482, so let me back up. So 1482 says that I, as the tenant here, so I have my tenant, I have my 1-year lease. You can evict me, even if I've done nothing wrong, if there's certain criteria met. One of them being I need to do a substantial remodel, right?
That is one of the just cause provisions of AB 1482, correct?
Okay. So prior to AB 1482, or even within the confines of 1482, let's say my lease is up tomorrow, there's no obligation to extend another lease to me, right?
If after the 1-year lease, the tenancy could go month to month.
But at that point, the property owner could say, we don't want to extend you month to month anymore. We don't want to extend you another lease. We want to do this much needed renovation that could benefit the property.
Right, and if there is no lease in place, then a notice to vacate could be issued.
Okay. Yeah, and I know what I'm asking probably sounds very common sense, but to someone who does not live and breathe in this space, I mean, it's, you know, something I've had to wrap my head around. So we are talking about renovations as a justifiable reason to evict someone and end the lease prematurely. But regardless of what we come down on that decision, a property owner, and correct me if I'm wrong, will always have the right at the end of a lease period to make that determination of, you know what, I'm going to take this off the market for a bit. I'm going to do the renovation because, you know, for whatever the reason. That's always a right that they have that's unimpinged by AB 1482.
So no. If you try to break the lease before the lease is up, that's a contract violation. They'll take you to court.
No. What I'm saying is when the lease is up,
you got to give a 30-day notice on month 11 to get them out. So this is tough.
Yeah.
If you don't do the 30-day,
it automatically converts month to month.
Converts to month to month, and once you're month to month, the assumption is you're under the purview of the previous lease. And so, at that point, any month during a month-to-month, you, as the landlord, have the option to file for the rent eviction to do yeah, at any month, at any time.
So, so for clarity of the record, and I appreciate that, I'll be more clear in my question. If I reach the end, so the prudent property owner is saying, you know what, it's the 30 or 31st day of month 11, I want to get this property renovated. Whether we're talking about 1482 or something locally, the property owner can always say, you know what, I'm going to notify the tenant that I'm not going to renew the lease. I'm not going to go month to month. I'm going to take this property offline for a little bit and do the renovations. That remains unimpinged by AB 1482 or anything we do locally, right?
As far as I'm aware, I don't know if the
Yeah.
city attorney would like to add anything.
No, that's correct. I think what the law recognizes is a property owner may need to renovate the entire building, say it's lead-based paint or asbestos, or a structural deficiency, some kind of earthquake repair and a rotting mezzanine on a two-story multi-tenant. They'd have to keep, under this scenario, each tenant vacant until the last tenancy became vacant to then remodel the whole building, and they'd be forced to piecemeal. And so this law, I think, recognizes that they may need to end some leases in order to do an economical portion of the work.
Okay. So that leads to one final question. So, and that to me makes sense policy-wise. Perhaps there is some, situation where you have an entire building, maybe with a foundation issue or something where you really couldn't afford to wait it out. Plus, the added cost of, units turning over and sitting vacant. So have any, if the staff knows tonight, have any jurisdictions looked at in that situation, we've talked about one piece of it, relocation assistance. Have other jurisdictions looked at like a right for the tenant to be able to come back into the unit once it's renovated at the same rent rate?
There are, for instance, City of Los Angeles has a very long-standing and robust set of tenant protections that could require a right to release a unit as far as even 5 years or more. There's probably people in the room that know better, but it's very far-reaching, and it's a right to release, and it's pretty broad. That's something that I believe we have direction to bring back in a second step, and there's many different ways you could probably characterize that right.
Great.
So there are cities that have it. We have not yet had a chance to look at it.
Okay.
To further answer your question,
Sure.
the city of LA's is very comprehensive, is to put it lightly. I would also add confusing to everybody. But I would say, to your point, I think you've looked at Pasadena. You said they do have one that's much simpler. And I think in looking at the smaller cities, they tend to choose like simpler versions, which just straightly say, here is a right to first refusal in this situation and a right to return to your tenancy in this situation.
And I'll just quickly add for the record, I haven't looked at Glendale or Pasadena in totality. I've just looked at this very narrow issue. So I just wanted to mention that. And that obviously sits within the context of a much larger rental regulatory scheme. All right, I've probably talked enough. That's all my questions. Good education for me.
I had my old property management company had a seven unit rent control in LA, and one by one they paid people off to move because they were going to demolish the place. But one guy had a lease that he'd signed, a 12-month lease, and they couldn't get him out. So it was like vacant. 6 units were vacant for like half the year, and they were waiting for this one guy to leave. And he's like, no, I'm not going to go. And they try to pay him off. He's like, no, I'm not going to go. So yeah, it's a little weird in LA. I wanted to, I had one last question. Someone had mentioned a mom and pop owner living in Burbank. Is there any way for us to determine if an LLC or incorporated or an owner has the business license in Burbank and use that as any way to define mom and pop? Is that even feasible? Is that something we would want to do? That seems to me like it'd be impossible. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I heard it. I had to ask. I'm sorry.
I mean, my mind is racing through many examples of, what is it that we use to verify residency?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's a utility bill, right? So someone could live in Camarillo and still have the utilities in their name because they lease the unit, including utilities.
Right.
Or they could live in the front. Or, we've had this, they live in the unit 6 months plus 1 day, which makes it their primary residence, but they rent it out otherwise. None of which is improper. All of which we would have to figure out how to build a better mousetrap.
Okay.
So, I mean, Maribel probably has better examples, but I'll just leave it at that.
The only thing I would add when we're looking at the data for the mom and pop possible exemption is that this information comes from business tax information, and so we would really just need clear direction as to what exactly the council would want us to look at. Residents, we just wouldn't be clear. We'd need more information because it could be a name, it could be a corporation, and how do we determine if they're mom and pop or not? We just need more clear direction on what that would be that we're looking for.
Well, more to the point, and she said it, they pay a business tax because they own units in town, not because they live in town.
Right.
So the property's registered, it's a nominal fee. I say nominal, they might, Mr. Giroux might disagree with that it's nominal, I don't know. But it really, like, what criteria we're using,
Okay, all right, I had to ask. Yeah.
I'm going to turn this back, and I know you want us to give you directions, but I'm going to ask you the type of examples that other cities have used to exempt the mom and pop from or reduce their the payout amount. What have cities have done to do that to help the mom and pop not to be paying out as much money as we're discussing tonight?
Well, I will say that I wasn't prepared to give the summary of the ordinances because we were really focused on the direction that the council gave, and that direction was the just cause for substantial renovation and how to close that, and then looking at a relocation amount. And so when we were looking at the information, the ordinances that we looked at was the 3-month relocation amount. So we do have some preliminary information, but I'm not going to do it justice because I'm just going to highlight a few if that's okay with the council. So in the exemption, there was one city in particular that did have the exemption for the mom and pops. Only one city, though. So there was only one city that did exempt the relocation amount for mom and pop. There are other cities that then changed the relocation amount for if they were income eligible. So if they were lower income, it was whatever the amount is, plus an additional amount for a qualified household. Am I answering the question properly?
You are, and I know you weren't expecting that question tonight. And the reason I'm asking, I would like, for me personally, to make sure that we do provide some exemption, but I'm also willing to listen to what other cities have done to help us determine, or help me determine, what exemption that we should offer. But here's a question to the city attorney. What you indicated earlier about adopting the urgency ordinances, coming back in by September 27th, I believe, our next meeting, maybe providing some additional direction for the ordinance that you bring back before we adopt it that can include some examples of the exemption.
So what we could do is adopt the exemption in the urgency ordinance. So the exemption would exist. And we could adopt it, we could put it in the introduced ordinance. So they would be exempt from the permit, or it could just be the payment. The question is, are they exempt from the permit? Or, because what we're doing is we're adding the, whatever we would call the mom and pops, subsection E, Civil Code Section 1946.2E says, this section shall not apply to the following types of residential, real properties, or residential circumstances. That's everything. And so is that the wish of the exemption? We could throw the exemption in, or we could make them not exempt under the urgency ordinance, and we could put it in the introduced ordinance, throw some language around it, depending upon what it is you actually want to exempt them from, and we could refine that and bring it back. And that refined language would not be effective until the 31st day after adoption, and then it would supersede. It would actually drop it in. If you don't put it in the urgency, it's not in there until we adopt an ordinance with the language you're happy with in there. But then mom and pops wouldn't be exempt. They'd pretty much have to be in a holding pattern until they knew what this exemption was going to look like, if they were going to do substantial renovations.
I have a follow-up question. What are the cities? Like, what was the city that had the exemption for mom and pops? And I'm actually more curious to know, what was the city that had the income requirements? That's interesting to me.
Could you please repeat the last part? That had the what?
You said income. There was a city that went by incomes. What city was that?
Okay. And again, this is just very preliminary information, not prepared to go through.
I forced her to be here tonight. That's what she's saying.
The menu of options.
Yeah, she needed more time, and we kept the freight train moving.
I was concerned.
She did a great job.
I was concerned that this was going to be the question. We don't have all the information. We were asked to look at different ordinances. We are putting together the information. So with the time that we had allotted, the information that we have, and I'm going to go through, if you can bear with me, my little chart here. So I have, for exemptions, I'm going through here to pick up the cities that I looked at that had exemptions for the mom and pop and the other areas.
While you're looking at that, if I could just do one pause real quick. Mr. Mayor, it is 11 o'clock, and I want to make a motion.
Go for it.
To extend the meeting past 11.
All right, all in favor? Thank you.
That's our first unanimous vote without an abstention.
That's right, all night. That's right.
For the record, I seconded it.
Oh, thank you.
You got to have a second.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. All right. Fair enough. Put that down. Put that down.
Mr. Mayor, are we still in question phase, or are we in deliberation?
We're kind of sliding into deliberation, but
Yeah.
well, let's finish this. While she's looking that up, I do want to point out that this, I feel, is a little bit further outside the scope of what we originally asked for, which is kind of why they're unprepared. I don't have a problem talking about it tonight. Well,
Yeah, and
But yeah.
to that point, I think like tonight I see as kind of a chisel to really address a specific issue. And then also, I don't want to adopt something, I would be concerned about adopting something tonight that then would change later, because then it'd be confusing for people. So I'd like to try to, if possible, for us to focus on what we know for sure tonight, which is whatever chisel we can really address right away, and add on rather than to choose something and then later bring it back and then have to like redo it. For the sake of the community too. I mean, it's not just our work, but also the community would have to deal with what's changing this to that. Yeah. And all the education we're going to try to do, we want to make sure it's consistent and continues to build versus changing.
And I agree, and that's why the question earlier to the city attorney, can you bring this back? But I think you might need a little some direction to what language that's what we're trying to give him.
Yeah,
So
I
when you
mean,
come
at
back-
this point, if council wanted to address the concise issues, the permit requirement for substantial remodels, and the 3 months relocation assistance, that ordinance is before you. And you could introduce or not introduce the mom and pop exception. If you did introduce it, it would only need one more action to become final, and you could give us direction. You could introduce it with an exemption and give us direction on what type of threshold you want to see. Or we could bring back the introduction of an ordinance. In any event, the later action would supersede the urgency, however we made the changes.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if this discussion that we're talking about now with the mom and pop considerations might be better suited for the next stage, and right now really focus on the urgency ordinance and what we're going to get done now, and then with the time we have left afterwards, maybe focus on what we want to, direction we want to give to staff.
That is clearly on point. Finish up your thing and then
Yes,
we'll...
I do have some information. So in terms of the exemption for mom and pop landlords, Claremont does have an exemption for properties with less than 9 or less units for the relocation amount. Then also I have here, City of Culver City does have an exemption for mom and pop landlords in relocation assistance for those properties with 3 or less units. And then City of Los Angeles, also less in relocation assistance for the smaller landlords. And it's a whole chart and menu of different amounts.
Okay.
Those are the 3 that stand out from
Oh,
this chart.
You were in the middle of your thing.
So not from the definition of substantial renovation, but from whether they pay the 3 months.
Correct, the relocation payment amount.
Thank you. I know that was a lot to look through, and I know this is like on the heels of, but I appreciate the city names because I'll also do my research. I didn't even know there were cities that were doing that in particular.
Okay, so to Councilmember Takahashi's point, before us now on this agenda item is an urgency ordinance. We have a separate ordinance coming after. We can pass this if we want to now, and it takes effect, and then we can do something in the next step to give direction to staff to come back and change. I did want to give Councilmember Mullins an opportunity to talk about, there's 4, under the proposed urgency ordinance in front of us, there are 4 types of evictions that are covered under 3 months. I'll give you an opportunity if you wanted to
Did
change.
you close questions? Are you in
Let's close. I mean,
deliberations?
it's not a hearing, but yes, we'll end questions. We're good with questions. They're over. Yes. All right. Let's move into deliberation. I do want to tackle this one issue first. If you wanted to propose it, we can discuss that, and then we can talk about everything else.
Thank you. Well, the one thing that I want to tackle is to focus on the actual renovation, which I believe it was D, the one that you read, Mr. City Attorney, and exclude everything else because everything else you read really does not apply to the renovation issue that we're trying to deal with. And it's already addressed in 1482. The only thing that we're excluding also is owner-occupied section from paying the 3 months for subsidy to the tenants. But include only D for renovation. That would include the permit. We have the definition for substantial remodel, and that would be kind of the ordinance that we're looking at today, but then come back with language to address the mom and pop. I don't know if you need us to tell you tonight if what is the definition of mom and pop? Is it 9 units or less, 10 units or less, 5 units? I don't know if you need us to tell you that tonight.
Well, let's tackle that. We'll tackle that on the
Right,
next.
okay, so
Yeah, let's finish this one.
So that's just
Okay.
really what I'm looking at.
So, if you were going to make a motion, it would be to amend proposed section 5-4-104 to insert the word substantial remodel before the words no fault, just cause, and insert the letter capital D following the letters B2. So it would read like this. If an owner of residential real property issues a termination notice based upon a substantial remodel, no fault, just cause, as defined in subsection B2D of section 1946.2 of the California Civil Code as amended from time to time, or replaced by a successor statute, the owner shall provide relocation assistance in accordance with AB 1482's just cause, eviction provisions, etc. So that takes it from everything under B2, which were those 4 parts, to just substantial remodel, no fault, just cause, and as defined by subsection B2D, which is only the substantial remodel.
So would that effectively make it so that just cause in renovations would be 3 months, and then everything else not defined would fall back to the original 1 month?
1 month except where
The government comes in, it's inhabitability
Right.
based on the tenant's
based
failure.
upon the
then
language
nowhere.
of 1946.2, which we have incorporated by reference.
Essentially, everything else falls back to 1482
Yeah.
as written, which fair, we were talking,
Yeah.
this is the issue.
All right, so if you were to make a motion, that would be that.
I second the city
No,
attorney.
You have to say so moved.
Exactly. I make a motion to agree to the language that the city attorney has just read in records.
You make a motion to amend the
I
proposed
make a motion
language.
to amend the language and use the language the city attorney just read into the records. 11 o'clock and it's late.
I know. All right. Motion on the table? I need a second. I'm sorry, I need a second if it's going to go forward.
Are we talking about the mom and pop stuff at all?
So
Sorry, I'm
no,
curious.
this is only to change the current proposed urgency ordinance that we're looking at tonight. Yeah, we have a whole separate issue later
Okay.
on. Yeah. So this is just for tonight's urgency ordinance that takes effect right now. We are proposing a 3-month relocation assistance to just rent evictions. Prior to that, as we walked into the room, the proposal was 3-month assistance to all just cause evictions. The motion on the table is to exempt,
Narrow it down.
exempt owner move-in, exempt off-the-market removal, and exempt any government reason to remove the unit or vacate the unit. So that's the motion on the table.
With the understanding we're going to continue discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll second it just for a discussion. So I'll second the motion. And the discussion, I'll go back to my original reasoning. I think if we change, there's 4 reasons to evict. And I think if you create a system where one of those reasons is more expensive than the other, you're going to start to get people futzing with it and saying, well, maybe it's actually this one and maybe it's that. So, yes, I did second it, but I'm going to vote against it.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, consider this too, because you can look at it as a stopgap measure right now too, as well. Because I actually agree too that we have to be very careful when we're considering all the different 4 options. But tonight's not the night to do that, in my opinion. And so I do agree with you on a lot of the concepts that you're bringing up, and I think they're worthy of discussion. However, just right now is not the time to do that, in my opinion. But so I think it's worthwhile to consider that this is not a permanent, like, this is just to get us through the stopgap until we're to the next section. So that's how I'm thinking about it, at least. Not a commitment to that one particular exception as being more important, or more, that one eviction reason is more important or more essential in general, just tonight, in order to get through this as a chisel. That's just kind of how I'm seeing it, to help you process it if you need any.
Okay.
And with the understanding that there will be a committee that will get together, they'll meet, they'll have a discussion to, maybe this will work, maybe it doesn't. I'm hoping that once all the right parties get together and have a dialogue, they can come back to us and say, well, maybe we need to modify it. No, this actually would work, but we need to move forward with something. Again, the reason I'm doing this, not to really punish people who want to use their units as their housing, and having to punish them.
Yeah, no, I totally understand where you're coming from. I get it. Any other further discussion on this specific motion?
I agree with that, right? Like 100%. Like, we're talking about remodeling and substantial remodel or substantial renovation, whatever one you want to use. And I want to make sure, because the urgency ordinance, and the reason we did the urgency ordinance was because of this issue. I have yet to hear, and I hope I never do, a room full of people asking for, help because a bunch of landlords are moving their moms into their, that's not happening. So yeah, I would agree that that's the way. But I do want to make sure that we're also leaving ourselves open to further discussion, not only with leaving ourselves open to further discussion with the actual ordinance. Councilmember Takahashi, I know you mentioned that you don't want to change it too much. I'm weary of that, just because, to our staff's credit, she has not had the time.
Right.
So if there are changes that she finds, if she miraculously finds a wonderful ordinance out there that addresses all the things that we're talking about here, I would hate to say, well, no, we already are going down this road, right? I want to make sure that we're considering everything. So I would support this with if we can all have an open mind when it comes to the ordinance, because we have yet to hear what staff has to say. I want to give her the time to do her research.
Okay.
Let's take a roll call.
You want to do the vote? Okay. All right, vote on the motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Point of order. Is the motion simply to amend it, but not yet to approve?
Exactly.
I
Just
see.
an amendment to the current proposal, yeah.
Councilmember Mullins,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz,
Yes.
Mayor Anthony.
No. Oh, I lost. Okay. All right, we amended. There you go. All right, so 3 months relocation to just rent evictions. Hey, there you go. Okay, so we have an ordinance in front of us. Any more deliberation on what we've got? Again, this is just the urgency ordinance as is written with the one amended change. We do have a second item coming to us immediately after, where we can give input, where we can do modifications as needed. I'll entertain a motion if there's any. No. So
What he's saying is you could finish this ordinance, introduce the urgency ordinance, and then the next agenda item is the regular ordinance.
Yeah.
You got to start this all over. And
basically,
then
I want to finish this round.
You can talk about whether you do a mom and pop and what direction you give us. And you can introduce it or not introduce it, and we can come back with whatever direction you give us.
Yeah, so we've got the urgency ordinance in front of us with the amended language. We need 4 votes for this one to pass. Is there a motion on the floor?
Oh, we just amended. So
Yeah, that was just your amendment.
Yeah, okay. So you want a motion now to pass the urgency.
Pass the urgency ordinance as whole.
amended.
As amended.
I make a motion to pass the urgency ordinance as amended.
And this is the version that was delivered tonight with the new section 100 incorporating by reference this 1946.2.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? Okay, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes, and I want to make it clear that this is to stop the bleeding and that we have a lot of discussions moving forward. So this is just to stop the bleeding.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
Mayor Anthony?
Yes. Hey, we had to get a 5. Great work, everybody.
I have so many questions for you, but I'll save it for later.
All right. The next item for the agenda is a typical ordinance mirroring what we just had, but this is going to require a second step. So let's go through the motions. First up, we have I'll read it directly. The next report is a introduction of an ordinance imposing heightened tenant protections for just cause evictions for certain residential tenancies in the city of Burbank, requiring permits for demolition, substantial remodel, and increasing the relocation assistance payment to 3 months' rent. Oh, Mrs. Maribel Leland, there you are. Housing Authority Manager, please present the report. Welcome back. You can go as quick as you want.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I do have some brief slides just for the members of the public who maybe are just tuning in now, if I could indulge me for a minute.
Go for it.
And just to recap, we've been speaking through the previous item, the urgency ordinance as directed by the City Council after the AB 1482 study session on August 8th, and the direction was to address substantial renovations in AB 1482 and looking at relocation amounts. So we've been discussing in the previous item how to include for proposed substantial rehabilitation, include these areas for permits, plan check, and the different areas, including giving notice of to tenants. I'll go through here, the relocation assistance. I'm going to pass this slide because the relocation assistance I should back up a little bit. I'm getting a little mumbled myself. The urgency ordinance that was passed was specific to 3 months relocation assistance for substantial renovation only. The tenant protection ordinance before you this evening does include 3 months for just cause evictions that were in effect when the owner issued the notice to terminate the tenancy. So the no-fault notices would, I'm going to pause there for a second. So if, in this particular ordinance, the proposal is to increase it for 3 months for all no-fault evictions. And we have the discussion of mom-and-pop landlord information for possible exemptions for consideration from the City Council. And we would continue to do the outreach and enforcement information out to the community as discussed. And this is the recommendation unless otherwise directed by the council. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I guess
I'm going to supplement the staff report with the latest redlined version of AB 567, which is part of the gap we're trying to fix, right? To close the loophole until this new law comes into effect. It does split the definition of substantial remodel into multiple parts and has a prong that would permit a resident to remain in a property unless they're not required to vacate on any days where the tenant could continue living in the unit without violating health, safety, and habitability codes. So it kind of punches a hole in the work can't be completed within 30 days because it creates the possibility that the tenant could stay in there if they can argue it doesn't violate. However, I will tell you that during construction, and unfortunately we don't have our subject matter expert, but generally once a certain level of construction has been commenced under a permit, a unit is not habitable, and oftentimes they'll red tag if they see someone living in a unit where construction is ongoing. So what I'm saying is there is a change to the structure of it. This language hasn't, it's still got referred back to the Senate, but the law could change. We'll have to keep our eye on that. So, as to this ordinance, which can be introduced tonight but cannot be adopted sooner than 5 days from introduction, or I have 7 days, whichever it is, and then not effective for 31 days, this bill may actually make it to the governor and be signed or vetoed before our ordinance would be effective. So that's something we want.
Okay.
We need to understand the implications of that.
Well, let's do the public comment first because this is a separate item, so we'll go through these. Netta Shelton is, oh, did she leave?
I think she did.
I think she did. Oh, okay. Shant Nurhadian, you still here? Shant?
Yeah.
There he is, yes. And then John, and then David.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again to you tonight on this agenda item. Again, I think the topic of tenant protections and rent stabilization address two different issues, and I don't think we should be commingling those two issues into one ordinance. As I stated earlier, I do believe that it's reasonable to have sufficient tenant protections as it relates to no-fault evictions as a result of a renovation, which you've clearly acknowledged and adopted an emergency or urgent ordinance to that effect. But I think any discussion about rent stabilization, the studies have shown, Stanford University did a study that it went against the whole merits of reducing affordability in the city, and they experienced quite the opposite intent of what the ordinance was itself. So, I think it's fair to have a discussion on tenant protections in specific situations and not apply a broad general tool such as rent stabilization to try to address an issue that is not the fault of housing providers, and is not caused by housing providers, but rather the, city officials. And so it would be unfair to place the burden of affordability on, local family-owned housing providers to subsidize the cost of renters. And so, it seems as though that's the policy that keeps being discussed, and it's not the housing provider's fault that the market rent is unaffordable for people. So that's what elected officials are elected to address, not private citizens. And I'll just end it on that note. Thank you.
Thank you. John Garrow, followed by David Donahue.
First of all, I want to compliment all of you for thinking this through carefully, resolving issues, taking care of matters with the progress of this matter, and so forth. As long as it is doing its job, giving interim protection to everybody, but not initiating any long-term citywide rent control. Our city is functioning very well as it is now, except with one or two minor issues. And once those matters are clarified, I don't think it's a need for anything more stringent or more restrictive. And Burbank is a great town, and it functions very well. We'd like to keep it that way. Thank you for your help.
Thank you. David Donahue, followed by George Garrow.
Good evening. It's still evening, not morning. Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members and talented staff, David Donahue, business owner, homeowner in the great city of Burbank. Taking this opportunity to speak to you about the cost of living. I'm not sure how many of you go out and have lunch to Lancers or Talleyrand or something, but iced tea is $4.50. $4.50. Take that extrapolated on every aspect of life, anywhere in the state of California. Taxes, mandated wages that are going up from $15 to maybe $24. And goodness gracious golly, it is getting more expensive to live in the city of Burbank. Well, there seems to be a lack of the correlation. The correlation, I think, is what the housing providers and myself are offering to kind of provide to the people claiming to advocate for renters. I think that they do a percentage, which goes to my other point. This is an infinitesimal fraction of people that are being affected. Affected, yes, and unfortunately so, and I think that there are things that need to be put in to kind of, prevent people taking advantage of any class. That's just the right thing. But it's a fraction. It is this one particular point, along with the cost of living increases that are affecting everything, that we really haven't had a chance to really deliberate in any meaningful way. And so listening to the conversation about them needing to be had, having some time to have those discussions, I think is good, and I hope we can. I hope to be part of it, to have some sort of an objective perspective from both sides. And I want to invite any member of the Burbank Tenants Union to reach out to me, because I'm not that hard to find. In fact, I'm in the chamber right now. Wow, go figure. That we welcome any informal, non-agendized, staff-attended meeting by the city. If you want to get together at Talleyrand, I'll buy the $4.50 iced tea for you. And I'd be happy to do that. Thank you again for your service staying so late, and have a good evening.
Thank you. George Garrow, and that's my last comment card on this item.
Greetings again. Just a small follow-up note here. There was a question during deliberations about whether SB 567 redefines substantial remodel. It does. It does redefine substantial remodel. Specifically, it's SB 567, which would be effective as written right now. This is the September 11th revision. It would be effective April 1st, 2024. It states, and I can give you the exact citation, but for purposes of the subparagraph, a tenant is not required to vacate the residential real property on any days where a tenant could continue living in the residential real property without violating health, safety, and habitability codes and laws. Essentially, the 30 days is going to be measured by not just are there upgrades being done to the unit, but rather is this unit now unsafe and uninhabitable based upon the remodels that are being done. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. There's a few other details in this bill. I'm, of course, a lot of people here know much more about this than I do, but I think that this is the last week of the legislative session. Is that right? Mm-hmm. So we would know by the end of the week whether or not this would pass. Okay, so that means that we'll be able to incorporate that information into whatever discussions we have beyond this week. And SB 567 further states that the notice must include a statement which effectively says if the remodel is not commenced or completed, the owner must relet the unit at the same terms as before. So if there is a change, for some reason the permit's pulled, and then for some reason it's, let's say interest rates go up and it's not feasible anymore, then the unit must be relet. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the end of the week, the language of the bill gets set. Governor still has 12 days to sign it, so you need that signature. All right, great. So we are now at the point where we're looking at a adoption of an ordinance. Introduction of an ordinance, introduction. It would need a second reading for it to be adopted. So if we want, we can work with what we have here and then give staff direction. How do we feel? What is the council's pleasure?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll jump in. I would like to give some direction to staff so they know which way to row the boat. I'll just say one thing briefly, and then I really want to hear from all of you. I hate terms like mom and pop because I couldn't tell you what that means. So I really think we need to define it. Does mom and pop mean someone who live in Burbank and have put all of their hard-earned money into the nest egg that is their property? Maybe. But when you're just designing the exemption from the number of units as we've talked. I don't know what the better model is out there, but I think that's my ultimate question to staff and to the stakeholders who will be participating. We need to figure out a good answer for that. Or the other alternative is there's no exemption, as is currently provided for in the urgency ordinance. But right now, I can tell you I wouldn't feel comfortable going any direction because 3 units, 9 units, I don't know. You know, you could have a 3-unit owned by an LLC. Is that a mom and pop? I would say no.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Yeah.
So what I'm hearing the vice mayor saying is for staff then to come back and define what mom and pop means and
So I'm not opposed if somebody has a concrete proposal for introducing an ordinance. I think that the urgency ordinance that was passed is pretty narrowly tailored. It seems to me like there's a lot more community engagement that we need to do. We have the issue of, should there be an exemption? If so, how do you define mom and pop? Good luck to figuring that one out. Then you have the issue of relocation assistance across categories. For what it's worth, I do agree with you, Mr. Mayor, in the long term. I think that there is a reason that it applied across all categories because you're trying to prevent the displacement of people. But that's something that needs to be looked at. And then, of course, even further work with the renovation exemption. I am not an expert in this area, but I think that other jurisdictions have looked at right to return. And so there's a lot of work that still needs to be done that I don't feel we have here. And so, I mean, I could introduce an ordinance to make everyone feel good, like we're moving it forward, but I would reckon that the final product, should one pass, because it's a possibility we wouldn't, right? But should one pass, I think it would look drastically different than what we're introducing tonight, and that could lead to confusion for the community. So with a stopgap measure in place, I would just encourage the subcommittee members to really expedite what I think has been an interest you both expressed about getting people to the table and bringing some recommendations back to council sooner rather than later. But that's just one person's opinion.
Let me ask a procedural question to our city attorney. We passed an urgency ordinance. You brought us a standard ordinance to backstop it. If a standard ordinance that does not match the language of the urgency ordinance passes tonight, if there is no second ordinance adopted, what happens to the urgency ordinance? And how do we move forward without a backstop? What are we looking at?
There's several reasons why your urgency ordinance that you adopted this evening should be sufficient. One, I believe the findings are really solid. People are losing their homes, right, from this lack of a agreeable definition of what a substantial remodel is, to the point where you funded a $500,000 fund as a safety net for people. So sometimes urgency ordinances, the nature of the urgency is debatable. I don't believe that the urgency here is really debatable. We've had people, losing their homes, and we have had the ability to enact something stronger, and you've done that. Also, oftentimes, urgency ordinances are prepared quickly, and they're not codified yet in the code. So they exist only in terms of this paper law. This one we prepared as a chaptered ordinance, which will now get codified and sit in the Burbank Municipal Code. So oftentimes the later ordinance actually codifies the urgency ordinance. That's not an issue because this is codified. It will come up redlined on Granicus as soon as our vendor gets it. So that's not an issue. So once a new ordinance addressing these same sections gets adopted, it will supersede these urgency provisions.
These, just to clarify, these provisions will stay until that happens?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because this is different. Most of the urgency ordinances you see relate to interim land development, interim zoning regulations.
Which have a timer on them.
They have a time limit. This ordinance doesn't have a time limit. It had a heightened vote requirement. You needed a supermajority of 4/5 per your charter. But it doesn't evaporate because it's not done under the government code section that would qualify it as an interim development standard.
Okay.
This doesn't address development, it addresses tenancies. And so it doesn't expire like your normal urgency ordinances.
Okay, so knowing that, what is the council's pleasure? What are we feeling?
I'm in agreement with the vice mayor in the sense that we really need to get the groups together to have a meaningful dialogue to what is it that we want to see in our next ordinance and how do we need to modify it. I do want, without adding pressure, I think sometimes we need to put a timeline to when we want to see this happens, because then it does in a way put a little bit, and I'm sorry to do this to you both council members and everybody else, but maybe we do need, so we can have it somewhere placed on the agenda that we have to come back within a certain time, so there's like a time certain, so we're not leaving this wide open, so we have the discussion. I don't know if it's 60 days, 45 days. I don't want to, you guys can obviously feel comfortable to see when you can meet, when you can have the dialogue. It's very important that everybody sits at the table, have meaningful discussion to what the agreement that you can come back to us with, and then at that time we give directions to the city attorney and staff to draft something for us to look at and adopt. I do agree with that.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yeah, you can ask a question of us, sure.
Okay. What is it, in support of Councilmember Mullen's statement, what is it that the council subcommittee would find helpful in terms of staff preparation? Because right now we have direction to bring a second step report. But the subcommittee might want to see that information, or are you going to have more like an open discussion? Because what staff intends to bring is, in matrix form, strategies, cities, approaches to strategies by cities, plus a narrative that we're assuming will be over-inclusive. You won't want to do everything that every city does necessarily. It may not make sense. But the tenants and landlords could separately engage, or do you want some work product? In other words, if you want work product, then this community forum collaboration will have to wait at least until staff can bring that forward. We've got about 6 jurisdictions, if I recall correctly. We may add a few that make sense that, to Maribel's point, there are some that may look more like where we think we're going. And there are all the strategies.
I don't know how Councilmember Takahashi feels about this, but I don't want to make staff do work twice. So I would rather already have you all take your time you need to do that. Then we agendize something with the community so the community gets as much information as we do. Because otherwise, like you said, you all go forward, do something, the community comes with their proposals, and then what if it's not looking the same?
May I make a recommendation? Sorry, just a thought. I don't know what's a feasible timeline for both of you, but I would imagine that there's certainly uncertainty in the community from both sides, wanting to see a resolution here. So perhaps you could do that meeting in the next 30 days. Again, if it's compatible with both of your schedules and staffing, of course. And then I think after having that meeting, I think at that point, hopefully with input from the meeting, we could be looking at the introduction of a next ordinance, or at least a next report on that. I think that would at least move it, and it's consistent with Councilmember Mullen's suggestion of just moving it forward and not letting it fall into the matrix.
And I agree with you again. Wow.
Well,
we're just all happy family tonight. We're all in agreement here. So, Councilmember Perez, I agree on some things you've said, but I want to offer this. At times, what I've seen in committees, as you have seen as well, that there's some ideas or some suggestions or recommendation that staff perhaps need to go back and do a research. So what I'm thinking is I think it's helpful to gather that information and do it first, listen to what the committee needs, because they might have to do some research that they didn't think about. So if you can meet within those 30 days timelines, get all the information, go back and give it to staff and said, okay, we need researches on these different cities, different areas, then they can prepare it and bring it back to us. I know the city attorney is probably thinking, what? Is that okay with you, city attorney?
30 days,
It's
staff
hard.
can provide organization
Okay.
for an event, agenda type stuff, some outreach. But in terms of staff continuing to research and digest and then provide something,
No,
that's a longer
No,
time
no, no.
frame.
I'm talking about them meeting within the next 30
Yeah.
days, provide you that information, give it to you. Then, of course, you have to do some
Mind you,
research.
I'm speaking for other people's staff at this point.
I,
So
and I see Maribel shaking her head.
Maribel, what helps you do the least work?
There's nothing else you're doing
I'm nodding my head
nowadays.
only because I was understanding that in the 30 days would be the meeting with the council members and the
Exactly.
community.
Yes.
And
but
then providing feedback to add to possibly some of the research that we need to do.
And depending on what research that is, that's going to dictate how long.
Oh, and I did not mean at all to put time limit. I know within reason you're going to bring it back, but it's 30 days for the committee to actually meet, provide you some feedback, input. Then you go out and do the research. Then you bring something more meaningful that you have discussed in your committee. They done the research, then we can all sit down and discuss it.
Whatever makes it less work for you. I don't
Right,
want you all
right.
going back and forth.
And to that point of less work, I mean, this discussion is is a lot going on. And so part of, I think, our challenge has been, is like, what are we actually going to be talking about at this meeting? And for me personally, I was kind of sort of waiting to see where this conversation would go and what's happening here to know what the next step was going to be. Because I didn't want to bring the community together to spend 3 hours just talking about everything. I wanted to stay, make sure we're really focused in the right direction. So for me, I do feel like I'm much better prepared now to start meeting with the community with the next step, whatever that
Agreed.
next step is. And it sounds like we've got some ideas of what that next step is. Also, we had some previous timeline direction of the previous meeting of what we want to do incrementally. So my feel, and please direct me, staff, if you please give me information if you feel like that would be helpful for us too, is like, let's see if we can take whatever that next step would be logical of what to discuss. So we're not discussing everything under the sun, but the things that would logically come next. So I'm wondering if we could get a meeting together, not necessarily with all the data, but at least with topics that make sense for the next thing for us to talk about, that we can then give you direction from the community. So our community meeting is really
Councilmember
narrow.
Takahashi, that sounds like an agenda. So
Yeah.
if we could get things on an agenda that makes sense to staff for us to discuss broad topics, because I agree, and we've had this conversation
Yeah.
like 7 different times.
Yeah.
We want to make sure this is a productive meeting for
Right.
everybody involved, so that we're not just throwing ideas out of the sun and
Yeah.
things that will actually come back, and that the community feels heard. And so I too was waiting to have this discussion so we could get there.
Right.
So I think the ask from us would be then if staff could prepare an agenda that includes the topics that they feel would be most fruitful for us to discuss.
Yeah, and a goal set too. I think, like, what are we trying to get out of this? Not me. It's fine to have a brainstorming session, which is great, but I would love to have, like, what do we want the output to be of this meeting? Do we want to have like 3 or 4 suggestions on this topic? Do we want to have what is the goal to see if we can really wrap up this particular ordinance? I mean, what is it? What is the output that we're looking for? So that way, when we're in the meeting, we can really stay focused on what we're trying to get the results from. And I just don't want it to devolve into a debate back and forth about what people's opinions are, but really stay focused on, let's all work together for a common goal. So that's kind of, I think for me, that's where I've been kind of hesitant to get started, because I didn't feel like I had enough of a grasp of the content to be able to do that. But I do now feel like that. I think, do you feel like we could get in the direction with the agenda after tonight?
We could certainly prepare something and maybe have a subcommittee meeting internally to prepare for it and figure out dates and times, and then also kind of the logistics of the meeting.
Yeah,
let me add to the
coming up, right?
discussion that looking at the assembly.ca.gov legislative calendar, the last day for the governor to sign or veto bills passed by the legislature on or before September 14th, which is Thursday, and in the governor's possession on or after September 14th is October 14th. So we may not know the final outcome of SB 567 until October 14th. And that may play in significantly about what the new state protections are that won't be in effect likely until April 1st, 2024.
If I could make one more suggestion to the subcommittee, because you have folks who will probably leave this room tonight very eager to talk in that conversation. I think y'all don't need to decide right now necessarily, but you should give them some clarity as to whether you will be talking about the more narrow issue of tenant protections and what a permanent version of this ordinance would look like. If you're intending to have a more broad conversation about rent stabilization, I would just be very clear at the out front about whether or not that's going to be an item of discussion, so that hopefully it's a productive one. And I would just say, having served on other subcommittees, starting with a more narrow, limited agenda, building on that, you can have a more fruitful discussion.
Okay. All right. Well, we do have a recommendation for an ordinance in front of us. Is there a motion or not a motion? Okay.
Do we need a motion, Mr. City Manager, City Attorney?
I don't think we need a motion. Motion to direct a subcommittee to have a meeting?
We have direction to organize in the next 30 days and have some plans.
Okay.
All right.
I was going to say 29, but I gave you that 30th day, so.
All right.
Can we make it 31?
Because we don't need a direct
I'll give you
subcommittee, right? They can
31.
just have their meeting, and we've already given them the power to do that. Okay, great. So this agenda item dies on the floor, and we move forward with direction. Okay, excellent. Thank you, everyone. We are proceeding on. This is the time for council members to report on their council committee assignments. Remember this? That's it. We're at the end. We had a whole thing that got pulled from the calendar, so yeah.
I'll go, since everybody's.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
I have it
Go
right
ahead.
here. 5th District Public Hearing. Oh, yes, we had the public hearing on August 23rd for districting. Also had a meeting on August 24th for Fiscal Treasurer City Review Committee group with the mayor. On September 7th, I attended an event at Burbank Masonic Lodge. They recognized the Officer of the Year, Firefighter of the Year, and the Civilian of the Year. It was a great event, and it was nice to see them being recognized. Also attended the commemoration of 9/11 event, and had some phone calls, meeting with the Burbank tenant unions, and lots of phone calls and emails. That's it.
Okay. Just to piggyback off that, yes, the public hearing for districting, the fiscal and treasurer's review, that was great. On the 30th, I did attend the LA County Division Legislative Committee and Board of Directors meeting. A lot of discussion on state bills. The whole discussion was on what is happening at the state. So, yeah.
All
Committee assignments.
right.
Yeah.
So I also had some phone calls with constituents, tenants, and landlords. I attended the Run Out Groove Records ribbon cutting with our vice mayor. That was a lot of fun. I have yet to go back and buy a record, but I will.
Wait, we're just doing committee assignments.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot those committee assignments. I guess I don't. Well, can we just do them all together? Is that already?
Fine,
did?
go ahead, go, just do it.
She already did. Okay. I attended the retirement of our fire chief Eric Garcia and welcomed our new fire chief Danny Alvarez. And I also went to the 9/11 tribute and attended the Costa Rican Day celebration, which is one of our many Hispanic Heritage Month celebrations with our mayor. We gave out a lot of certificates and fried under the tent.
Yes.
It's very warm. But we're very excited to have them here. They had a great event with lots of dancing, music, and culture. So it was a lot of fun.
You want me to do them all together?
Go do your thing. Put them all together.
August 24th, meeting with the CEO of Providence St. Joseph Medical Center. Run Out Groove Records on August 25th. I found a very good Sinatra vinyl. I like that. Then let's see. Retirement of Chief Garcia and change of command ceremony for Fire Chief Alvarez on the 1st. Had a meeting with representatives with the Digital Restaurant Association about getting more involved with the Burbank Chamber and our Community Development Department, September 6th. September 7th, with Councilmember Takahashi, participated in a joint policy committee meeting for SCAG. And then September 8th, ribbon cutting for bread and breakfast. If you're looking for a new breakfast place, pretty darn good. September 11th, in addition to our 9/11 tribute here, I also rode with the Burbank Road Kings in Montrose for their 9/11 Remembrance Parade. Always great to ride with them. Mark Vargas, he is the mayor of Burbank, so you apparently have competition, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, really? That's
yes,
right.
he's affectionately known as the mayor of Burbank.
That's
so I
right,
guess we have
Mark.
two mayors. Thank you, Mayor Vargas, for the ride.
That's right.
In the Thing is what they call it. His Jeep. And then September 12th, had a meeting today with our consultant regarding economic development plan for the city. That's everything.
It's been a long time since we've done a report, so we've got a lot on our list. On Saturday, August 26th, I had participated in the Golden State Specific Plan Project walking tour. And that was really informative. And one of the best parts about it was being able to talk with constituents who live up in that area and to really see on the ground what their experience is up there. So next time there is a walking tour up there, I recommend it. I also attended the retirement of Fire Chief Eric Garcia and change of command for our new fire chief, who's no longer here. On September 5th, I had a meeting with a nonprofit organization called Standard Communities, and this is an organization that does builds and rebuilds of affordable housing. So it was a really interesting organization to chat with, and I connected them with CDD. I attended on September 7th the joint meeting of SCAG policy committees, and they presented a comprehensive regional transportation plan. And that transportation plan is now available to the public for commenting. So I recommend going to SCAG, SCAG, and looking up the transportation plan. It's a very, very comprehensive. On the 8th, I went to the grand opening ribbon cutting of Bread and Breakfast, which is a new Armenian Mexican restaurant, which I've never had that before, and that was really good. I know. And then I missed the 9/11 tribute. I'm so bummed. You all were there. I was sick in bed, so I'm sorry. But bummed I missed it, but it looked like a really moving event. So I was there in spirit.
I will add one last thing. I went to all the other stuff. I met last week with the Consulate General of Armenia, who came into Burbank and wanted to ask about economic opportunities for trade. So that was interesting. Yeah, great stuff. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'd like to have a report come back to council for first discussion regarding special events permit process pertaining to the timing of notification to vendors or merchants or the community in that area. And the other item to be added on the agenda for future discussion is the one I talked about earlier, mayor's conduct. Thank you.
May I add to the first agenda, request? During the budgeting, we talked about an updated permitting process for special events. If we could just get a kind of an update on that, how that's going and where that, just in general, in addition to what Councilmember Mullins requested. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could get a first step report on committing the Burbank Animal Shelter to become a no-kill shelter, I'd appreciate that. Technically, we're not a no-kill. I can't say any more because that would be discussion.
Right. Okay. Do you have anything? No? I'd like a first step report on writing a letter of support to the city of Los Angeles on freeing Billy the elephant from the zoo. Billy the elephant. And then I'd like a white paper first on this. I know we currently do not use glue traps on city property. I'd like a white paper on what other places are having bans on glue traps, either citywide or countywide, or any jurisdiction that we know of that has a ban on glue traps, please. Locally. I don't need to go too far out. Okay? We're good? Okay, we now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, September 26th, 2023. We'll see you then.